Chapter 811 Arrival. Chapter 811 Arrival. On the mountain peak of the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain, there are more than 20 martial arts masters, each of which possesses extremely formidable agility techniques. They are all famous masters of the martial world. A pure and adorable girl, who is about 15 or 16 years old, with a braid, fair skin, and emotive big eyes, asked a white-haired old man, curious, "Grandpa, Lightless sword Wujian is most famous for his lightless sword. It is said that the lightless sword is a peerless artifact that ranks 9th on the list of artifacts. Why don't I see his lightless sword?" The white-haired old man looked at Wujian in the distance. His eyes flashed with admiration and jealousy, and he sighed lightly, saying, "Swordsman Wujian has already reached the realm of no sword in hand while having a sword in your heart. Flowers, grass, trees, everything can be a sword. This realm is far beyond our imagination." A young man, who is dressed in a white brocade robe, is handsome, and has extraordinary temperament, is lightly fanning a folding fan and gazing at Wujian with an unruly shade in his eyes. "One day, I, Zhao Chongkong, will surpass Wujian and Lingkong and become the #1 master in the world." This content is taken from freowebnovel.com. He's here. Reverend Lingkong is here. What a great agility technique. The elusive 7 colors agility technique is really extraordinary. Treading on air, he almost looks like an immortal. On the mountain peak, the eyes of the famous masters gathered here from all over the Great Zhou Empire stirred suddenly, and they commented spiritedly. They saw a tall, peculiar-looking Taoist wearing a green Taoist robe, who appears like he's treading on air. With a light tap of his feet on the precipitous cliff, he leaped high like a bird and crossed 10+ meters. The Taoist robe bulged slightly and drifted in the wind. As if walking on air, he flew towards the top of the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain. The beautiful girl with a braid stared at the Taoist and couldn't help clapping her hands in admiration. Awesome! Such an awesome agility technique. Human agility techniques can surprisingly be cultivated to this degree. That's incredible. The Reverend Lingkong is one of the 5 great grandmasters of the Great Zhou Empire's southern martial world for a reason. Really amazing. The handsome young man in a white brocade robe narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. What a formidable agility technique. The Reverend Lingkong is worthy of being a mainstay of the orthodox path and one of the 5 great grandmasters of the southern martial world. Really extraordinary. The elusive 7 colors is one of the strongest arts of the martial world's orthodox path for a reason. Within a few moments, Lingkong descended like a large bird and gently landed on the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain peak. Only then did the famous masters of the Great Zhou Empire clearly see the appearance of Lingkong, the #1 master in the southern martial world. Although he is over 40 years old, yet his hair is still jet black and beautiful, without a strand of white, and his skin is rosy and smooth like a baby's. His eyes are bright and energetic, full of passion for life, and his whole person is full of vitality. As if a handsome young man of 22 years old, his whole body exudes a touching charisma. Lingkong stood quietly on the top of the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain peak, as if he merged with the entire mountain peak. He seems to be able to shatter the space and become immortal at any time. As soon as Lingkong stepped onto the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain peak, the gazes of the 5 women on the peak were deeply attracted by him, unable to extricate themselves. "You came." Wujian got up slowly. With every minute movement, his breath became stronger and sharper. When he stood up completely, his temperament underwent an earth-shaking change, as if the whole person has become a peerless sword. "I came." Lingkong's voice and temperament are ethereal. "Where is your lightless sword?" Wujian's eyes, as if 2 sharp swords, stabbed directly at Lingkong. "I don't need it anymore." Disappointment flashed in Lingkong's eyes, and he sighed faintly. "Unfortunately, although you have reached the realm of no sword in hand while having a sword in your heart, but you are still not my opponent. Only if you advance to the realm of man is man while sword is sword, will you be able to fight me. You are not my opponent at the moment. I have practiced swordsmanship for 27 years, never skipping a day. Since my debut, I have never lost. I hope you can give me a taste of defeat." Li Wujian beckoned with his hand, and a current of air pulled a branch lying 20 meters away into his hand. Then, his inner force jolted the numerous tiny branches and leaves on the branch away, turning the branch into a small sword. This is a testament to his terrifying cultivation base. Well, I also want to see how powerful the Lightless sword that slayed the 72 bandits of Gobi is. Wu Lingkong smiled and walked towards Li Wujian. Every time he takes a step, he leaves a footprint of several centimeters deep on the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain peak, and his momentum gets stronger. On the mountain peak, all martial arts masters held their breath, looking forward to the shocking fight. At this moment, a shooting star suddenly fell from the sky and hit a peak next to the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain peak. Boom! Following a loud blare, the peak next to the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain peak collapsed. The earth shook, wind blew violently, and countless stones splashed in all directions. Amid the frightening natural disaster, the showdown between the two martial arts masters at the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain peak stopped, and they looked at the collapsed peak. A meteorite. Maybe there is meteorite iron. The peerless artifacts on the list of artifacts are all forged from meteorite iron. Different types of meteorite iron have different properties. If you get a piece of meteorite iron and find a master craftsman, you may be able to get a peerless artifact that will enter the list of artifacts. The martial arts masters on the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain looked at each other. Scorching shade flashed in their eyes, and they performed agility techniques and rushed towards the collapsed mountain peak. In Wu Lingkong's eyes, which are full of passion for life, chaos suddenly surged, and he asked, uncertain, "Li Wujian, I seem to have seen a person in the meteorite just now." Wu Lingkong, who is a great grandmaster of the southern martial world, has extraordinary sight. He can clearly see a mosquito's leg from 100 meters away. But he unexpectedly saw a person in the meteorite, which is simply unbelievable. Li Wujian hesitated for a while before saying, "I seem to have seen someone as well. I'm going to take a look." Wu Lingkong's figure swayed slightly, and he shot towards the other side of the cliff. As soon as he jumped off the cliff, his inner force surged, his robe puffed up, and, as if stepping on air, he shot towards the collapsed mountain peak. Li Wujian's figure also swayed slightly, and jumped off the cliff and shot towards the collapsed mountain peak. Every tens of meters, a leaf pops up in the air, and he taps his feet lightly on the leaf, performs a peerless agility technique, and flies high into the sky, heading towards the collapsed mountain peak. In the middle of the collapsed mountain peak, in a huge cave, Yang Feng got up and exercised his body, and his body issued crackling sounds. It is difficult to use the power of magic here. The laws of heaven and earth have changed. However, the power of the physical body has not been reduced. This is a world similar to a magic band world. Yang Feng flipped his hand, and a magic stone appeared in his hand. After the magic stone appeared, Yang Feng felt that the life magic energy inside the magic stone is spilling out. More than half of it spilled in a short period of time. Next, Yang Feng took out a magic crystal and observed carefully. The life magic energy inside the magic crystal also began to spill out, albeit at a much slower speed. Yang Feng looked at the magic crystal deeply and frowned. Before analyzing the rules of this world, I can't hope to prevent this magic crystal from spilling out life magic energy. Is that the treasure from the meteorite? Boy, give me the treasure in your hand, or today is the day you die. A dashing young man with eyes bright as stars and skin as sparkling as jade strode towards this side while shaking a folding fan lightly. Young Master Yuema, with your matchless talent, you shall unite the martial world. Young Master Yuema, with your matchless talent, your words shall be the decree of heaven. 40+ guards wearing black clothing and holding crossbows appeared from behind the young man, shouted slogans, and pointed their crossbows at Yang Feng. Could this be a Wuxia world? Right, a world without extraordinary forces may evolve in the direction of a Wuxia world, or in the direction of a science and technology world alike Earth. However, fortunately I transmigrated into the world of warlocks. Otherwise, in such a low-level world, even if I dominated the world, I wouldn't be able to live long, let alone gain eternity. Yang Feng looked at the guards shouting loudly. His eyes flashed with a shade of novelty, and he sighed in his heart. Young Master Yuema, what brings you and your Black Moon guards here? Amidst chilling laughter, a hunched old man, who is blind in one eye, with a short stature and a scimitar slung around his waist, walked out, a gloomy smile on his face. Young Master Yuemo replied with a cold smile. One-eyed demon hunchback, you're here as well. Is it to take revenge on the lightless swordly Wujian, who blinded you in one eye with a sword strike? A savage ray flashed in the eye of the one-eyed demon hunchback. He took a deep look at young Master Yuema, and killing intent streaked past his eye. Then, his eye fell on the magic crystal in Yang Feng's hand, and greed shimmered in his eye. Let's kill that kid, and then divide that treasure equally. Hurry up. Otherwise, once Li Wujian, Wu Lingkong, and them arrive, it will be no longer up to us. Chapter 812 Demon Ancestor. Chapter 812 Demon Ancestor. We Green Mountain 6 demons wants a share of that treasure. 6 black shadows flew out from the side, and 6 ugly strangers with different strange blades in hand appeared at the edge of the large cave formed by the meteorite and stared at Yang Feng with greed in their eyes. The low-grade magic crystal in Yang Feng's hand is emitting traces of life magic energy. The martial arts masters have sharp senses and strength far beyond that of ordinary people. When they came to the edge of the large cave, they felt the inner force inside them increase slowly. And the treasure that increased their inner force is the low-grade magic crystal in Yang Feng's hand. Young Master Yuema looked deeply at the 6 ugly strangers with different strange blades with apprehension in his eyes and said solemnly, Green Mountain 6 demons. You 6 do indeed have the qualifications to get a share. Each one of the Green Mountain 6 demons is a pinnacle innate realm expert and has cultivated a set of strange techniques. When the 6 team up, they can even kill a Grandmaster realm expert. On their own, the Green Mountain 6 demons are only first-rate experts. But when the 6 team up, they are equivalent to an apex expert. Wary of the Green Mountain 6 demons, young Master Yuema doesn't want to complicate things. He just wants to seize the low-grade magic crystal away from Yang Feng as soon as possible. Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master has arrived. Idlers, retreat. Flowers suddenly emerged in the sky. 8 beautiful girls dressed in white, carrying a luxurious litter, which is made of silver, studded with countless diamonds, and enveloped by a curtain of pearls, arrived. There are dozens of very good-looking female swordsmen guarding the litter. The female swordsman in white at the front is gorgeous and has an unearthly temperament. She is a top-shelf beauty. A dozen-plus girls 13 or 14 years old, with flower baskets in hand, using extraordinary agility techniques, are jumping about and scattering flower petals. The girls and the rain of flower petals form a beautiful scenery. The Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master. But when young Master Yuema, the one-eyed demon hunchback, and the Green Mountain 6 demons saw this scene, they looked at the luxurious litter with apprehension in their eyes. The Myriad Flowers Temple is one of the best among the 7 demonic path sects. The Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master is recognized as one of the 5 most beautiful girls in the martial world. At the same time, she is the strongest and most vicious beauty of the demonic path. The Great Zhou Empire's great Grandmaster Blade King Xuanhuan was undefeated throughout his life. But then he fell in love with the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master and died at her hands. Additionally, at least 20 Grandmaster experts died at the hands of the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master. The Ost up-to-date novels are published on freewebnovel.com. The female swordsman dressed in white smiled slightly, took a step forward, and said flatly, a fragrance wafting out from her, Gentlemen, that man is a fugitive slave from our Myriad Flowers Temple who stole some treasures from our temple. I ask you all to give the Myriad Flowers Temple face and let us take him away. Young Master Rama narrowed his eyes as he looked at the beautiful female swordsman and replied unhurriedly, Lagerstremia, the leader of the Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 flowers? In addition to the mysterious, powerful, and beautiful Temple Master, the Myriad Flowers Temple still has the 10 flowers. Everyone in the 10 flowers is an extremely rare and remarkable beauty and a martial arts expert, and the weakest among them are full-circle innate realm experts. They are all true disciples of the Myriad Flowers Temple. Lagerstremia of the 10 Flowers is even more impressive. Reportedly, she has already reached the pinnacle Grandmaster realm, only a step away from stepping into the mystic and mysterious Great Grandmaster realm. Ladies and gentlemen, what a coincidence to see you here. For you to come here so rapidly, you must have schemed something. A dull voice came from above and entered everyone's ears. Reverend Lingkong, his robe bulging, is heading this way while treading on air like an immortal. Reverend Lingkong. Wu Lingkong. The countenance of the demonic path experts present changed drastically, and fear shimmered in their eyes. For young Master Yuama, the one-eyed demon hunchback, the Green Mountain 6 demons, and the Myriad Flower Temple's experts to gather here, this naturally is not a coincidence. Li Wujian and Wu Lingkong are well-known masters of the orthodox path. After their fight, when they are weakened, if they can be slayed, then it'll be a great loss for the orthodox path. Additionally, the demonic path experts who gathered here either have enmity with Li Wujian or Wu Lingkong. Young Master Yoma looked at Reverend Lingkong, who is high in the sky, with killing intent in his eyes. All of a sudden, his ears moved slightly, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fire!" The Black Moon Guards suddenly raised the crossbows in their hands and fired bolts at Wu Lingkong in midair. 40+ black crossbow bolts shot towards Wu Lingkong like raindrops and sealed his space of evasion completely. What a vicious move! Let me return them to you. Wu Lingkong waved his sleeve. Swept by his inner force, the 40+ black bolts turned in midair and flew back towards the Black Moon Guards. In a flash, a dozen+ Black Moon Guards were run through, and they fell on the ground and issued miserable screams. So strong! So this is the strength of a great grandmaster. When the demonic path experts saw this scene, their complexion changed drastically, and wariness flashed in their eyes. Wu Lingkong gently floated down, light like a feather. When he landed at the edge of the large cave that Yang Feng blasted open, he looked behind Yang Feng curiously, completely ignoring the demonic path experts. Leaves with traces of sword qi appeared in the sky. Li Wujian, treading on the leaves, walked through the air like a sword immortal before landing slowly. Martial arts experts, interesting. My name is Great Sky Demon. No, this name is not aggressive enough. Right, my name is Demon Ancestor. I am going to establish the Myriad Demons Temple today. Originally, your cultivation base is not enough for you to be my subordinates. But since you and my Myriad Demons Temple are brought by fate, then I'll let you join the Myriad Demons Temple and become my servants. Unlike the other people, Yang Feng gazed at Li Wujian not with a look of shock, but with a smile, and then strode towards the location of young Master Yuama. A fierce gleam flashed in the eyes of young Master Yuama, and he smiled frigidly and shouted sternly, "Demon Ancestor? You're talking big. Let me send you to hell to be the Demon Ancestor." Fire! Among young Master Yuama's 4 personal guards, a person suddenly stepped forward, pointed at Yang Feng with a crossbow, and fired a bolt. Wu Lingkong and Li Wujian only frowned slightly, but didn't stop young Master Yuama's personal guard. Yang Feng calls himself the Demon Ancestor and wants to accept them as his subordinates. Even though they have extraordinary bearing and are broad-minded, but they are understandably displeased. Ding! Amid a sharp sound of metal striking metal, the crossbow bolt stabbed Yang Feng in the forehead, and then rebounded aside and fell on the ground. No injury. Not even a trace. How can this be? That's a military-grade crossbow that can even kill a grandmaster. Even a great grandmaster, who has practiced their techniques to the pinnacle, cannot withstand that crossbow. How was he able to stop it, and with no traces of injury to boot? Seeing this scene, the orthodox and demonic path experts were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. The countenance of young Master Yuama suddenly changed dramatically, and he screamed, "Fire! Everyone! Fire at once!" The 40+ Black Moon Guards, who have already replaced their crossbow bolts, pointed at Yang Feng, and a rain of bolts shot towards him like raindrops. Ding! 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 Along with ringing sounds, the crossbow bolts hit Yang Feng, and then bent, rebounded, and issued the sound of metal striking metal. Right, it's hard to make you submit without showing you the gap in strength between us. Okay. Feast your eyes on the gap between us. Yang Feng smiled and blew air, and a sword of air formed and swept towards the 40-plus Black Moon guards. In an instant, a bloody line appeared on the 40-plus Black Moon guards. When the wind blew over, they split in two, and a large amount of blood sprayed out and spilled on the ground. Killing by blowing air. Besides, it was from 100 meters away and 40-plus people. He isn't a human, he's definitely not a human. He's a monster, a monster. Face ashen, lips purple, trembling all over. The ferocious one-eyed demon hunchback suddenly turned around, yelled, and ran away like mad. Did I say that you can leave? Yang Feng frowned, then flicked a finger, and a shock wave instantly shot out and slammed into the one-eyed demon hunchback's head. Just like this, the head of the majestic martial arts expert One-Eyes Demon Hunchback exploded. Seeing this scene, the faces of most of the experts of the two paths turned pale white. They trembled, and fear flashed in their eyes. FreeObnul.com. To be able to kill a Grandmaster Realm expert from hundreds of meters away by blowing air or flicking a finger, only ancient transcendence of legend can accomplish such a feat. Young Master Yuema, rather astutely, knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yang Feng. Kowtowed until he drew blood, and said respectfully, I greet you, Lord Demon Ancestor. I am willing to join the Myriad Demons Temple and serve you, Ancestor. Kid, you're clever. Originally, I wanted to kill you to make an example out of you. However, since I currently lack manpower, I can barely spare your life. Yang Feng smiled, took a step forward, and directly crossed a distance of 100 meters. Next, he touched the forehead of young Master Yuema, and a strange brand entered the other party. Chapter 813 Invincible. Chapter 813 Invincible. Young Master Yuema was shocked, but he gritted his teeth and didn't move. He knows that he stands no chance in front of a horrible existence like Yang Feng. If he resists, only death awaits him. Yang Feng said lightly, I put a life-death brand on you. If you don't get an antidote from me every year, you'll suffer horrible pain and turn into a madman. If you want to try the power of the life-death brand, you can find someone to help you remove it. However, if you mess with the life-death brand, you'll find out that life can be worse than death. Young Master Yuema trembled slightly. Fear flashed in his eyes, and he said even more respectfully, Yes, Ancestor, I am your loyal and devout follower. I will never let you down. Yang Feng turned around, pointed at the martial arts experts who keep coming, and said indifferently, Right. I'm not very familiar with these people. Introduce them to me. My Myriad Demons Temple just so happens to be looking for some minions. How convenient. Visit freeobnovel.co for the BST novel reading experience. Shi Shui has discovered this small world who knows how many tens of thousands of years ago. During that time, it is possible that other powerhouses came to this world. The reason why Yang Feng wants to establish a force here is because he needs minion to search for clues about other powerhouses. If things go south, Yang Feng can abandon the Myriad Demons Temple like a lizard would abandon its tail. Young Master Yuema uttered, Yes, Ancestor. Those are the Green Mountain 6 demons. They are famous exerts of the demonic path. The 6 once had a disagreement with the Green Plum Mountain Manor and slayed everyone in the manor. Each of them is a first-rate expert in the martial world. When the 6 team up, they can kill Grandmaster Realm expert. The Green Mountain 6 demons knelt on the ground and shouted, I am willing to serve you, Demon Ancestor. Please take me in. I find you 6 wastes and eyesore die. Yang Feng glanced at the Green Mountain 6 demons, then grabbed a few stones and threw them. The stones instantly swept the Green Mountain 6 demons and blasted them into fragments that scattered on the earth. Young Master Yuema trembled, looking at the location of the Green Mountain 6 demons with fear and elation. So strong. That's beyond what is humanly possible. On their own, none of the Green Mountain 6 demons was an opponent of young Master Yuema. But when the 6 of them join forces, not even young Master Yuema is able to beat them. But Yang Feng, with a wave of his hand, turned the Green Mountain's 6 demons, who are famous in the martial world, into fragments. Young Master Yuema pointed towards Li Wujian, and malice flashed in his eyes. That one is Lightless Sword Li Wujian, the #1 swordsman in the Great Zhou Empire's northern martial world. He once went to the lair of the 72 bandits of Gobi alone and slayed everyone. In young Master Yuema's view, since Yang Feng called himself the Demon Ancestor, orthodox path is naturally his enemy. He showed initiative to introduce Li Wujian in order to have Yang Feng kill him. Demon Ancestor, I'll be in your care. Li Wujian extended his hand. His inner force surged, and swords hanging from the waist of dozens of swordsmen located not far away suddenly unsheathed and flew towards him. He grabbed a fine steel sword, and the rest of the swords stabbed into the ground. As a top swordsman, Li Wujian knows that no sword in hand while having a sword in your heart cannot compare to an actual fine steel sword in the hand. He doesn't dare to be careless when dealing with a powerhouse like Yang Feng. Lord Demon Ancestor, do you come from outside the sky? Reverend Lingkong took a step. He seems to have merged with the environment. His eyes, which are full of curiosity towards the world, have no trace of fear towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng snapped a finger, and a fearsome shock wave rushed towards Li Wujian and Wu Lingkong. Li Wujian's complexion changed drastically. Then his inner force surged. The surrounding leaves rose into the air, and he stabbed out with his word, and a 30-centimeter-long sword ray stabbed into the void. Under the pressure from Yang Feng, Li Wujian finally made another breakthrough and executed a pinnacle sword strike. Burst! Along with a crisp sound, the fine steel sword in Li Wujian's hand disintegrated, and he fell to the ground like a broken rag doll and spouted a large mouthful of blood, a look of despair in his eyes. Defeated! A peerless swordsman like Li Wujian was defeated in his hands. This demon ancestor is not a human. He's too strong. What sort of martial arts did this demon ancestor cultivate? How can he be so strong? This demon ancestor is not a human, but a monster that crawled out of the pit of hell. When the surrounding martial arts experts saw this scene, their blood ran cold, they trembled, and their eyes revealed fear. The pretty face of Lagerstremia, the leader of the Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 flowers, turned pale, and she trembled due to fear. This is the first time she has seen such a terrifying and despairing powerhouse. How can this person be so powerful? No. How can there be such a powerful person? Lord Demon Ancestor, I seek your magnanimity. Wu Lingkong, who appears to have fused into the environment, sighed, then took a step forward and rushed towards Yang Feng along with an afterimage. Yang Feng shifted his gaze to the beautiful female swordsman of the Myriad Flowers Temple and showed a satisfied smile. Not bad. These are some pleasing beauties, but I don't know their cultivation aptitude. Yang Feng flicked a finger, and a shock wave instantly slammed into Wu Lingkong and blasted him away. He spurted blood into the air and fell to the ground like broken rag doll, a frightened look on his face. Once on the ground, he coughed up blood repeatedly. Struck dumb, the martial arts experts watched as the great grandmaster of the empty spirit path, of one of the 3 holy lands of the martial world, was flicked away like a dead dog. Yang Feng took a step forward and instantly disappeared from the eyes of the martial arts experts. And then, as if a ghost, abruptly appeared in front of Lagerstremia and pressed his hand on her head. It was the first time that Lagerstremia was treated so frivolously by a man. She originally wanted to resist, but she is so scared that she can't move her body. She looks like a frog who saw a snake. Suddenly, Yang Feng's eyes lit up and flashed with joy, and he smiled. Superior level 7 soul aptitude. Truly remarkable. You and I are brought together by fate. From now on, you are one of my disciples. I will teach you supreme secret methods, let you break through the limits of the human body, and enable you to set foot on the warlock. No, on the path of longevity. In the world of warlocks, people with level 5 soul aptitude are already regarded as excellent. People with level 6 soul aptitude belong to the realm of geniuses, while people with level 7 soul aptitude are geniuses among geniuses. Geniuses like Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian originally had a superior level 7 soul aptitude. Lagerstremia surprisingly possesses a superior level 7 soul aptitude. If she was places on the Zhangji plane, no matter the warlock group, they would all fight over her. The astute Lagerstremia knelt on the ground, bowed to Yang Feng, and paid her respects. Disciple Qinghe Ziwei greets teacher. Young Master Yuema stared at Lagerstremia with jealousy in his eyes. Damn it! Why is it her and not me? Why didn't he accept me as a disciple? Yang Feng took out a mid-grade magic crystal, crushed it, and touched the forehead of Lagerstremia with a finger. An extremely powerful life magic energy poured into her under Yang Feng's guidance. Qinghe Ziwei's inner force churned, and she broke through and became a great Grandmaster Realm expert. A fearsome great Grandmaster Realm breath diffused from her. Li Wujian coughed up blood and stared at Qinghe Ziwei with shock in his eyes. Great Grandmaster. Who is this Demon Ancestor? What sort of technique is that? How can it enable one to become a great Grandmaster all of a sudden? Li Wujian has challenged a great Grandmaster this time in order to take advantage of the tremendous pressure to make a breakthrough in one fell swoop and advance to a great Grandmaster. Qinghe Ziwei, who was initially far weaker than Li Wujian, has now become a great Grandmaster. That's simply outrageous. Wu Lingkong coughed up blood, an astonished look in his eyes. Great Grandmaster, what a powerful move! Great Grandmaster Realm experts are already at the apex of the Great Zhou Empire. Above them, there are only 7 martial sages. The 7 martial sages are either aloof experts who are in seclusion, or are teachers of state with a high authority. They won't easily appear in the martial world. Yang Feng scanned the litter with his gaze and said lightly, Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master. Come out. Yes. Lord Demon Ancestor. A very pleasant voice came from the litter, and a perfect fair hand lifted the pearl curtain. A beautiful woman, dressed in a silver dress, with long hair that has fallen on her shoulders, a perfect figure, and an unearthly temperament, slowly alighted the litter in a very elegant fashion, a fragrance wafting off from her. She looks like the incarnation of beauty, with a mixture of the innocence of a girl and the charm and sensuality of a mature woman. Any man will be mesmerized by her peerless beauty. Qinghe Ziwei was already a stunning beauty, but compared to the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master, as if a green leaf setting off a red flower, she became unremarkable. When she stands beside the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master, all her brilliance is overshadowed by the other party. Everyone's eyes can only fall on the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master instead of Qinghe Ziwei. When the martial arts experts saw the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master, many couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and their eyes revealed a hint of adoration. Chapter 814 Myriad Demons Temple. Chapter 814 Myriad Demons Temple. Yang Feng glanced at the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master with admiration in his eyes. Not bad. She is rather remarkable in her own right. Additionally, she cultivates a top-notch charm art. In this world without extraordinary powers, few men can escape her charm. However, compared to the Succubus Empress, she is still far too lacking. The Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master's charm art is already top-notch in this world. Every frown and smile of her is full of charm and beauty, but limited by the lack of extraordinary powers, her charm is still far behind that of goddesses and the Succubus Empresses. She can't charm Yang Feng at all. Let me take a look at your aptitude? Yang Feng smiled and extended his hand towards the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master. Lord Demon Ancestor. The beautiful face of the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master trembled slightly, revealing a pitiful and heart-warming expression. She raised her fair hand in order to get away from Yang Feng's hand. Even the toughest heart would soften in front of the pitiful expression of the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master. Yet Yang Feng's expression remained unchanged. He pressed his hand on the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master's head and started checking her soul aptitude. If it were on the Zhangji plane, Yang Feng would be able to easily scan the soul aptitudes of these people with a single sweep of his soul force. But in this strange world, Yang Feng can only perceive the soul aptitude of others through contact. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. Release your dirty hand. Suddenly, an angry voice came from not far away, and a handsome young man roared, performed an agility technique, and leapt towards Yang Feng like a large bird. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, a few stones flew out and blasted open several large holes in the young man's head. All kinds of hidden weapons such as throwing knives, sleeve crossbow bolts, and darts suddenly flew out from the crowd and shot towards Yang Feng like raindrops. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, a stone plunged into the crowd. In an instant, as if the crowd was hit by a cannonball, a copious amount of blood instantly enveloped the area and corpses spread across the ground, painting a gruesome picture. When the martial arts experts watching from the sidelines saw that the concealed weapon experts were squashed like ants, they felt a chill in their heart, fear filled them, and they trembled. Some martial arts experts trembled so badly that they couldn't even hold their weapons, and sounds of weapons falling on the ground spread in the area. When the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master saw Yang Feng's apathetic expression, as if he just squashed a bunch of ants, she felt a slight chill in her heart and no longer dared to play any tricks, letting Yang Feng's hand press on her body. Yang Feng glanced at the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master with surprise in his eyes. Superior level 7 soul aptitude. Also a rare cultivation genius. This world appears to be rather good. There are good seedlings everywhere. Yang Feng asked with satisfaction. Very well, what's your name? The Myriad Flower Temple's temple master answered with a composed smile. To answer your question, Demon Ancestor, my name is Chao Mengluo. Yang Feng uttered with a smile. Serve me as my apprentice or die, choose one. By the way, the number of lives that withered in my hands has exceeded 10 million. The Myriad Flower Temple's temple master suddenly felt a hair-raising feeling in her heart. As the temple master of the 7 demonic path sex's Myriad Flower Temple, more than 100 martial arts experts have died at her hands. She is already regarded as a famous degenerate in the martial world. However, Yang Feng killed more than 10 million people. The degenerate Myriad Flower Temple's temple master trembled by just imagining it. What he said is true. The Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master is talented and intelligent. She is a genius among geniuses with superior level 7 soul aptitude and has extraordinary intuition. When she heard Yang Feng's words, she intuitively perceived that what he said is true, and a chill welled up in her heart. The Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master knelt on the ground, bowed to Yang Feng, and paid her respects, saying, Disciple Chao Mengluo greets teacher. Haha, what a good disciple. Yang Feng smiled, then glanced at the martial arts experts who keep rushing here and said flatly, Kneel and join my Myriad Demons Temple as my minions. Otherwise, die. An innate realm swordsman barked, Everyone, let's flee together. With so many people here, even if he is a martial sage, he won't be able to kill us all. In an instant, hundreds of martial arts masters performed agility techniques and fled in different directions. A bunch of idiots. With a flash of contempt in his eyes, Yang Feng extended a hand, and stones flew up into the air, entered his hand, and then shot out. That stones smashed into the hundreds of martial arts masters like shooting stars and blasted through them. After a few breaths of time, the hundreds of martial arts masters who chose to escape turned into broken bodies that fell to the ground. What a frightening person! This is something that only a transcendent realm powerhouse can accomplish. Seeing this scene, the remaining martial arts masters trembled, no longer able to muster the will to resist. Lord Demon Ancestor, with your matchless talent, you shall unite the martial world. I, Black Mountain Leopard Jiangcheng, am willing to serve you, Ancestor. Lord Demon Ancestor, with your matchless talent, your words shall be the decree of heaven. I, Grass Walker Missouri Xiong, am willing to serve you, Ancestors. The remaining martial arts masters knelt down and proclaimed loudly and flattered. Young Master Yuema's face twitched, and he knelt on the ground and flattered and sung praises. Yang Feng glanced at Reverend Lingkong and said coldly, Wu Lingkong, submit to me or die. Wu Lingkong coughed up a large amount of blood. With an elegant demeanor, he smiled and said, I can't betray my teacher and sect. Besides, I have lived long enough. Demon Ancestor, please don't procrastinate. Actually, I still admire you quite a bit. What a pity. Yang Feng sighed with regret, then flicked a finger, and a stone flew out instantly and bore into Wu Lingkong's forehead. Wu Lingkong lost his breath in an instant, a smile on his face. He lost all vitality. After killing Wu Lingkong, Yang Feng glanced at Li Wujian and asked indifferently, Li Wujian, how about you? Li Wujian hesitated for a while before asking, Lord Demon Ancestor, if I serve you, can I learn more advanced martial arts? Yang Feng smiled proudly and replied full of confidence. Of course, the martial arts you learned are too shallow. With them, it is impossible to live long. If you learn one or two of my arts, living for 1,000 years won't be an issue. Loving for 1,000 years. Can one really live for 1,000 years? As soon as this statement came out, the eyes of Lagerstremia, young Master Yuama, the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master, and them lit up, and their hearts started beating wildly. In this world, apart from the legendary Transcendent Realm experts, even Martial Sage Realm experts have a lifespan of only about 110 years. A lifespan of 1,000 years is enough to make countless experts go crazy. Death is a terrifying abyss. I, Li Wujian, am just an ordinary person after all. Li Wujian released a long sigh, then knelt on the ground and said a little uncomfortably, I, Li Wujian, am willing to serve you, Lord Demon Ancestor. It didn't take long for the news of the birth of the Myriad Demon Temple to spread all over the world. Many martial arts masters have gathered in the Myriad Demon Temple. Among them, Lightless Sword Li Wujian, Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master Chao Mengluo, and the leader of the Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 Flowers Lagerstremia were all promoted to Great Grandmaster Realm experts. Great Grandmaster Realm experts are already at the top of the martial world. The empty spirit path of the martial world's 3 holy lands only has 2 Great Grandmaster Realm experts. The 3 Great Grandmasters Li Wujian, Chao Mengluo, and Qinghe Ziwei together with countless martial arts masters as minions swept the martial world like a storm. Wherever they passed through, the sects were either annexed by the Myriad Demons Temple or destroyed. The Purple Sun Manor is located in the Wei province of the Great Zhou Empire's 36 provinces. It is the residence of the famous swordsman Purple Moon Sword Li Feiyun. When the beautiful female swordsman Qinghe Ziwei dressed in white stepped into the Purple Sun Manor's rear garden, she saw a luxurious litter in the garden. Yang Feng, sitting in the luxurious litter, is flipping through ancient books. Kneeling beside him is Bengal Rose Chen Jieyu and Narcissus Zhang Qian of the Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 Flowers. Bengal Rose Chen Jieyu is a slender beauty of about 21 or 22 years of age with an oval face and full of charm and femininity. Narcissus Zhang Qian is a baby-faced and big-breasted beauty with a mixture of purity and seduction. At this moment, Bengal Rose Chen Jieyu and Narcissus Zhang Qian are both wearing faintly transparent gauze garments made of silk, looking beautiful and full of temptation. In front of the luxurious litter, there are more than 20 adorable lolas, of about 11 or 12 years of age, from the Myriad Flowers Temple frolicking and playing, forming a beautiful scenery. Seeing this scene, Qinghe Ziwei's eyes flashed with jealousy, and she cursed in her heart, those 2 little vixen, Bengal Rose Chen Jieyu and Narcissus Zhang Qian, were far weaker than Lagerstremia Qinghe Ziwei. But as soon as the 2 girls joined the Myriad Demons Temple, they dedicated themselves to please Yang Feng. After being pampered by Yang Feng several times, they gained tremendous strength and have already become Great Grandmaster Realm experts. Qinghe Ziwei felt jealous when she thought of her hard work, only to be easily caught up by Bengal Rose Chen Jieyu and Narcissus Zhang Qian. Bengal Rose Chen Jieyu and Narcissus Zhang Qian felt a little nervous when they saw Lagerstremia Qinghe Ziwei step into the garden, and so they became even more dedicated to please Yang Feng, hoping that Yang Feng will focus all his attention on them. Chapter 8:15 Proclaiming Oneself an Emperor. Chapter 8:15 Proclaiming Oneself an Emperor. Qinghe Ziwei saluted Yang Feng and handed him a stack of books. Lord Demon Ancestor, the emotion-extinguishing path has surrendered to our Myriad Demons Temple. This is their collection of ancient books. The emotion-extinguishing path is one of the 7 demon path sects, and it has a Great Grandmaster Realm expert. However, the Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 Flowers, who are all first-class beauties whose sole aptitude is above level 5, with Yang Feng's help, have all promoted to Great Grandmaster Realm experts. Updated from freeobnul.com. That emotion-extinguishing path's 1 Great Grandmaster Realm expert stood no chance against 10 Great Grandmasters. Yang Feng took the stack of ancient books, flipped through them rapidly, and easily absorbed all the information on the pages. The computing power of an Infinity Warlock is far greater than that of Shizu Level 4 optical computers, let alone that of Earth's supercomputers. Qinghe Ziwei gazed at Yang Feng with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. The longer I am in contact with him, the more powerful and terrifying he seems to be. Are the myths and legends true? The disciples of the Myriad Flowers Temple, which is composed of beautiful girls, are the closest to Yang Feng, with the 10 flowers being his personal maids and concubines. The closer one is to Yang Feng, the more one feels that Yang Feng is unfathomable and terrifying. Suddenly, Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he stopped on a gold page, scanned it with a glance, and said slowly, "True Dragon Sky Guardian Secret Method." Qinghe Ziwei uttered. The True Dragon Sky Guardian Secret Method is a supreme art the Dragon Emperor of legend has cultivated. According to legend, the Dragon Emperor, the Demon Venerable, and the Heavenly Venerable have contended for the hegemony over the world. The 3 mythical powerhouses fought fiercely, smashing the sky and earth, overturning the sea, and shattering the stars. The Dragon Emperor's True Dragon Sky Guardian Secret Method, the Demon Venerable's Demon Devour Secret Method, and the Heavenly Venerable's Titan Heaven-Splitting Secret Method are all unequaled arts under the heaven, Qian Jieyu warned tactfully. However, these 3 arts are as powerful as the legends portray. From ancient times to the present, no one has cultivated them successfully. Zhang Qian said with a sweet smile. That's right. Those who cultivate these 3 arts will either explode and die, or become disabled. Now practically no one will cultivate these 3 arts anymore. Yang Feng uttered with a smile. Of course it is impossible to cultivate them successfully. These 3 arts are indeed tyrannical secret methods, at least Warlock Monarch grade secret methods. It is conceivable how many resources these secret methods require. In this world, where there aren't even magic stones, wanting to cultivate these secret methods is nothing more but lunatic ravings. Moreover, the people who spread these secret methods have evil intentions. If someone can cultivate these secret methods to the level 1 Warlock rank, that is, the innate realm, their soul will break, and their soul force will become the nutrients of the existences who disseminated these secret methods. Yang Feng, who is from the Battle Demon sect, has collected countless secret methods, including even a few Empyrean grade secret methods. The 3 Warlock Monarch grade secret treasures are like heavenly texts to Qinghe Ziwei and the others. As for Yang Feng, he can see through the nature of the 3 secret methods at a glance. Warlock Monarch. What's that? He really is not from our world. An extraterrestrial? Suspicion arose in the hearts of Qinghe Ziwei and the other 2 beauties. But they very sensibly acted as if they haven't heard Yang Feng's words just now. Yang Feng has no intention of hiding his identity as an extraterrestrial. In this small world, except for the Dragon Emperor, the Demon Venerable, the Heavenly Venerable, and other people of unknown strength, even if the whole world comes together to deal with him, they won't be able to harm him. Yang Feng uttered with a smile. The Great Zhou Empire enshrines the Heavenly Venerable. The Gold Canopy Imperial Court in the Badlands enshrines the Demon Venerable, and the Sea Dragon Empire enshrines the Dragon Emperor. It seems that these 3 empires are the tentacles with which they control this world. Interesting, let's cut off their tentacles and see how they react. Yang Feng uttered, "Pass down my order." The myriad demon temple's forces are to mobilize and attack the Great Zhou Empire. Ziwei, organize a 1,000-strong army at once. Jieyu, Qianer, you follow me to subjugate the Wei province's army. Ziwei and the other 2 responded respectfully. Yes, Lord Demon Ancestor. The military camp where the Wei province's army is stationed. Suddenly, a patrolling soldier pointed outside and asked curiously, "What's that?" In the distance, there are 16 beautiful young female swordsmen in white, carrying a luxurious gold litter, walking his way. Inside the gold litter, There are 3 people, namely Yang Feng, Qian Jieyu, and Zhang Qian. Lord Demon Ancestor, with your invincible arts, your orders shall be the decree of heaven. Master Demon Ancestor, with your accomplishments in literature and martial arts, you shall unite the world. More than 30 Black Moon guards beat gongs and drums and recited praises, and 200 martial arts masters, who were subdued by the myriad demons' temple, followed behind like a mob. Individually, these martial arts masters can kill at least 5 soldiers. But if 200 elite soldiers join forces, they can kill those martial arts masters as if they were chicken. I am the myriad demons' temple's demon ancestor. I am here today to subjugate the Wei province's army. Those who follow me prosper. Those who oppose me die. Come out and surrender to me. Yang Feng, sitting in the gold litter, spoke in a flat voice and flicked a finger, and a stone flew out like a railgun shell, slammed into the entrance of the military camp, and blasted the entrance into pieces like a bomb. So strong. Too strong. How can a human accomplish this? A monster. The demon ancestor is a terrible monster. Reportedly, there is no great grandmaster who can withstand a blow from him. It seems to be true. When the experts of the myriad demons' temple saw this scene, their hearts filled with shock. These experts, who have just joined the myriad demons' temple, have never seen Yang Feng make a move. Now that they saw Yang Feng attack, they have no complaints in their hearts. Chaos rose in the army camp of the Wei province's army at once. Yang Feng, however, just sat in the litter leisurely. He didn't take this opportunity to attack the Wei province's army. Before long, approximately 20,000 troops poured out of the army camp. Are you that scammer demon ancestor? What a daredevil. To come to our Wei province's army to run wild. You're really tired of living. Under the guard of dozens of officers, a burly general, who was wearing a bright armor, riding a black steed, and exuding a domineering temperament, pointed at Yang Feng with the halberd in his hand and barked. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a stone slammed into the head of the general like a shooting star and blasted the head apart. Then, as if it was alive, the stone turned, slammed into the head of one officer after another, and blasted their heads to shred. Lastly, the stone fell in front of the only remaining officer. The last officer screamed, fell off his horse from fright, looked at the corpses around him with an expression of horror on his face, and retched. Qian Jieyu glanced at the officer sympathetically, her heart filled with shock. So strong! The demon ancestor is despairingly strong. If it was a great grandmaster realm expert who faced an army of this caliber instead, they would die if they didn't escape. But Yang Feng, sitting in the litter, his arm around Qian Jieyu, flicked a finger of said arm and killed dozens of officers. Simply terrifying. Yang Feng glanced at the officer and said flatly, "Surrender or die." The officer, scared out of his wits, knelt and implored loudly, "I, Lu Sandao, am willing to surrender. I am willing to serve you, ancestor." A burly man swept Lu Sandao with a contemptuous glance and shouted sternly, "Lu Sandao, you coward! Brothers, come with me to avenge the general. Kill them. Let's avenge the general." Freewebnovel.cm. An armored cavalry exuding a jagged and unyielding breath galloped out of the army and charged towards Yang Feng along with ferocious killing intent. Cavalry. It's the Wei province's black cavalry. When the martial arts masters saw the 2,000 armored cavalrymen, their expressions changed drastically, and fear flashed in their eyes. Cavalry are the bane of martial arts masters. Once they are charged and besieged by the 2,000 cavalrymen, these martial arts masters will be easily trampled into mincemeat. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a stone shot into the midst of 2,000 cavalrymen and raised a mist of blood. Practically in a breath, the 2,000 cavalrymen were strangely run through by the stone and turned into corpses. There are no survivors. Ding! 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 When the soldiers of the Wei province's army saw that the 2,000 cavalrymen were crushed like ants, they turned pale in the face and trembled uncontrollably, and their weapons fell to the ground one after another. "I surrender! I surrender!" When the Wei province's army fell, the entire Wei province entered Yang Feng's hands. After Yang Feng took control of the Wei province, he immediately proclaimed himself an emperor and announced it to the world. Thus, the Great Zhou Empire was born. Many officials of the Wei province and numerous martial arts masters of the Myriad Demons Temple entered the service of the Great Zhou Empire and became its officials. This news shocked the world. The Great Zhou Empire immediately transferred 100,000 troops commanded by the famous General Red Tiger, Hu Yanhao, to launch an attack against the Wei province. Great Zhou Empire, the Qi province, in an army camp. There are Hu Yanhao and many generals gathered here. Hu Yanhao looked around and asked solemnly, "Who is this demon ancestor? Does anyone know of his origin?" Before Yang Feng proclaimed himself an emperor, no one in the Great Zhou Empire cared about him too much. After all, the Great Zhou Empire's officials wouldn't care about a character of the martial world. Chapter 816 Demon Ancestors Overwhelming Might I. Chapter 816 Demon Ancestors Overwhelming Might I. 816 Demon Ancestors Overwhelming Might I. It is said that the Demon Ancestor descended onto our world on a peak of the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain along with a meteorite. He slayed the great Grandmaster Reverend Lingkong, subdued Lightless Sword Li Wujian, the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master, and many others, and established the Myriad Demons Temple. With the Myriad Demons Temple as foundation, the Demon Ancestor conquered one place after another and gathered the scum from the martial world for his use. Not long ago, his ambition was exposed when slayed the Wei province's army's generals and forced the army to surrender, and then proclaimed himself as an emperor in the Wei province. A civil official said unhurriedly. A general showed an expression of mockery. "What a fool! The Wei province is located in the middle of our Great Zhou Empire's 36 provinces and has a sparse population and poor resources. The Wei province's army is the weakest army in our Great Zhou Empire. Since he staged the rebellion in the Wei province, it means that he has to worry about threats from all sides. What an overconfident fool." Many generals showed looks of approval. freewebnovel.com. From a strategic point of view, occupying the Wei province and proclaiming himself as an emperor was a most foolish thing to do. Moreover, as soon as Yang Feng proclaimed himself as an emperor, he became a target that the Great Zhou Empire must eliminate at all costs. A general uttered solemnly, a dignified look in his eyes. However, the Demon Ancestor has reportedly killed the Wei province's army's 2,000 armed cavalrymen by himself before the Wei province's 20,000-strong army submitted to him. Such a powerhouse is very difficult to deal with. A general sneered. "Killed 2,000 cavalrymen with a stone. That is definitely an exaggeration. We all have a fairly good understanding of the Wei province's army. Most likely, the Demon Ancestor killed 100+ cavalrymen, and then the morale of those cowards plummeted." Following this remark, the generals in the army camp nodded in agreement. They have all heard of powerhouses who defeated 100 enemies by themselves. Martial arts practitioners whose cultivation base has reached the great Grandmaster realm have indeed such terrifying strength. A cold ray flashed in Hu Yanhao's eyes, and he said, "This time, I specifically requested His Majesty to mobilize the 20,000-strong Black Tiger Corps from the border army. Even if he's a martial sage, we can use the human wave attack to slay him." The eyes of a burly general flashed with excitement, and he uttered with a smile, "With the Black Tiger Corps here, the Demon Ancestor is toast." The Black Tiger Corps is the most elite cavalry corps in the Great Zhou Empire's border army. They are jagged veterans who fought the Gold Canopy Imperial Court's elite cavalry all year round at the border. After the casualty rate of ordinary cavalry units reaches 10%, there is a possibility of the unit collapsing. But the Black Tiger Corps can guarantee a fearsome morale even if the casualty rate reaches 60%. This is the biggest difference between elite cavalry and ordinary cavalry. With an order from the commander, even if there are mountains of swords and a sea of flames in front of them, the Black Tiger Corps will jump in without hesitation. Only this kind of most elite, jagged unit can grind a martial sage realm powerhouse to death. A general uttered with an excited smile, "Those clowns are dead with the Black Tiger Corps." Another general spoke with a worried expression. "Those clowns naturally won't stand a chance against the Black Tiger Corps, but the Demon Ancestor is strong. If he steps in and attacks us generals, how can we defend against him? In the Myriad Demons Temple, there are several great Grandmaster realm experts. Although they might be unable to fight the Black Tiger Corps head-on, but they are first-class masters when it comes to assassination. Led by an excellent general, 1,000 troops can besiege and kill a great Grandmaster realm expert. But a great Grandmaster realm expert who has dabbled in the path of assassinations can easily remove the head from the shoulders of a general. Hu Yanhao replied with a smile, "There's nothing to worry about. Gentlemen, please take a look. Who is this?" A handsome middle-aged man with short hair, a burly figure, a great sword on his back, and an overbearing temperament, looking like a sharp, unmatched blade, slowly stepped into the camp. "Lord Sword Sage. It's Lord Sword Sage. Greetings, Lord Sword Sage." When the generals saw the middle-aged man, a shade or reverence flashed in their eyes, and they got up and bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man is a pinnacle martial arts master in this world, one of the 7 martial sages, Sword Sage Ding Tong. During his travels in a prairie, Sword Sage Ding Tong encountered the most elite guard corps, 1,000 strong gold wolf riders, directly subordinated to the gold canopy imperial courts Khan of heaven, killing and pillaging. Furious, he drew his sword and slayed the 1,000 gold wolf riders cavalrymen by himself. He established his supreme prestige as the Sword Sage with this terrifying battle record. In the military, the strong are revered. Sword Sage Ding Tong, who slayed 1,000 gold wolf riders cavalrymen armed to the teeth by himself, has become an idol of the Great Zhou Empire's border army. Ding Tong strode forward boldly, came to Hu Yanhao's side, sat down, and said with a confident smile, "Gentlemen, no need to worry. If the Demon Ancestor dares to come near the army camp, I'll cut him down. With Lord Sword Sage here, if the Demon Ancestor dares to come, he won't be able to leave. With Lord Sword Sage here, we can be at ease." The generals, filled with confidence, shrouded the army camp with words of praise. The Great Zhou Empire's emperor, the Demon Ancestor, has arrived. "You rebels, come out at once and surrender to His Majesty." Suddenly, a loud voice reverberated within the camp and entered everyone's ears. The voice was so clear that it gave the impression that the speaker is right beside each and every one of them. A dignified gleam flashed in Ding Tong's eyes, and he uttered slowly, "With such a profound inner force, it should be a great Grandmaster realm expert. To be able to subdue experts of this caliber in such a short period of time, it looks like the Demon Ancestor's methods are extraordinary." Hu Yanhao spoke with a cold smile. "Let's go out together and see what ability the Demon Ancestor has." Following Hu Yanhao's command, the 100,000-strong army stepped out of the army camp in an orderly manner and assumed formations. Filled with spears and swords, the 100,000-strong army of the Great Zhou Empire arrayed in neat formations has the demeanor of a strong army. On the other side, on the Great Zhou Empire's side, there are 16 beautiful girls in white clothes carrying a luxurious litter. Inside the litter, there sits Yang Feng, who is embracing the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master Qiao Mengluo and the leader of the Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 Flowers Lagerstreamia Qinghe Ziwei. Behind Yang Feng, there are 3,000 cavalrymen. The 3,000 cavalrymen are of complicated origin. 500 cavalrymen are soldiers of the Wei Province's army, and the remaining 2,500 are martial arts masters who can ride horses but are not proficient at fighting on horses. In front of Yang Feng's luxurious litter, there stand 2 people, one of which is Lightlessly Wujian and the other is young Master Yuema. Young Master Yuema is clever and capable. With Yang Feng's help, he easily advanced to a great Grandmaster realm expert. A mob! Hu Yanhao looked at the army of the Great Zhou Empire with contempt in his eyes. When the other generals saw the 3,000-strong mob, they sneered, and their eyes filled with disdain. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. Against the 3,000-strong cavalry, as long as they take 500 men and charge at the enemy, they will be able to defeat the 3,000-strong cavalry in one fell swoop. "Marshal, if I take a 3,000 cavalrymen, I can kill them. Please allow me to be the vanguard." "Marshal, I only need 1,000 cavalrymen to take them down. If I let even one of them escape, you can take my head. Let me be the vanguard." Excited, eyes glowing, the generals of the Black Tiger Corps slapped their chests and gave promises, trying to outdo one another. Yang Feng's Great Zhou Empire is an enemy state. For a general, the feat of destroying a state can enable them to be granted an aristocratic title and enjoy fame and wealth. A touch of pity flashed in her eyes, and then Xiao Mengluo spoke with a smile. "A bunch of idiots. They don't even know how terrifying the monster they are facing is." Yang Feng also smiled and quietly watched the generals of the Black Tiger Corps fighting over the position of vanguard. A cold ray flashed in Hu Yanhao's eyes, and he shouted sternly, "Hua Muxiong," a burly man, with many sword scars on his body and a valiant temperament, urged his mount to step forward and said, "Here, Marshal." Hu Yanhao pointed at Yang Feng and company with his sword and ordered coldly, "Take 10,000 cavalrymen and wipe them out." Hua Muxiong glanced at Yang Feng and his party, showed a fierce and excited smile, and said crudely, "Yes, Marshal, I promise to cut them into pieces. If even one escapes, you may take my head and kick it like a ball. Brothers, come with me." With a roar, Hua Muxiong rode his horse and took the 10,000 cavalrymen, who have experienced numerous wars, to charge towards Yang Feng and his party. The earth shook as 10,000 horses galloped. Donned in armor, with a lance in hand, a fierce expression, and a bloodthirsty smile, the 10,000 cavalrymen looked like cruel humanoid beasts. On the side of the Great Zhou Empire, when the 3,000 cavalrymen saw the Black Tiger Corps' charge, except for the 500 Wei province's cavalrymen who have witnessed Yang Feng's terror, the complexion of most of the remaining martial arts masters changed drastically, and they spurred their horses to fall back slowly. Dozens of the Great Zhou Empire's cavalrymen even turned around and escaped. "This is an excellent cavalry. Unfortunately, I am their enemy." Yang Feng looked at the ferocious 10,000 cavalrymen, smiled faintly, and flicked a finger, and 10 stones suddenly shot out like shooting stars and fell into the midst of the cavalrymen. Chapter 817 Demon Ancestors Overwhelming Might 2. Chapter 817 Demon Ancestors Overwhelming Might 2. 817 Demon Ancestors Overwhelming Might 2. A mist of blood enveloped the 10,000 cavalrymen at once as the heads of the cavalrymen exploded one by one. Within a few breaths of time, the 10,000 Black Tiger Corps cavalrymen were wiped out completely. Yang Feng glanced at the 10,000 warhorses of the Black Tiger Corps. As if they met a dragon, the terrified warhorses obediently ran to the 3,000 cavalrymen of the Great Zhou Empire. The 10 stones stained with the blood of the Black Tiger Corps cavalrymen suddenly turned and slammed into the heads of the dozens of the Great Zhou Empire's cavalrymen who fled, killing them in an instant. So strong. That's terrifying. How can there be such a person? How can this demon ancestor be so powerful? Is he still a human? When the remaining 90,000 elites of the Great Zhou Empire saw this, they trembled, and they felt their blood run cold. Many veterans who have gone through numerous wars have their teeth chatter, their eyes filled with dread. When young Master Yuama saw this scene, he felt both excitement and fear. No matter how many times I see it, his moves are really outrageous. Xiao Mengluo looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic ray in her beautiful eyes. To easily kill 10,000 cavalrymen is terrifyingly strong. Can humans even be this strong? Young Master Yuama stimulated his inner force and said loudly, "Hu Yanhao, now that you have witnessed the demon ancestor's terrifying strength, unless you want the demon ancestor to kill you all, surrender at once." Hu Yanhao, with an unsightly expression on his face, looked around. The generals, who have been eager to serve as the vanguard just now, turned their heads away, not daring to look Hu Yanhao in the eyes. Even the remaining 10,000 Black Tiger Corps cavalrymen, which boast of an indomitable spirit, showed looks of fear in their eyes. The Black Tiger Corps is not afraid of sacrifices. But when it comes to meaninglessly throwing away lives, even the Black Tiger Corps is unwilling to do it. Hu Yanhao's eyes fell on Sword Sage Ding Tong, and he said respectfully, "Lord Sword Sage, please step in and kill that demon ancestor." eyes full of expectation focused on the sword sage Ding Tong. A dignified ray flashed in sword sage Ding Tong's eyes, and he took a deep breath, walked towards Yang Feng, and uttered loudly, "Demon Ancestor, I, Great Zhou Empire's Ding Tong, have come to fight you." Sword sage Ding Tong entered a profound and mysterious state. With every step he took, his momentum became more vigorous by a fraction. Shying, along with a clear sound, the artifact Tongshan sword on sword sage Ding Tong's back suddenly came out of its sheath and entered Ding Tong's hand. It looks like the person and sword have combined into one and turned into a peerless sword. Li Wujian's eyes released strange brilliance, and he exclaimed in admiration, "Incredible!" As expected of the sword sage, he already stepped into the man is man while sword is sword, man and sword as one supreme realm. It's really amazing. I'm afraid that I'm not even able to block a single strike from him. Just an ant. Yang Feng smiled faintly and flicked a finger, and a stone disappeared from his hand in an instant. In a blink of an eye, the head of the sword sage Ding Tong burst open like that of an ordinary black tiger corps cavalryman, and a large amount of blood scattered on the ground. There was silence. Incredulity flashed in everyone's eyes. Died. Sword sage Ding Tong died just like this? In a daze, Li Wujian cannot believe his eyes, although he believes that Yang Feng is far stronger than sword sage Ding Tong. However, sword sage Ding Tong couldn't even block Yang Feng's stone. This is far beyond Li Wujian's imagination. A complicated shade flashed in Xiao Mingluo's beautiful eyes, and she sighed softly. Sword sage Ding Tong. The dead have no value. Sword sage Ding Tong died just like that? He died without even being able to make a move. The martial arts masters, who were subdued by the myriad demons' temple, trembled and looked at Yang Feng, who was sitting carelessly inside the luxurious litter as if he were an invincible god. The generals of the Great Zhou Empire turned deathly pale, as if they have fallen into an ice cave. As they stared at the corpse of sword sage Ding Tong, they felt their blood run cold. "I'm bored. I will count to 3. After that, anyone of the Great Zhou Empire still standing and holding their weapons shall die. Only those who have thrown their weapons away, knelt on the ground, and raised their hands can live." Yang Feng's flat voice sounded beside the ears of the 90,000 elite soldiers of the Great Zhou Empire like the whispering of the devil, causing their eyes to flash with fear and despair. 1, 2. When Yang Feng counted to 2, a large number of the Great Zhou Empire's elite soldiers dropped their weapons, knelt on the ground, and raised their hands. 3. Stones shot out from the luxurious litter where Yang Feng is located and entered the midst of the Great Zhou Empire's elite soldiers. In an instant, a mist of blood rose in the area. After a few breaths of time, the Great Zhou Empire's 90,000 elite soldiers were reduced to 40,000. 50,000 elite soldiers along with dozens of generals were killed in an instant. Next to the place where Hu Yanhao stood originally, there are a dozen-plus generals kneeling on the ground, trembling. They are covered in the blood of their comrades. The commander of the army, Hu Yanhao, is also kneeling on the ground, his hands raised. He looked around with eyes full of fear and muttered, "Dead, all dead." In a few breaths of time, 50,000 elite soldiers turned into corpses. Hu Yanhao can't believe his eyes. Everyone died. Killed 50,000 elite soldiers in an instant. Is this something a human can do? Is there anyone in the world who can stop this monster? The dozen-plus generals looked at the hellish scene and muttered, "The Demon Ancestor, our emperor, is really strong. Too powerful. As long as the emperor is here, we cannot be defeated." The 3,000 martial arts masters the Great Zhou Empire subdued looked at Yang Feng with eyes full of excitement as if he's an invincible god. Yang Feng said indifferently, "Ama, Li Wujian, clean the battlefield." "Yes, Your Majesty." Young Master Yuema and Li Wujian bowed respectfully to Yang Feng, and then took the 3,000 cavalrymen of the Great Zhou Empire towards the 40,000 elite soldiers of the Great Zhou Empire kneeling on the ground. A few days later, the commanding general Hu Yanhao and the dozen-plus general of the Great Zhou Empire all surrendered to Yang Feng. Yang Feng reorganized the 40,000 elite soldiers of the Great Zhou Empire, and then had 20,000 elite soldiers proceed with the attack on the Great Zhou Empire under the command of Hu Yanhao and the other surviving generals. After Hu Yanhao and the 100,000 elite soldiers were defeated, the Great Zhou Empire mobilized various troops to encircle and annihilate Yang Feng. As Yang Feng led his army, he crushed all resistance and took in the soldiers that surrendered. The number of his troops grew like a snowball. In the wake of his army, one province after another was easily captured. In under 10 days, Yang Feng conquered 20 provinces, and then led the army in the direction of the Great Zhou Empire's imperial capital, the Tianluo City. Tianluo City, Imperial Palace, in the Imperial Study. The Great Zhou Dynasty's Emperor Wu Shanming, reading the memorials to the throne with an ashed face, gritted his teeth and said, "Accursed demon ancestor, damn bastard, I shall kill anyone related to you." The eunuch standing aside lowered his head, not daring to say a word. Ever since Yang Feng's military campaign started, the Great Zhou Dynasty's Emperor Wu Shanming has become extremely irascible. Consequently, he has already executed 4 eunuchs due to trivial matters. This made the people realize what it means to accompany a ruler is akin to accompany a tiger. "Leave." Wu Shanming hesitated for a moment, and then barked, "Yes, your majesty." The surrounding eunuchs responded respectfully and took their leave. Wu Shanming took out a jade box and opened it, revealing a stone statue. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and cut his finger, and his blood dripped onto the stone statue. Read 8 chapters at fguyuyobinovel.com only. The stone statue shone faintly and released yellow light that formed a strange passage in the void. Wu Shanming stepped onto the passage. Following a flash of light, a huge temple made of gold appeared in front of Wu Shanming. Inside the huge temple, there is a 100-meter-tall idol engraved with countless mysterious runes. Wu Shanming knelt on the cold gold ground, knocked his head on the ground 9 times, and said respectfully, "Great Heavenly Venerable, I, the Great Zhou Empire's 10th Emperor Wu Shanming, came to request an audience." A cold voice came from the gold idol. "You know my rules. Is it the Demon Venerable or the Dragon Emperor?" Wu Shanming said respectfully, "Neither. It's an alien who calls himself the Demon Ancestor. He killed 100,000 of my troops in an instant." A faint voice came from the huge gold idol. "Interesting. To be able to kill 100,000 troops in this world in an instant, it requires an extremely delicate control of power. That guy must be a being above the Moonlight Warlock rank. If he's body-tempering warlock, he may very well be a Moonlight Warlock." "Ah, what is this?" Suddenly, the huge gold statue issued a soft sound of surprise, and then extended its hand into the void abruptly. A void assassin suddenly emerged, then its engine boomed, and it flew away. The gold idol grabbed at empty space. "A mere golem dares to play tricks on me. Go to hell." A terrifying breath suddenly erupted from the deepest part of the temple, and a 100-meter-long finger appeared in the void, extended, pressed on the void assassin, and crushed it along with the energy shield. Chapter 818 Curiosity. Chapter 818 Curiosity. In a rear garden of a luxurious villa, Yang Feng is sitting in a luxurious litter, surrounded by chrysanthemum, lily, and tulip of the myriad flowers temple's 10 flowers. He is merrily taking liberties with them. Suddenly, a message flashed in his eyes, and Yang Feng raised the corners of his mouth. He finally gave himself away. This sort of strength should belong to an infinity warlock rank fleshly body. In Yang Feng's eyes, a state such as the Great Zhou Empire is nothing but an ant that he can wipe out at will. Only the powerhouse hidden behind the Great Zhou Empire is his opponent. Yang Feng attacked the Great Zhou Empire in order to force the heavenly venerable hidden in the depths of the Great Zhou Empire out of his burrow, and then used the Void Assassin to test the opponent's strength. If there was a Holy Spirit Warlock rank being occupying this world, Yang Feng could only disband the Great Zhou Empire and think of ways to hide. But after the testing, it became apparent that the Heavenly Venerable only has Infinity Warlock rank strength, which prompted Yang Feng to release a sigh of relief. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. Since the Heavenly Venerable possesses Infinity Warlock rank strength, then the same should be true for the Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor. There should be no way to threaten my life in this world. In this world, the laws of heaven and earth are completely different from those of the Zhangji plane, and the concentration of life magic energy is low. As a result, the earth-shattering spells that Infinity Warlocks can cast in the Zhangji plane cannot be displayed here. Here, human warlocks can only use the power of their fleshly body. The power of the fleshly body is a power universal among many planes. Even if the energy of heaven and earth is blocked, the power of the fleshly body cannot be sealed. FREOEBnovel.com. After a slight struggle, Yang Feng broke free from the delicate bodies around him. His gaze suddenly became bright, and his temperament changed into the overbearing temperament of an overlord from the lazy temperament of a playboy. When the three stunning girls saw this Yang Feng, wisps of intoxication welled up inside their beautiful eyes. It was the man in front of them who captured 20 provinces and slayed more than 400,000 troops in 10 days. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that the Great Zhou Empire is just around the corner of supplanting the Great Zhou Empire. An invincible hero like Yang Feng, who is capable of destroying a state by themselves, will naturally attract countless beautiful girls. The mesmerizing Lily, who has black hair and a slender figure, exudes a pure air, and has a white muslin on, asked with a sweet smile, "Your Majesty, where are you going?" Yang Feng replied with a light smile, "The Tianluo city. The Heavenly Venerable is hiding in the Tianluo city. I am going to meet him now." The Heavenly Venerable or the Demon Ancestor? I'm also curious as to who is stronger. The Heavenly Venerable. Taken aback, incredulity flashed in the eyes of the three enchanting girls. The stunning chrysanthemum, who has an oval face, a sexy figure, and a rough and charming temperament, exclaimed, "The Heavenly Venerable. Isn't that a character from myths and legends? Is he real?" However, even if he is real, hundreds of thousands of years have already passed since the age of mythology. How can he still be alive? An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered with a faint smile, "Yeah, I'm also curious. How can a mere human warlock live so long? 10,000 years is a huge hurdle for human warlocks, unless it is a bloodline warlock with the bloodline of a species that has a long lifespan. Otherwise, it is very rare for a human warlock to live for several millennia if they can't cultivate to the Moonlight Warlock realm. As for 100,000 years, it is another huge hurdle for human warlocks. The lifespan of many human infinity warlocks is only tens of thousands of years long. Compared with gods, kindred, and other species with a long lifespan, human warlocks are really lacking in terms of lifespan. Even if it is a bloodline warlock with the bloodline of a species that has a long lifespan, unless the bloodline has been completely purified and reached atavism, it is virtually impossible to exceed the lifespan of 100,000 years. Due to the relatively low universe's energy level, although Warlock Monarchs, Holy Spirit Warlocks, and Warlock Emperors are terrifyingly powerful, but they can't even compare to some Infinity Warlocks in terms of lifespan. For the Heavenly Venerable to be able to live for hundreds of thousands of years, it is simply shocking. In this world, 1,000 years is equivalent to only a year in the Zhangji plane. But if you stay in this world for 1,000 years, your lifespan will be shortened by 1,000 years. This place is no different from the Zhangji plane in this regard. Lily's eyes flashed brilliantly, and she uttered with a sweet smile, "Your Majesty, your battle with the Heavenly Venerable is really a spectacle to look forward to." Yang Feng pinched Lily's face and said with a light smile, "Regrettably, no matter how you ask me, I won't be able to take you with me. The battle between me and the Heavenly Venerable is too dangerous. Even though it is me, I can't get distracted by protecting you during the battle." Disappointment flashed in Lily's eyes. Yang Feng smiled, then went to a secret chamber deep in the villa where no one could enter and activated the warp gate in the secret room. With a flash of light, Yang Feng emerged from the warp gate on the other side, in a luxurious mansion in the Tianluo city. Yang Feng's Great Zhou Empire has already shown that it has the power to dominate the world. As such, there have been many greater aristocrats in the Tianluo city who have communicated with Yang Feng's Great Zhou Empire in secret. At the same time, the Myriad Flowers Temple has been operating in Tianluo city for many years and has numerous bases. This luxurious mansion is one of the bases of the Myriad Flowers Temple. Imperial Palace. The place where the heavenly venerable is located is the Imperial Palace. Yang Feng took a deep look in the direction of the Imperial Palace, smiled, and strode in that direction. Fuck off, lowly peasants. Fuck off. Otherwise, die. Ha ha ha. On the street, a dozen-plus young men and women dressed in silk sped along the street on horseback. The complexion of the common people on the street changed dramatically, and they fled in different directions. No one dared to stand in front of the young men and women. The dozen-plus young men and women dressed in silk are obviously the children of influential individuals. In the Great Zhou Empire, status is paramount. If common people are trampled and killed by their horses, the young men and women will have to pay some money at most. You lowly peasant, how brazen! You dare to stand in my way? Go to hell! A handsome young man, 18 or 19 years old, dressed in green garments, with the ruthless face of a bigwig, swept Yang Feng with his eyes, and his eyes flashed fiercely. Then he pulled the reins, and his horse reared and stomped heavily at Yang Feng's chest with its hoofs. Nice horsemanship. Young Marquis's horsemanship has improved a lot. As expected of the Marquis of Xuanhuan Manor's young Marquis, his equestrian skills are far better than ours. Behind the young man in green, the rest of the young men and women watched this cruel scene with smiles, a look of cruel pleasure in their eyes. This street is a place where the poor of the Tianluo city live. The young men and women like to ride on horseback and gallop in such streets, scaring the passers-by to flee in a panic. In this street, even if a few people are killed, their families can help them settle this in a matter of minutes. Just as the horse was about to hit Yang Feng in the chest, a stone pierced the horse like a stream of light, blasting open a large hole into the Marquis of Xuanhuan Manor's young Marquis and his horse. The person and the horse fell on the ground, dead. A young man yelled with a pale and fierce face, "You lowly peasant, what gal, you dare commit murder in the imperial city? You're done for. You're dead." He was Marquis of Xuanhuan's only son. To dare kill him, you're dead. Another young man blew a flute, and dozens of captors, who were on standby not far away, immediately unleashed their agility techniques and rushed this way. An expert. When the captor in the lead, who has pinnacle and innate realm cultivation base, saw the body of Marquis of Xuanhuan Manor's young Marquis, his face changed drastically, and he raised his hands and fireworks rose into the sky. When other captors of the Great Zhou Empire saw the fireworks, they immediately performed agility techniques and rushed this way. A martial arts expert is making trouble, and it's an expert above the innate realm. Men, come with me. The Black Guard commander of a department of the Great Zhou Empire specifically responsible for dealing with martial arts experts suddenly saw the fireworks and raised the corners of his mouth into a cruel smile. Hundreds of Black Guards performed agility techniques and shot this way. The fireworks released by the captors are highest alert fireworks. Alarmed, the city guards quickly gathered here as well. A young man said with a malevolent smile, "Smelly peasant, do you see this? So many masters have already rushed over. Kneel down and confess your sins. In this way, maybe you'll still have a chance to live." Ah! Suddenly, a look of astonishment appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and he took a step forward, appeared in front of a most arrogant and domineering young man like a ghost, and grabbed him. Yang Feng looked strangely at the arrogant and domineering young man in his hand and said with a smile, "Inferior level 8 soul aptitude. This guy is a monstrous talent." A chief captor stepped forward and said with apprehension in his eyes, "Brother, this is the son of the Great Zhou Empire's Marquis of Wuwei. You already killed the son of the Marquis of Xuanhuan. If you kill him as well, you won't have a place in this world anymore." New Envel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. Yang Feng said indifferently, "I am the Demon Ancestor, the Emperor of the Great Zhou Empire." Chapter 819 Breaking into the Imperial Palace. Chapter 819 Breaking into the Imperial Palace. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. Translator, Zayamoj. The Demon Ancestor, the Emperor of the Great Zhou Empire. The Demon Ancestor, It's the Demon Ancestor who killed 100,000 troops in an instant. The Demon Ancestor. Don't tell me it's the Demon Ancestor who captured 20 provinces in 10 days. Upon hearing Yang Feng's name, the insufferably arrogant young men and women trembled. Their teeth chattered, and their eyes filled with terror. The Demon Ancestor. He is the Demon Ancestor. It's the Demon Ancestor. When the captors heard Yang Feng's name, their complexion changed drastically, and they took 20+ steps back. The Demon Ancestor is a terrifying being who wiped out 100,000 troops by himself and conquered 20 provinces within 10 days. All the people present are well informed. They are well aware that it is not a rumor that the Demon Ancestor killed 100,000 troops by himself, but a fact. Such a terrifying being is not an opponent that humans can contend with. The young man Yang Feng has grabbed trembled and shouted, "Lord Demon Ancestor, I am willing to serve you. Lord Demon Ancestor, please spare my life." Talents are everywhere. However, they can be seldom recognized. Even if someone of this disposition is cultivated, I'm afraid that they'll only be someone who'll bring disaster upon their teacher and disgrace upon their ancestors. Besides, with so many talents in this world, it doesn't matter if 1 or 2 die. Yang Feng sighed and touched the young man's forehead with a finger, and the young man immediately exploded into bloody bits and pieces. Seeing this scene, the other young men and women trembled, their eyes filled with fear. Yang Feng swept the captors and guards who surrounded him with a glance and uttered with a smile, "I'm going to break into the Imperial Palace. Will you stop me?" FREOUEL.com. The head captor suddenly broke out in cold sweat from his back and trembled, and his eyes flashed with horror, not daring to come forward. The captors fell silent, not daring to stand out. Many even quietly stepped back. If previously someone had told them that they are going to break into the Imperial Palace with their own power, these captors and guards would have thought that that person is a lunatic. But if the living legend, the Demon Ancestor, says that he is going to break into the Imperial Palace, then who knows how long the Imperial Palace can last. Yang Feng smiled and strode towards the Imperial Palace. The captors who stand in his way stepped aside at once, not daring to stop Yang Feng. What's going on here? When the Black Guard commander leading hundreds of Black Guards saw the strange scene, he felt startled at once, and an unclear premonition surged inside him. The Black Guard commander used sound transmission and asked the head captor, "Mu Baifeng, what happened? Who is that person?" Mu Baifeng replied using voice transmission as well. "That person claims to be the Demon Ancestor, the emperor of the fake Zhou Empire. He's going to break into the Imperial Palace." The Black Guard commander is both surprised and angry. The Demon Ancestor. So it's the Demon Ancestor. How is this possible? He should be in the Gan province hundreds of kilometers away. How come he's here? This must be a fake, he must be a fake. Mu Baifeng, your Zhao family owes a ton to the Imperial family. Hurry up and take down that fake Demon Ancestor. Mu Baifeng transmitted his voice. This guy doesn't look like a fake. Zhang Qingqing, you are the commander of the Black Guards. It is your duty to suppress such evildoers, so it's better that you Black Guards step in and arrest him. This is definitely a great achievement. Zhang Qingqing snorted coldly and looked deeply at Yang Feng, full of wary, "Humph, that's natural. I will step in at the right time and arrest him." Zhang Qingqing led the hundreds of Black Guards to follow after Yang Feng from a distance. What's going on? When the commander of the city guards Zhou Jin arrived along with 3,000 elite city guards and saw the captors and the Black Guards following Yang Feng from several hundred meters behind, he felt confused. Whatever. That guy killed the son of the Marquis of Xuanhuan. Even if he is a martial sage, with so many experts surrounding him, only death awaits him. Zhou Jin only hesitated for a moment before his desire to carry favor with the Marquis of Xuanhuan welled up inside him, and he pointed at Yang Feng and shouted, "Arrest him! If he dares to resist, kill him!" The 3,000 elite city guards, equipped with sword, shield, and light armor, charged towards Yang Feng like a tide. They completely blocked the space, sealing the space necessary to execute agility techniques that martial arts masters are so proud of. Excitement shimmered in Mu Baifeng's eyes. Great! Zhang Qingqing showed an excited smile, and the inner force inside him raged, ready to take action at any time. Zhou Jin, that fool! Well done! With a flick of Yang Feng's finger, a stone flew into the midst of the 3,000 city guards. A mist of blood rose as the heads of the 3,000 elite city guards burst apart, and the street turned into a scene from hell. Zhou Jin's headless corpse fell down from his horse. The young men and women, captors and black guards turned pale and trembled, and their teeth chattered. Ding! 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 With a clear sound, the weapons of the captors and black guards fell on the ground. Yang Feng glanced at the captors and black guards behind him with an enigmatic smile and said flatly, "Since you have witnessed my power, do you surrender or die? If you want to die, then I'll grant you the same death." Yang Feng's voice is flat, but the content of his words is cruel. With the corpses of the 3,000 city guards as background, it gives off a hair-raising feeling. Zhang Qingqing knelt on the ground decisively and said loudly, "I, the Black Guard Commander Zhang Qingqing, am willing to lead the Black Guards to serve you, Your Majesty." The hundreds of Black Guards also knelt on the ground and uttered respectfully, "I am willing to serve you, Your Majesty." Mu Baifeng released a long sigh, and then knelt on the ground and uttered respectfully, "I, Head Captor Mu Baifeng, am willing to lead the captors to serve you, Your Majesty." With mixed feelings, all the people present knelt on the ground and spoke respectfully. Yang Feng said indifferently, "Get up. Follow me to take over the imperial city and maintain its order." Mu Baifeng breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, Your Majesty." Suddenly, fireworks rose in the imperial city and various alarms sounded. Troops began to gather in the direction of the imperial city. The Great Zhou Empire is one of the 3 empires in this world. It has survived for hundreds of years and is currently at its strongest. Its rule is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Yang Feng glanced at the fireworks, smiled, and continued to walk towards the imperial palace. Mu Baifeng looked at the fireworks rising in the sky and smiled bitterly. With him as the opponent, everything is meaningless. The imperial palace's green dragon gate is closed shut. Above the gate, there are fully armed imperial guards gazing into the distance as if they are facing an enemy. Yang Feng, leading a 3,000-strong mob of people who surrendered to him along the way, appeared in front of the gate. Yang Feng walked to a place 2 arrow shots away from the city gate and flicked a finger, and a stone shot out like a cannonball and blasted into the gate. Boom! Along with a loud blare, the steel gate weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms was blown to pieces that splashed around. Boom! Yang Feng flicked his finger again, and a stone slammed into a section of the outwall and blasted open a huge hole. The morale of the imperial guards on the outwall instantly dropped to the bottom. They are trembling all over, and their eyes are full of horror and despair. In a siege, when a gate is breached, it generally indicates that the defending party is already set to lose. Next, it is time for the victorious party to harvest the fruits of victory. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Long live! When the 3,000-strong mob Yang Feng gathered saw that the imperial palace was breached, excitement filled them, and they shouted. Yang Feng glanced at the outwall and said coldly, "Surrender or die. I only give you 3 seconds to consider. After that, those kneeling will be spared." A burly and handsome young general with the air of a powerhouse walked out from the gate and said loudly, "There's no need, Your Majesty Demon Ancestor. I, Murong Chong, am willing to lead the 5,000 men stationed at the Green Dragon Gate to surrender to you. Please take us in, Your Majesty." Zhang Qingqing's eyes flashed, and he thought, "This Murong Chong is really cunning. By taking refuge with Lord Demon Ancestor at a critical time, he will have a very high status in the future." Yang Feng said indifferently, "Murong Chong, you are in charge of the troops. Maintain order in the imperial palace. This imperial palace belongs to me. I don't want to see it in chaos. Kill anyone who dares to cause trouble." "Yes, Your Majesty." Murong Chong gave Yang Feng a military salute. His eyes flashed brightly. and he uttered solemnly, "Your Majesty, I have many friends among the Imperial Guards. I am willing to be a vanguard and persuade them to surrender to you, Your Majesty." Yang Feng replied, "Okay." When Murong Chang surrendered, the Imperial Guard commanders in the Imperial Palace knew that the situation is hopeless. Just like that, Yang Feng easily took control of the Great Zhou Empire's Imperial Palace. Chapter 820 Wu Meiying. Chapter 820 Wu Meiying. Imperial Palace, in front of the Imperial Study, there are hundreds of death warriors cultivated by the Imperial family. Armed with swords, the death warriors guard the Imperial Study, a look of determination to die in their eyes. Opposite of the death warriors, there are many Imperial Guards, with Yang Feng standing in the center. Murong Chang looked at the leader of the hundreds of death warriors with a complex shade in his eyes, and then stepped forward decisively and said, "Yuan Badian, surrender. The situation is beyond salvageable. Only by surrendering to His Majesty, the Demon Ancestor, will you be able to live." A burly Imperial Guard commander, exuding Grandmaster realm breath, with a sword in hand, barked, "Shut up, you rebel! Murong Chang, Hu Yenda, Zhoushang, His Majesty treated you with great care and promoted you to Imperial Guard commanders and aristocrats from lowly commoners. Yet you not only betrayed His Majesty, but even dare to persuade me to surrender. Do you feel no shame?" The eyes of Murong Chang, Hu Yenda, Zhoushang, and the other Imperial Guard commanders flashed with shame, and they fell silent. The three Imperial Guard commanders are all generals the Emperor of the Great Zhou Empire Wu Shanming promoted and have always been loyal to him. However, Yang Feng's avatar, the Demon Ancestor, is truly unmatched. They could only surrender to the terrifying being that can kill 100,000 troops with a wave of hand. Batian. Forget it. Don't blame them for this. The door of the Imperial Study opened, and a dozen-plus people walked out. The person in the lead is Wu Shanming, the Emperor of the Great Zhou Empire. There is a beautiful middle-aged woman by his side, which is his imperial consort. Behind Wu Shanming, there are a dozen-plus young men and women with outstanding looks, who are Wu Shanming's children. Yuan Badian bowed to Wu Shanming in salute. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Wu Shanming glanced at Yuan Badian with gratification in his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Badian, take your men to surrender to the Lord Demon Ancestor. Lord Demon Ancestor treats those who surrender to him fairly. He is a wise lord. This is an order and must not be violated." "Yes, Your Majesty." With tears in his eyes, Yuan Batian dropped the weapon in his hand and knelt while facing Yang Feng, silent. The hundreds of Imperial Guard death warriors also dropped their weapons and knelt while facing Yang Feng, silent. "Lord Demon Ancestor, you can take my life and the Great Zhou Empire. I will cooperate with you and issue an imperial decree for the remaining provinces to give up resistance and surrender to the Great Zhou Empire. I ask that you be merciful and spare my wife and children, please." Wu Shanming released a long sigh. Despair flashed in his eyes, and he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at Wu Shanming's children. His eyes lit up at once, and he strode over to a beautiful and charming girl of about 15 or 16 years of age dressed in white, who has a pitiful expression on her face. When Murong Chang saw this, his eyes dimmed slightly. "Seventh Princess." The eyes of Hu Yenda and the other 6 or 7 young Imperial Guard commanders darkened. The charming girl of about 15 or 16 years old is Wu Meiying, the 7th princess of the Great Zhou Empire. She is recognized as the #1 beauty in the Great Zhou Empire's aristocracy. Wu Meiying bowed to Yang Feng. Determination flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she lifted her delicate and beautiful face and pleaded pitifully, "I, Meiying, greet you, Your Majesty Demon Ancestor. Please be merciful to my Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, and brothers and sisters. I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life, never to complain, Your Majesty Demon Ancestor." When Yang Feng figured out Wu Meiying's aptitude, his eyes lit up, and he revealed a satisfied smile. Intermediate level, 8 soul aptitude. This world is really a treasure trove full of talents. However, the Heavenly Venerable didn't even put such a talent under his command. It appears that there's something wrong with him. In the world of warlocks, intermediate level 8 soul aptitude is absolutely heaven-defying. Yang Feng has seen numerous talents to date. Yet only the lowly Regina he gained in the Feisua plane has intermediate level 8 soul aptitude. As for superior level 8 soul aptitude, Yang Feng has only seen Shishui. The gap between level 7 and level 8 soul aptitude is called the Heavenman boundary. Talents with level 8 soul aptitude can promote to glorious sun warlocks without encountering any bottlenecks. Additionally, they have much higher probability to promote to bright world warlocks and infinity warlocks than ordinary warlocks. If Yang Feng is willing to spend a large amount of resources and put his heart into cultivating them, then as long as nothing unexpected happens, Regina and Wu Meiying can become infinity warlocks, or even infinity warlock who have formed a small world inside them. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Okay. Then from today on, you will be my subordinate. I will be lenient with your father and mother." Wu Meiying bowed and spoke with joy. "Thank you for your benevolence, your majesty. Thank you for your benevolence, your majesty." All the Wu family members present bowed to Yang Feng and said with joy. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Wu Shanming, take that thing out. I would like to meet the heavenly venerable of legend." The heavenly venerable, that heavenly venerable of legend is still alive? Impossible. The heavenly venerable is a character of the distant age of mythology. It has been hundreds of thousands of years since the age of mythology. How can he still be alive? The Demon Ancestor wants to fight the heavenly venerable. In other words, he is also a myth realm powerhouse. According to legend, above the martial sage there is myth. I didn't expect the legend to turn out to be true. Unexpectedly, there really are myth realm powerhouses. The Imperial Guard commanders stared at Yang Feng with complicated looks in their eyes. Many people glanced at Wu Meiying with jealousy in their eyes. Longevity is everyone's dream. But in this world, no matter how powerful and wealthy you are, you can live to be 60+ years old at most. There are very few people who can live to be 70+ years. If the heavenly venerable really exists, then he would have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. A living myth of longevity has presented itself before them. For Yang Feng to be able to oppose such a myth realm character, he is naturally also a myth realm powerhouse himself who grasps the secrets of longevity. Peculiar expression appeared in Wu Meiying's beautiful eyes. Wu Shanming replied, "Your Majesty, Demon Ancestor, the heavenly demon destroyed the statue that enables one to enter his domain." "He destroyed it? It seems that I need to put some work into it." Yang Feng clapped his hands. Then the void twisted, and void assassins flew out and landed in front of Wu Shanming and his party. The void assassins grabbed Wu Meiying and the other Wu family members. Then their engines roared, and they flew away. "Murong Chong, take everyone to evacuate from the Imperial Palace at once. There may be danger here." Yang Feng left this sentence behind, and then took a step forward, blurred and disappeared. Murong Chong ordered decisively, "Withdraw! Men, withdraw immediately." As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the imperial study, strange light flashed in his eyes, and he operated the transcendent pupils and looked around. Thanks to the runes of the transcendent pupils, a weird, distorted passage extending into the void appeared in the imperial study. Follow current novels on fguyuyobinovel.com. Yang Feng tore open a huge hole into the weird, distorted passage and strode inside. The passage surged and roiled like some distorted maze. If an ordinary warlock enters such a maze, they will get lost in it, never to come out. Yang Feng's transcendent pupils shone brightly, and he stepped on the correct nodes one after another and headed towards the end of the maze. After a dozen breaths of time, a beautiful and brilliant palace appeared in front of him. In that beautiful and brilliant palace, there sits a handsome middle-aged man dressed in a silver warlock robe. The handsome middle-aged man dressed in silver looked deeply at Yang Feng and said with a smile, "You are a warlock?" Yang Feng said indifferently, "Yes, I am a human warlock from the Zhangji Plain. Are you the heavenly venerable?" The heavenly venerable replied with an unwitting smile. "The heavenly venerable? That is the name that the ignorant natives of this world gave me. I am God's eyes, a vagabond warlock of the Great Cloud dynasty. The names of warlocks have a wondrous power. Some warlocks can even use the enemy's name to curse them. Therefore, many warlocks like to hide their real names and call themselves by different aliases. Yang Feng spoke with a smile. I am the supreme sword of the Great Cloud dynasty's battle demon sect, and the demon ancestor of this world. God's eyes. I'm rather curious. How can you live in this world for hundreds of thousands of years? An enigmatic ray flashed in the eyes of the god's eyes, and he replied with a smile. Everyone has their secrets, and I am no different. Yang Feng said indifferently, I like this world very much. However, I don't want others to know of it. God's eyes say, what choice would I make in this situation? The god's eyes answered with a calm look in his eyes. According to the warlock style of conduct, you would of course eliminate everyone in the know and take full control of this world. Yang Feng stared at God's eyes and said, Indeed, I give you two choices. Either be my subordinate and hand over all your secrets, or die here. Which one do you choose? I choose the third choice, and that is to kill you here. The eyes of the god's eyes suddenly brightened, and a violent fluctuation of power filled his body. 100 eyes appeared on his body, each of which released weird light and strengthened the power of his fleshly body. Chapter 821, Empyrean Grade Secret Treasure Fragment. Chapter 821, Empyrean Grade Secret Treasure Fragment. In an instant, the god's eyes changed from an ordinary person to a terrifying god with the power to move mountains and drain seas, and extended his hand towards Yang Feng. The god's eyes' control of power reached a terrifying degree, with all his energy converged on the hand. The hand blasted into Yang Feng with practically the speed of a clap of thunder. Boom! Following an earth-shattering blare, the palace was torn to pieces. 1,000 meters above the Tianluo city's imperial palace, the void suddenly collapsed, the space cracked, and countless pieces of the palace fell from the sky like meteorites. A meteor flew out from that space and crashed into the ground. Boom! Along with a world-shaking noise, a large hole was blasted into the ground, and countless stones splashed in all directions. Dressed in a silver warlock robe, with the temperament of an immortal, the handsome god's eyes flew out of the space, walked through air, and looked the ground coldly. The Zhangji Plains human warlocks have invaded countless planes and mastered various methods for analyzing the plane origin will of planes. Since this world can tolerate the entry of infinity warlocks, it is not an ordinary low-level plane. The god's eyes has been here for hundreds of thousands of years and naturally has analyzed this world's laws a bit. Murong Chong gazed at the god's eyes in the sky, who is dressed in silver, has queer eyes on his body, and exudes a terrifying sense of existence, and shock filled his heart. That is the legendary heavenly Reverend. Mu Baifeng watched the god's eyes in the sky, his heart filled with shock. The heavenly venerable, that is the heavenly venerable. Such a mythical character actually exists. The heavenly venerable. That's the heavenly venerable. Even though this world is strange and its laws of heaven and earth are completely different from those in the Zhangji Plain, as an infinity warlock rank being, the god's eye's sense of existence is still extremely formidable, surpassing that of other life forms by far. No matter which world an infinity warlock goes, they will be regarded as an extremely powerful and terrifying existence at the top of said world's food chain. When the god's eyes used his power, his extraordinary and unparalleled sense of existence could no longer be hidden. People can understand at a glance that he is the mythical figure heavenly venerable. A trace of terror surged in Murong Chong's heart. Since that is the heavenly venerable, then the person who was sent flying just now is the Demon Ancestor. What if the Demon Ancestor is defeated? The Imperial Guard commanders who have submitted to Yang Feng not too long ago looked at the heavenly venerable, who is standing proudly in the sky, with both shock and fear in their heart. They all hope for the tide to turn and Yang Feng to defeat the heavenly venerable. Wu Shanming, who was taken by a void assassin outside, looked at the heavenly venerable who appeared in the sky, and then looked at his daughter Wu Meiying with complicated feelings in his heart. If it was before, Wu Shanming would wish to see the heavenly venerable kill Yang Feng. However, His most beloved daughter is now going to become Yang Feng's woman. Once Wu Meiying is taught the secrets of longevity, then the Wu family will achieve far greater accomplishments than before. He himself will be more likely to achieve longevity. This filled his heart with complicated emotions. Wu Meiying stared at the direction where Yang Feng was blasted away with worry in her beautiful eyes. She is worried that if Yang Feng is killed, she won't be able to obtain the secret of longevity from him. Do you amount only to this much? How weak! In the center of the crater, Yang Feng opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. Primal Chaos runes appeared on his body as he operated the Primal Chaos imperishable body, and the injuries he suffered just now healed swiftly. Astonishment flashed in the eyes of the god's eyes, and he roared, exasperated. How is this possible? The laws of heaven and earth in this world are completely different from those of the Zhangji Plain. How can you recover so rapidly? Since the god's eyes did not control his voice, it echoed in the sky like thunder. Within an area 100 kilometers in radius, countless common people bled from their ears, while some of the weaker elders even exploded directly. If it weren't for the thin concentration of life magic energy in this world, then the god's eyes would be able to blow up the millions of people residing in the Tianluo city with this shout. So strong. Is this a myth realm powerhouse? That's just incredible. Bleeding from their ears, an acute pain in their head, the martial arts experts such as Murong Chong and Mu Baifeng stared at the god's eyes in the sky with eyes full of shock. To be able to defeat martial art experts a dozen-plus kilometers from away with a roar, this has exceeded Murong Chong's imagination by far. It's very simple. The gap between our strengths is too large. Yang Feng smiled faintly and took a step. With a blur, he appeared in front of the god's eyes and sent a hand with the power to topple mountains pressing towards the other party. The many eyes on the god's eyes' body opened and his hands released gold light, trying his best to block the attack. Boom! When Yang Feng's palm struck the god's eyes, there was a loud noise, and the eyes on the other party's body exploded one by one. A copious amount of blood splashed, and the other party fell to the ground and made a loud noise. Murong Chong is dumbfounded. Killed in an instant? The Heavenly Venerable. The Heavenly Venerable was killed in an instant. Mu Baifeng is also dumbfounded. That is the Heavenly Venerable, one of the 3 bigwigs of legends. He was killed just like this. That's outrageous. Follow current novels on freewabove.com. Wu Shanming looked at Yang Feng standing proudly in the sky and muttered, "The Demon Ancestor? This is the Demon Ancestor? He's too powerful. To lose to such a person, I have no complaints." In all fairness, Wu Shanming can be rated as a wise ruler. There is nothing to nitpick about the way he rules the Great Zhou Empire. If it weren't for Yang Feng, the 7 demonic path sects would not be able to raise any waves in the Great Zhou Empire. But now that he met Yang Feng, he could only admit that he's out of luck. The 10th princess of the Great Zhou Empire, Wu Mingshuang, who is only 13 or 14 years old and has a petite and exquisite figure, porcelain skin, and a lovely appearance, looked deeply as her older sister next to her, and her eyes shimmered with envy. The Demon Ancestor is really strong. Damn it! Why did he choose her instead of me? Although Wu Mingshuang is young, but since she grew up in a most sinister imperial palace, she matured much earlier than ordinary children. From Yang Feng's few words, she surmised that he will teach Wu Meiying a powerful secret method, which is why she is full of jealousy towards her sister. Yang Feng said indifferently, "Dead, no, even though the laws of heaven and earth have changed greatly. But an infinity warlock after all is an infinity warlock and won't die that easily. God's eyes, stop pretending. It won't work on me." The god's eyes let out a frantic roar. "You forced my hand. Damn supreme sword. Since you forced me to this point, then we shall die together." The fate algorithm inside Yang Feng suddenly throbbed, and a premonition of death surged in his mind. A dignified shade flickered in his eyes. Then, the phantom ruler suddenly appeared behind him, and phantom fluctuations rolled out in all directions. "Go to hell." The god's eyes took out a 30-centimeter long sword tipped white as jade. But if you look at it with a top-eye technique, you'll be able to see that there are countless mysterious runes, which exude Empyrean-grade secret treasure breath, inscribed on the surface of the white sword tip. Eyes shot with blood, the god's eyes roared and activated the power of the Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragment. The white sword tip flickered, and runes full of mystery appeared on its body one after another. Every time a rune appeared, the breath of the god's eyes weakened by a fraction and his body wizened. After 3 breaths of time, the god's eyes has become a desiccated body. Die! The god's eyes pointed towards Yang Feng and shouted sternly. The Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragment slashed the space. A thin white line flashed, and a huge rift appeared in the space. A huge rift with a length of 100,000 kilometers and a width of 10 meters appeared out of nowhere and wiped out anything inside it without leaving a trace. Panting, a look of exhaustion on his face, the god's eyes uttered in a low voice, "To oppose me, what an idiot! This blow has consumed at least 100,000 years of my lifespan. Due to that waste, who knows how long I'll have to stay in this accursed place to recover. This is the power of an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Color me impressed. Although it is far inferior to a true Empyrean-grade secret treasure, but it is indeed a rarity. With your Infinity Warlock rank power, to be able to operate this Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragment, did you sacrifice your lifespan? Where did you get so much lifespan?" A calm voice suddenly sounded behind the god's eyes. The god's eyes screeched, a look of horror on his face. Didn't I kill you? With the power of the God-Slayer White Jade Sword, even if it is an avatar that is hit, all other avatars and the true body will die along with it. How could you still be alive? Yang Feng replied flatly, "It's because you only cut air. Throw the God-Slayer White Jade Sword here." The god's eyes suddenly realized that his body is out of his control with horror and threw the God-Slayer White Jade Sword in front of Yang Feng. Chapter 8:22 Light of Eternity. Chapter 8:22 Light of Eternity. Yang Feng fiddled with the God-Slayer White Jade Sword fragment, and his eyes flickered with admiration. This is indeed an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Regrettably, it's just a fragment. Did you get this fragment in this world? The god's eyes couldn't help saying, "Yes, I got the God-Slayer White Jade Sword in this world." Transparent threads extended from the phantom ruler and stabbed into the god's eyes, causing the other party to fall into a muddle-headed state between the real and illusory, unable to control his body. Yang Feng asked, "Do the Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor also have Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragments? What are they?" The god's eyes answered, "They both have a God-Slayer White Jade Sword fragment. This world was originally a Grade 2 plane, only slightly inferior to the 36 primary material planes. An unknown Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse extracted the plane origin will of this plane to nourish the Emperor-level secret treasure God-Slayer White Jade Sword, which is how this world became so strange. The human 8 Warlock Emperors have suppressed and conquered countless planes. However, among the countless planes, there are also some concealed Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. They hide in the darkness of history, seal themselves away, and wait for the arrival of the Age of Eternals. Only Eternals can have eternal and immortal life and supreme and invincible power. Once someone is promoted to an Eternal, then countless planes will fall into their control. Even the unrivaled 8 Warlock Emperors would be equally vulnerable before an Eternal." Yang Feng said indifferently, "Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses are no joke. What an impressive feat. They actually extracted the plane origin will of a Grade 2 plane to nourish their secret treasure. However, that Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse evidently must have had an accident, or else the secret treasure would not have fallen into your hands." The god's eyes replied, "The God-Slayer White Jade Sword no longer has its master's soul brand. Clearly, its master has fallen. Moreover, the time of this world was distorted by the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. 10,000 years in the outside world are equivalent to 10 million years in this world. All the arrangements of the Warlock Emperor have been obliterated by time, which is how we were able to obtain the God-Slayer White Jade Sword fragments." As Yang Feng played with the God-Slayer White Jade Sword, regret flickered in his eyes. "Unfortunately, this is not an Empyrean-grade secret treasure that I have forged myself. Even if it is repaired completely, I'll be able to exert 70% of its power at best. Empyrean-grade secret treasures possess a soul and heaven-shaking power. Only if it is an Empyrean-grade secret treasure that you refined yourself and imprinted your soul brand on it from the beginning, will you be able to exert 100% of its power. Otherwise, even if you are a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, you will only be able to exert 80% of the power of an Empyrean secret treasure forged by someone else at most. With the exception of the Dawn Lord, the other 7 Warlock Emperors all had an Empyrean-grade secret treasure they refined themselves, which has the materialization of their flawless great essence as the core. This is one of the reasons why the 7 Warlock Emperors were unparalleled entities who swept the universe. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. Nevertheless, if I can obtain the complete Empyrean-grade secret treasure God Slayer White Jade Sword, I'll get another trump card. A complete Empyrean-grade secret treasure is enough to quell a dynasty. The reason why the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world's 3 dynasties find it hard to annex one another is because the 4 powers all have Empyrean-grade secret treasures, which are capable to decide the fate of a dynasty, as part of the root of their power. If the 4 dynasties go all out and sacrifice countless warlocks to excite the power of their Empyrean-grade secret treasures, they'll even be able to slay warlock monarchs and seriously wound weaker Holy Spirit warlocks. Due to the awe-inspiring human warlocks in the core world as well as the fact that the 4 dynasties are extremely powerful, even though many races covet the Zhangji Plain, it is still a world of human warlocks. Yang Feng was able to conquer the Bright Moon Province, one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces, because the Great Cloud Dynasty has its powerhouses scattered in various places in order to suppress them. Moreover, after the Great Cloud Dynasty eliminated the 10 great sects, a power vacuum appeared in many places, and its strength weakened greatly. Coupled with the rebellion of several great families, the dynasty was forced to compromise with Yang Feng's undying mountain. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with an enigmatic ray, and he asked, "God's eyes, as just an ordinary infinity warlock, how come you have a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years?" God's eyes answered, "There is the eternal God tree light of eternity deep in the core world of this plane. I obtained a few light of eternal fruits from the core world, which is how I have a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years." Yang Feng's suddenly breathing became rushed, and excitement flashed in his eyes. Light of eternity. That's the eternal God tree with a magical effect of tempering the fleshly body. Each eternal God tree has the power to increase longevity, promote soul aptitude and soul force, and temper the fleshly body. In addition, each eternal God tree emphasizes the strengthening of different attributes. The Navagraha life-death fruit tree mainly strengthens the soul aptitude and lifespan. The light of eternity, on the other hand, focuses on strengthening the lifespan and fleshly body. Among the 8 Warlock Emperors, only the Time Lord and the Taboo Lord have ever seized the eternal God tree light of eternity. After the Taboo Lord fell, the light of eternity disappeared without a trace. Excitement flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. If the eternal God tree can absorb enough resources, it will generally bear a fruit in 10,000 years. In this world, where time is distorted, with enough resources, you can bear a fruit in 10 years. With a steady supply of the light of eternity fruits, Yang Feng's fleshly body will rise to an inconceivable realm. Additionally, the intake of the light of eternity fruits can greatly increase Yang Feng's lifespan and nourish his origin force. To Yang Feng, the light of eternity is more important than the Godslayer White Jade Sword. A scorching shade flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Take me to the light of eternity." The location of the light of eternity is sealed by a world seal gate constructed by that Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. Only after collecting 3 seal keys can you enter the world seal gate. I, the Demon Venerable, and the Dragon Emperor each seized a seal key back then. This is my seal key. The god's eyes spread the fingers of a hand, and a white key suddenly appeared and released bright light. Yang Feng grabbed the white key and sank into his thoughts. If I use the Devourers, I can destroy the world seal gate. But if that happens, then the light of eternity might escape. With my current strength, it is impossible to make an eternal God tree stay. Eternal God trees are peerless treasures that have existed since the age of Eternals. Eternal God trees have no fighting power. Even if ordinary people approach them, they can still pluck their fruits. However, they possess a spirit and have formidable escape abilities. Unless one is a great holy step powerhouse, otherwise even ordinary Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses won't be able to make eternal God trees stay. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with queer light, and he uttered unhurriedly, "In that case, whether it is to gather the God Slayer White Jade Sword or obtain the eternal God Tree Light of Eternity, I need to get rid of the Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor," Yang Feng ordered coldly. "Then everything that happened today must be concealed, otherwise I won't be able to fool them. Fortunately, this is not the Zhangji Plain. Phantom Ruler, distort everyone's memories." Read ADST chapters at freewebnovel.com only. The Phantom Ruler suddenly appeared from the void. Its eyes opened one after another, and phantom fluctuations erupted and engulfed an area 1,000 kilometers in radius. That Demon Ancestor is really savage. Just because His Majesty disobeyed him, he destroyed the Imperial Palace. He's too savage. He destroyed the Great Zhou Empire by himself. After the Phantom Ruler's phantom fluctuations engulfed the area, the memories of all the people inside the area were distorted. Yang Feng uttered coldly, "God's eyes, submit or die. Choose one." The light the Phantom Ruler releases dimmed, and the god's eyes regained part of his will. The eyes of the god's eyes flickered for a while, and then he said respectfully, "I am willing to submit to you, sir." Yang Feng spoke with a cold smile. "Open your soul and let me set a soul brand." Without a soul brand in place, a treacherous fellow like the god's eyes may turn on their master at any time. freewebvl.com. The god's eyes suddenly became silent, exuding a gloomy air. Yang Feng said indifferently, "I have no less than 10 infinity warlocks as subordinates. If you want to die, god's eyes, then I don't mind to give you a hand. Your infinity core and bones are also top alchemy materials." "I understand, my lord." The god's eyes sighed slightly, and then a soul projection suddenly emerged from his body. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the true God Empyrean imprint flew out suddenly. Countless rune chains shot out of the true God Empyrean imprint, pierced into the god's eyes' soul projection, and set up a soul brand deep in his soul. When the true God Empyrean imprint disappeared, the god's eyes felt that a scary brand appeared deep in his soul, and his heart shook. What an impressive move! Chapter 823, Shocking the World. Chapter 823, Shocking the World. After the Great Zhou Empire's imperial palace was destroyed, the emperor issued an imperial decree and ordered the remaining provinces of the Great Zhou Empire to surrender to Yang Feng's Great Zhou Empire. Aware that the situation is hopeless, the provinces obeyed the imperial decree and surrendered to the Great Zhou Empire. The Great Zhou Empire replaced the Great Zhou Empire as one of the 3 empires of this world. Soon, the news that the Great Zhou Empire's emperor, the Demon Ancestor, took Wu Meiying, a daughter of the Great Zhou Empire's emperor Wu Shanming, as his consort spread throughout the entire Great Zhou Empire. After learning this news, the old officials of the Great Zhou Empire felt relieved by a lot. After all, the foundation of the Great Zhou Empire is too shallow, it has developed too fast. Most of the officials in the Great Zhou Empire are old officials of the Great Zhou Empire. Only in the center administration of the Great Zhou Empire are there some officials who came from the Myriad Demons Temple. Yang Feng taking Wu Meiying as his consort can greatly appease the old officials of the Great Zhou Empire. At the same time, it can make the governmental chain of command more smooth. 5 days after Yang Feng married Wu Meiying, he announced that he will command 20,000 cavalrymen to attack the Gold Canopy Imperial Court in the grassland. As soon as the news reached the Gold Canopy Imperial Court, the state fell into a panic. The grassland is the pasture of the Gold Canopy Imperial Court. As long as the Gold Canopy Imperial Court is willing, it can even mobilize 500,000 cavalrymen in a short period of time. The 500,000 cavalrymen are virtually invincible in the grassland. Therefore, the Gold Canopy Imperial Court has always been in the position to attack the Great Zhou dynasty. In the Gold Canopy Imperial Court, the Khan of Heaven Boworshu is sitting on the throne. There are ministers and marshals sitting in front of Boworshu. An air of nervousness, fear, and even despair pervades the gold canopy imperial court. Boworshu uttered slowly. Our people have already confirmed. 20,000 elite cavalrymen of the Great Zhou Empire commanded by the Demon Ancestor have invaded the grassland. They have already destroyed 36 tribes. The Demon Ancestor has wiped out the Black Wolf tribe's 20,000 elite cavalrymen. If you have any good ideas, feel free to voice them. Silence pervaded the gold canopy imperial court. When the marshals made contact with Boworshu's eyes, they looked away, their eyes filled with fear. If the Great Zhou Empire dared to send 20,000 cavalrymen to attack the gold canopy imperial court before, these marshals would have fought over the opportunity to wipe them out. But now none of the marshals dares to step up and fight Yang Feng. The news that Yang Feng destroyed the Great Zhou dynasty's imperial palace by himself has reached the Gold Canopy Imperial Court. The Gold Canopy Imperial Court has numerous spies placed in the Great Zhou Empire, and all of them sent back the same information. The attitude of the Gold Canopy Imperial Court's ministers changed from complete disbelief to half-belief and half-doubt. The Black Wolf tribe's 20,000 elite cavalrymen intercepted Yang Feng's army, but then were all eliminated by Yang Feng in one move. When the news reached the Gold Canopy Imperial Court, everyone fell silent. The Gold Canopy Imperial Court has many ways to deal with the Great Zhou Empire's elites. But when it comes to Yang Feng, who wiped out 20,000 elite cavalrymen in one move, no one can do anything about him, no one is willing to throw their life away. I can help you. At this moment, a voice suddenly rose in the tent. Everyone's eyes blurred, and a person appeared in the center of the tent. When this person suddenly appeared in the center of the tent, everyone's eyes were deeply attracted by him in an instant, as if he is the center of the universe. Boworshu's eyes flickered, and he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "I am the Heavenly Venerable," the god's eyes said flatly, and wisps of transcendent rank pressure spread from him slowly. The Heavenly Venerable. It's the Heavenly Venerable from mythology, just like the Demon Venerable. He is the Heavenly Venerable. No, this pressure. He really should be the Heavenly Venerable. Gazes full of shock and awe focused on the god's eyes. The Heavenly Venerable is a peerless powerhouse of legend who has the terrifying power of destroying a state by himself. In the grassland, the strong are respected. Therefore, they are naturally even more reverent of the god's eyes. A look of awe is his eyes, Boworshu said respectfully. Your Excellency Heavenly Venerable, I wonder what is the occasion for you to grace us with your presence? The god's eyes uttered flatly. I am here to look for the Demon Venerable. Boworshu, since you are the current Khan of Heaven, you should have a way to communicate with the Demon Venerable. Call him at once and tell him that I was defeated by the Demon Ancestor. None of the three of us are the Demon Ancestor's opponent. Only if we work together can we vanquish him. What? The Heavenly Venerable was defeated. What's going on? How did the Heavenly Venerable lose? The 100,000-kilometer-long trench that suddenly appeared should be a vestige left by the fight between the Demon Ancestor and the Heavenly Venerable. Filled with shock, the aristocrats in the Gold Canopy Imperial Court commented emotionally, a look of incredulity in their eyes. The Heavenly Venerable, the Demon Venerable, and the Dragon Emperor are three mythological figures whose names are the most widespread in this world. The three have fought over this world hundreds of thousands of years ago. To this day, there are still traces left by the fighting between these three existences everywhere. Yet now one of the three mythical figures is actually standing in front of them. Furthermore, he admitted to have lost to the Demon Ancestor, who has emerged a short while ago. This naturally came as a great shock to the aristocrats. Yes, Heavenly Venerable, Boworshu replied respectfully, then took out a statue from a chest pocket. The statue depicts a ferocious-looking evil god with a burly figure and a pair of dragon wings on the back. Boworshu slit his wrist, and blood flowed out and entered the evil god's statue. After the evil god's statue absorbed a large amount of blood, it opened its eyes, and a vortex emerged from its eyes, pierced into the void, and revealed a deep, dark passage. God's eyes, you old fart. Did you come looking for me because your lifespan is running out? Do you want me to help you open the seal gate? From the dark passage came a faint, devilish, androgynous voice. The god's eyes uttered flatly, "Pokiriot, a Tsangji Plains warlock has come to this world. He is a top-shelf Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse as well as a body-tempering warlock, and he has several complete holy-grade secret treasures on him." "I lost to him," Pokiriot sneered. "You lost to him, so why have you come to me? I'm about as strong as you are. Since you're not that guy's opponent, then the same is true for me." The eyes of the god's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he said in a deep voice, "I'm not his opponent by myself, but if the three of us work together, we can vanquish him. He has a big secret on him, that is, the whereabouts of the corpse of the Warlock Emperor who manipulated this world. If we can get our hands on this secret, it won't be impossible for us to promote to Holy Spirit Warlocks in the future." The three Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses stayed in this world for hundreds of thousands of years to heal the wounds of their soul due to their collision over the three Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragments on one hand and to find the location of the corpse of the Warlock Emperor on the other hand. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. Every Warlock Emperor has an extremely powerful world set up inside them. The world is extremely wide and powerful and possesses countless life forms and resources. Compared to the 36 primary material planes, it is only slightly inferior. It cannot give birth to Warlock Emperor rank existences. However, the world inside each Warlock Emperor rank existence is still a Grade 2 plane that can give birth to Holy Spirit Warlocks. It has countless resources and very dense life magic energy. If an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse can seize the corpse of a Warlock Emperor and take control of the world inside the corpse, their promotion to a Warlock Emperor will no longer pose a problem. At the same time, there is still a high possibility of them advancing to a Holy Spirit Warlock after tens of thousands of years. If such a corpse falls into the hands of a top holy tier alchemist, they may even be able to refine a complete Empyrean-grade secret treasure. In that case, I will work with you to convince that old dragon. With a flash of black light, a 2-meter-tall, handsome young man, with bizarre runes carved on his face and a wicked charm exuding from him, flew out from the dark passageway. "Greetings, Demon Venerable." As soon as Bo-Orshu saw him, he knelt on the ground and bowed to the young man respectfully. "Greetings, Demon Venerable." All the present aristocrats knelt on the ground, bowed to the young man, and uttered respectfully. The Demon Venerable is a being that everyone in the Gold Canopy Imperial Court believes in. The aristocrats here have all grew up listening to the legends of the Demon Venerable. Additionally, the Demon Venerable appeared in an inconceivable way, which naturally left the aristocrats in awe. Pokiriot uttered indifferently, "Let's go! Let's go find that old dragon." Bo-Orshu raised his head and said with a trembling voice, "Lord Demon Venerable, the Demon Ancestor has already led his troops into the grassland. Lord Demon Venerable, please stay and protect us. We are your most devout believers. And, to dare bring up a request before me, you're overestimating yourself." Derision flashed in Pokiriot's eyes, and he flicked his finger. An air projectile blasted Bo-Orshu's head apart. Red and white matter instantly spread inside the Gold Canopy Imperial Court. When the aristocrats saw this scene, their complexion changed drastically, and they shivered, not daring not say a word. Bo-Orshu's death made them understand that they are just ants that can be killed at will in the eyes of the Demon Venerable. Chapter 824 Appear in the Flesh. Chapter 824 Appear in the Flesh. Translator, Zayamoj. Pokiriot suddenly blurred and disappeared from the Gold Canopy Imperial Court. The god's eyes also abruptly disappeared from the Gold Canopy Imperial Court. A deadly silence filled the Gold Canopy Imperial Court. The aristocrats silently watched Bo-Orshu's corpse in the Imperial Court with a queer ray in their eyes. The Gold Canopy Imperial Court was originally not an opponent of the Great Zhou Empire's army commanded by Yang Feng. Now that the Gold Canopy Imperial Court's Khan of Heaven was crushed by the Demon Venerable like he was an ant, the leaderless bunch has no will to fight against Yang Feng. An aristocrat hesitated for a while before asking, "What do we do now?" Another aristocrat replied with a cold smile. "The Demon Ancestor is a terrifying existence that even the Demon Venerable is inferior to. With the Demon Venerable gone, what can we do?" We can only surrender. Although the Great Zhou Empire surrendered to the Demon Ancestor. But in essence, it is just a change of name. The ones who rule the Great Zhou Empire are still those guys. Yes, as long as there are our people beside the Demon Ancestor, then there's no problem. The aristocrats started to discuss the matter of surrender. Since the Demon Venerable of legend is not the opponent of the Demon Ancestor, then these ordinary people have no scruples surrendering to him. An aristocrat said to the Xuanhuan of the left Zakaboro, "Zakaboro, your daughter Kaina is the most beautiful girl in our gold canopy imperial court. Whether it is geese flying in the sky, or wolves running in the grassland, all will be overwhelmed by her beauty. If she can get the favor of the Demon Ancestor, then we'll have a foothold." One after another, eyes with peculiar glints focused on the Xuanhu of the left Zakaboro. Kaina is recognized as the #1 beauty of the gold canopy imperial court. Even the Khan of Heaven Borshu was rather interested in her and gave Zakaboro several hints. However, feeling distressed over his precious daughter, the Xuanhu of the left Zakaboro pretended that he didn't perceive the Khan of Heaven Borshu's hints. Feeling apprehensive due to various reasons, the Khan of Heaven Borshu didn't dare to take action against the minister of the gold canopy imperial court Zakaboro, thus allowing Kaina evade this issue. Follow current novels on freewebnovel.cm. Zakaboro can feel the danger and killing intent coming from the queer gazes. If he doesn't agree, countless hidden enemies will likely pounce on him and use this as an excuse to kill him and divide his grassland, slaves, and herdsmen. Zakaboro made a prompt decision, saying, "Okay, I will offer my Kaina to the Demon Ancestor." Disappointment and apprehension welled up in the eyes of the dozen-plus people around him. Once the Demon Ancestor takes Zakaboro's daughter as his consort, no one will dare not provoke Zakaboro again. Transcendent rank powerhouses such as the Demon Ancestor, the Heavenly Venerable, and the Demon Venerable do not view these aristocrats as people and may kill them at will. Such existences make these grassland aristocrats extremely apprehensive. The Blue Sea is the largest sea in this world, and it houses the Sea Dragon Empire, which comprises of 3 large islands and countless other islands. 2 black rays flew towards the Gold Dragon Island of the 3 large islands in an instant. What's that? There are 2 people. There are 2 people flying in the sky. How can that be? Even martial sages can only jump 20 zhang at most. Who are those 2? Struck dumb, the Imperial Guards in front of the Sea Dragon Empire's Imperial Palace on the Gold Dragon Island looked at the 2 masters treading in the sky with fear in their eyes. The Demon Venerable Pokiriot looked at the Sea Dragon Empire's Imperial Guards and said with a grin, "The Demon Venerable has arrived. Sea Dragon Empire's Imperial Palace. Come out and greet me." Queer laughter instantly enveloped the entire Imperial Palace. The Imperial Guards patrolling atop the outwall exploded one after another. In an instant, thousands of Imperial Guards dropped dead. The strange death spread towards the Imperial Palace, causing chaos and despair inside the palace. The Heavenly Venerable, the God's Eyes, watched the goings-on with an indifferent expression on his face. The God's Eyes, who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, doesn't care about people dying in front of him. At the same time, he himself has killed more than 10 million people. In his eyes, the inhabitants of this world are nothing but ants. Only the top forces such as the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world's 3 dynasties have strict laws to protect ordinary people. The ordinary people are the foundation of warlocks. There have been Infinity Warlocks, Warlock Monarchs, Holy Spirit Warlocks, and even Warlock Emperors born from ordinary people. If there are no restrictions, then an Infinity Warlock can kill countless ordinary people of the Great Cloud Dynasty and refine a Monarch grade or even a Holy grade Soulstone within a year. Although this could give rise to a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, but it would also put the survival of the entire human race into jeopardy. Therefore, the restrictions placed on warlocks in the Zhangji Plain are rather strict. However, in this small world without a master, Infinity Warlocks such as the Demon Venerable Pokiriot don't treat ordinary people as people. freewebnovel.com. Sea Dragon Empire's Emperor Chui Wuheng. Welcome you, Lord Demon Venerable. Please be merciful and spare my life. Lord Demon Venerable, a middle-aged man, wearing an imperial robe with a striking appearance, walked over under the protection of dozens of guards. In fact, the emperor of the Great Zhou Empire Wu Shanming, the Khan of Heaven of the Gold Canopy Imperial Court Baorshu, and the emperor of the Sea Dragon Empire Cui Wuheng are all wise rulers. Regrettably, now that transcendent rank powerhouses have appeared, these wise rulers are powerless. They can only kneel before transcendence. The demon Venerable Pokiriot said with a malevolent smile, Cui Wuheng, go call the Dragon Emperor. Tell that damn old dragon to come out. Otherwise, I and the Heavenly Venerable will slay everyone in the Sea Dragon Empire. A terrifying breath also diffused from the Heavenly Venerable, the god's eyes. The two transcendent rank breaths pressed on the ordinary people on the ground like mountains, making it difficult to breathe and even look straight at them. This is the strength of the Demon Venerable and the Heavenly Venerable of legend? Myth realm powerhouse sure are terrifying. Cui Wuheng looked at the Demon Venerable and the Heavenly Venerable in the sky and sighed slightly, then took out an ordinary bead and cut his wrist, and a large amount of blood poured into the bead. The bead suddenly floated into the void, and then expanded into a cave. Wisps of terrifying dragon chi diffused from the cave and left the ordinary people within an area of 100 meters breathless. A cold voice came from the cave. God's eyes, Pokiriot, have you two joined forces? The Demon Venerable's eyes flashed with enigmatic light, and he said in an enticing voice, That's right. A powerful infinity warlock who calls himself the Demon Ancestor came to this world and defeated the God's Eyes. That guy knows about the whereabouts of the body of Godslayer White Jade Sword's master. How about it, are you interested in joining hands with us to kill that guy? The light of eternity fruits have matured. As long as the three of us work together and kill that guy, then we can use the light of eternity fruits to supplement any loss of lifespan. If we can get the corpse of the Warlock Emperor, the three of us can advance to the Warlock Monarch rank. In the future, when we return to the Zhangji Plain, we can jointly create a dynasty without a problem. If it is 3 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses with an Empyrean grade secret treasure fragment each, they could really overthrow the Great Cloud Dynasty and create a new dynasty. Okay, I'll join you. A purple figure flew out of the cave, and a tall and handsome boy, of 15 or 16 years of age, with 2 dragon horns on his head, appeared in front of everyone. Cui Wuheng took a deep look at the boy, and his eyes flashed with astonishment. That's the Dragon Emperor? He's so young. Sure enough, he is an immortal mythical figure. You guys are discussing how to ambush me? A flat voice suddenly came from the side. The void distorted, and Yang Feng slowly walked out and looked at the Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor with an enigmatic smile. The Demon Ancestor. The complexion of the 2 powerhouses, the Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor, suddenly changed dramatically, and they retreated briskly and looked at Yang Feng with vigilance. The Demon Venerable looked at the God's Eyes and said coldly, God's Eyes, you betrayed us? The God's Eyes replied with an indifferent look on his face. Master's cultivation base is outrageous. You should surrender to Master as well. You want me to surrender with just the 2 of you? The Demon Venerable smiled coldly and flicked his wrist, and the sword body fragment of the Godslayer White Jade Sword appeared in his hand. Wisps of Empyrean might oozed out of the fragment. The Dragon Emperor extended his hand, and a Godslayer White Jade Sword fragment composed of the hilt and a small section of the sword body appeared in his hand. The Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor are both veteran Infinity Warlocks with extremely rich combat experience. Since the God's Eyes has betrayed them, they instinctively felt that they are in a predicament. Yang Feng clapped his hands and said with a big smile, What a quick response! Unfortunately, you are a step too slow. Otherwise, due to the fact that you have an Empyrean grade secret treasure fragment each, I would have to pay a considerable price in order to dispose of you. Hand over the Godslayer White Jade Sword fragments and the seal keys. Transparent threads hidden behind the Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor suddenly became distinct. In spite of themselves, the 2 powerhouses suddenly tossed the Godslayer White Jade Sword fragments and 2 jade-like white keys towards Yang Feng. 1. Chanyu Tu Zhang. Chapter 825, Light of Eternity. Chapter 825, Light of Eternity. Translator, Zayamoj. The god's eyes looked at the flickering phantom ruler with shock in his eyes. What an amazing secret treasure. This is a terrifying secret treasure at the pinnacle of the art of illusions. Infinity Warlocks are top powerhouse who are proficient in countless secret methods. It may be easy to defeat them, but it is definitely difficult to kill them, let alone control them with the art of illusions. For the Phantom Ruler to actually be able to control such powerhouses as the God's Eyes, the Demon Venerable, and the Dragon Emperor, this is simply heaven-defying. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, grabbed the 3 keys, and sealed them into 3 boxes. Then, he gently pinched the 3 God Slayer white jade sword fragments together and flicked a finger. With a flash of white light, the God Slayer white jade sword fragments fused together into a complete sword. Regret shimmered in Yang Feng's eyes. Unfortunately, even though its surface can be repaired, but there are no signs of its interior being repaired. This Empyrean-grade secret treasure still needs the power of a world's plane origin will for it to be completely repaired. Empyrean-grade secret treasures have extraordinary power and are extremely hard. Once an Empyrean-grade secret treasure is fully formed, unless it is a Warlock Emperor, or the owner who refined said Empyrean-grade secret treasure, it is impossible for even Great Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlocks to destroy it. However, once an Empyrean-grade secret treasure is severely damaged, it will be extremely difficult to repair it. When the God Slayer White Jade Sword wore broken into pieces, its spirit was extinguished. When it comes to such heavy damage, even if it is a Warlock Emperor rank existence, they can only extract the origin force of a Grade 2 plane to treat it. Yang Feng sealed the God Slayer White Jade Sword in a jade box, and then looked at the 2 Infinity Warlocks and asked with a smile, "Demon Venerable, Dragon Emperor, do you submit, or do you die?" The Demon Venerable replied with an unruly smile, "If you want me to submit, then talk to me again when you have become a Holy Spirit Warlocks. Then die." Yang Feng took a step and appeared in front of the Demon Venerable, and then stabbed the other party in the forehead with his finger. An infinity core flew out of the Demon Venerable and entered Yang Feng's hand. The Demon Venerable has a horrified expression on his face, looking like he didn't expect that Yang Feng would kill the Infinity Warlock him without hesitation. After all, Infinity Warlock is the highest realm in the Zhangji Plains surface world. A single Infinity Warlock can make the power of a large force increase greatly. When he saw this, the Dragon Emperor uttered resolutely, "I, Chui Yi, am willing to serve you, sir. Please take me in, sir." Yang Feng said coldly, "Open your soul." The Dragon Emperor gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a dragon-shaped soul projection appeared. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the true God Empyrean imprint suddenly appeared. Countless black rune chains stabbed the dragon-shaped soul projection like a tide and inscribed a mysterious brand in the soul projection. Yang Feng said indifferently, "Take me to the sealed land with the light of eternity." The god's eyes responded respectfully, "Yes, Master." The 3 flickered, turned into 3 streams of light, and flew towards the distance. The Demon Ancestor. Chui Wuheng gazed at Yang Feng's group of 3 and sighed, looking like he just aged by several decades. The Dragon Emperor of Legend unexpectedly surrendered to the upstart Demon Ancestor without mounting any resistance. Chui Wuheng, who had no confidence in resisting the Demon Ancestor's Great Zhou Empire to begin with, has now despaired. Yang Feng's group of 3 flew in the sky for a long time before they finally plunged into the deepest part of the sea and entered a large whirlpool. With the force the whirlpool is whirling, it can even shred Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses to pieces. Yang Feng and them are Infinity Warlocks. Even though life magic energy is weakened by more than 99% in this queer world, but the power of their fleshly body is still terrifying. The force of the whirlpool couldn't harm Yang Feng and them. The three went down along the whirlpool for about 40,000 kilometers before a bronze gate suddenly appeared and blocked in front of them. New novel chapters are published on fruyobnl.com. The Bronze Gate is formed from countless weird runes. It is extremely formidable, hovers between real and illusory, and exudes a desolate, grand, and bottomless breath. Yang Feng gazed at the Bronze Gate with admiration in his eyes. As expected of a warlock emperor rank being, they perfectly exploited this world's origin force. The most powerful force in the world is the power of time. Even if it is a warlock emperor, they can survive for several millions of years at most. Furthermore, they will weaken over time, and then die ultimately. However, with their power as the core and this plane's origin force as the power source, the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse used a secret method to create this world seal gate, which is still extremely powerful after who know how long. Even an Holy Spirit Warlock cannot break the Bronze Gate. After all, this Bronze Gate is linked to an entire world. Only a powerhouse in the Warlock Emperor realm can blast this gate apart with absolute power. Yang Feng spread the fingers of his hand, and the three keys directly inserted into the Bronze Gate. Creak, creak, ear-piercing sounds of an ancient gate opening sounded, and world force diffused from the Bronze Gate. Ordinary glorious sun warlocks would be eroded by the rush of world force and turned into puppets of this world's will. They would go all out in order to destroy the seal set up by a warlock emperor. But since Yang Feng and them are all infinity warlocks with an incredibly firm will, the rush of world force cannot harm them. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the Bronze Gate, he saw the eternal god tree, the Light of Eternity. Light of Eternity is 1,000 meters tall and has 36 branches, each of which bears a lump of light. The 36 lumps of light are the fruits of the eternal god tree, the Light of Eternity. It takes 10,000 years and countless resources for a Light of Eternity fruit to be born. One such fruit can increase the lifespan by 50,000 years, greatly strengthen the fleshly body, and slightly improve the soul force and soul aptitude of a warlock. There is a white pond with milky white water formed from world force besides Light of Eternity. Yang Feng raised his hand, and the God-Slayer white jade sword turned into a stream of light and sank into the milky white water. As if it possesses life, the milky white water plunged into the God-Slayer white jade sword and frantically nourished the Empyrean grade secret treasure. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and 36 jade boxes flew out and flew towards the 36 Light of Eternity fruits. The Light of Eternity shook slightly, and the fruits fell directly into the jade boxes. Thank you. After Yang Feng bowed to the Light of Eternity and thanked it, he turned around and left this world's core with the Heavenly Venerable and the Dragon Emperor. This world is now completely mine. I can start to cultivate my helpers and upgrade my cultivation base. Yang Feng stepped out of this world's core and looked into the distance, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. The shocking Great Tribulation is about to arrive. Yang Feng really has too little time. With the flow of time here 1,000 times faster than in the outside world, it can enable his underlying strength to grow deeper and enhance his foundation. 10 days later, the Gold Canopy Imperial Court announced that it will submit to the Great Zhou Empire and become a part of it. Before long, the Sea Dragon Empire also announced that it will submit to the Zhou Empire and become a part of it. Yang Feng has unified this world. Countless battle robots entered this world through various warp gates and began to carry out engineering constructions and secretly transform the world. Yang Feng took out all the resources he scoured from the Zhangji Plain and the other plains and set up an extraordinary holy land suitable for cultivation in this world. Wu Meiying, Xiao Mengluo, Qinghe Ziwei, Qian Jieyu, Kaina, Regina, and other beautiful girls with remarkable soul aptitude Yang Feng has collected have all entered the Holy Land to practice cultivation. In the deepest part of the Holy Land, Yang Feng's true body began to comprehend the mysteries of laws, while consuming the Light of Eternity fruits and cultivating the primal chaos imperishable body. Time passed. A year has gone by in the Zhangji Plain, while in the strange world 1,000 years have gone by. Inside a secret room, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. There is dust from magic crystals everywhere around him. Advanced Infinity Warlock rank breath slowly diffused from him. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, and a queer shade flashed in his eyes. The resources are not enough. If things go on like this, then I will have spent all my resources after another 100 years. Yang Feng has battled all this time and obtained countless resources. However, the resources he needs to consume to practice cultivation is an astronomical figure. Wu Meiying, Xiao Mingluo, Qinghe Ziwei, Qian Jieyu, Kaina, and Regina are all geniuses. With Yang Feng's help, they have all implanted a small world at the Great Warlock Realm and have become monstrous genius rank existences. But their consumption is also huge, far beyond that of ordinary warlocks. Under these circumstances, in only 1,000 years, the resources Yang Feng has procured from all over have been nearly used up. Chapter 826, Agnipe submits. Chapter 826, Agnipe submits. Translator, Zayamoj. However, in these 1,000 years, Wu Meiying and Regina, who are peerless geniuses with intermediate level 8 soul aptitude, have advanced to the pinnacle Bright World Warlock Realm, only a step away from promoting to the Infinity Warlock Realm. Qinghe Ziwei and Xiao Mingluo, who are much inferior to Wu Meiying and Regina, are just glorious sun warlocks. The Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 flowers and Kaina have only cultivated to the Moonlight Warlock Realm. The influence that soul aptitude has on warlock cultivation vividly manifested in these 1,000 years. During this period, Yang Feng has strengthened his foundation, perfected his essence of devour, and laid a solid foundation for advancing to higher realms. The Zhangji Plain, a certain leaf-floating island, in a large underground laboratory. Yang Feng, followed by Beskia, strolled into the large underground laboratory. The machinery inside the large underground laboratory squirmed, and an ice coffin suddenly rose up, opened, and revealed the peerless beauty Agnipe, the commander of Poitl's first fallen angel legion. Runes gleamed, and a mist rose. The runes that restrained Agnipe unraveled one by one. She slowly opened her eyes and stared coldly at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes flashed with killing intent. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "How does it feel to struggle in endless darkness?" Although Agnipe was sealed by the ice coffin, but she did not fall asleep. Instead, she was plunged into an endless darkness. Although this sort of torture does not harm the body, but it is nonetheless extremely cruel. Even if it is a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse, they will find it impossible to resist this sort of torture. Resolve flashed in Agnipe's beautiful eyes, and she said flatly, "Even if another 10,000 years pass, not a thing will change. I won't change my decision." "Okay, come out. Let me take a look at how powerful a legendary supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse is." Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and the runes on Agnipe suddenly collapsed. At the same time, tremendous dark force poured into this area through pipes. Agnipe took a breath and, as if she turned into a black hole, absorbed the tremendous dark force. Within a dozen breaths of time, Agnipe absorbed all the dark force and restored her supreme Infinity Warlock realm strength. Agnipe took a deep look at Beskia and said coldly, "Beskia, you surrendered to him. What conditions did he offer you?" Beskia replied with a sweet smile, "Big Sister Agnipe, I agreed to serve him for 3,000 years, after which he will return me my freedom. Big Sister, if you are thinking about escaping from here, I advise you to give up the idea. Angels are the most loyal weapons of the gods. Fallen angels with a master are also the most loyal weapons in the endless abyss." Although Beskia originally had a rather good relationship with Agnipe, but since she already recognized Yang Feng as her master, she won't hesitate to point her sword even at Agnipe. Agnipe stared at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes flickered with burning fighting spirit. "So, are we going to fight here? This laboratory is rather expensive. Let's go out to fight." With that, the ceiling of the huge laboratory suddenly opened and revealed a passage leading to the sky. Black light shone, and Agnipe flew out of the laboratory in an instant. Yang Feng also flew out of the passage in a stream of light. Agnipe extended a hand, and dark force instantly formed a 3-meter-long fallen angel sword burning with fallen angel fire in her hand. A fearsome breath spread from her. "If you don't want to die, try your best to receive my sword strike." Agnipe's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, She waved her sword, and a sword ray containing dark force slashed towards Yang Feng. This sword ray can severely wound an ordinary human junior infinity warlock. Yang Feng extended his hand and operated the essence of Devour, and a black hole appeared on his right hand and engulfed the sword ray. The black sword ray was instantly devoured by the black hole and disappeared. Amazing, so this is the power of a supreme infinity warlock realm powerhouse? It's really something. Yang Feng glanced at his right hand with a solemn look in his eyes. A bloody line has appeared on his right hand, and blood oozed out of the wound. Strengthened by the light of eternity fruits and the primal chaos imperishable body, the power and resilience of Yang Feng's fleshly body is very strong, far surpassing those of other powerhouses of the same realm. Agnipe's sword strike was able to cut Yang Feng, enabling him to experience how formidable a supreme infinity warlock realm powerhouse is. It looks like I have to get a bit serious before I can truly subdue you. Strange light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. He operated the Battle Demon secret method, and the Battle Demon armor instantly enveloped him. Advanced Infinity Warlock rank breath slowly diffused from him. Advanced Infinity Warlock? How is this possible? How can your cultivation speed be so fast? Shock flashed in Agnipe's beautiful eyes, and then the expression in her eyes turned dignified. Yang Feng blurred into motion, appeared in front of Agnipe, and opened his right hand, and a giant black hole at least 10 times as big as the previous one appeared and crashed towards Agnipe. Agnipe suddenly retreated violently, turned into more than 20 afterimages, and slashed out. One after another, sword rays shot towards Yang Feng from tricky angles. A Devour Black Moon suddenly rose from behind Yang Feng, and, like a terrifying monster that can swallow the world, frantically devoured all power. Agnipe's fearsome sword rays that contained dark force were completely devoured by the Devour Black Moon before they could harm Yang Feng. Polished by tens of thousands of years of actual combat, Agnipe's martial arts are exquisite. In this regard, she is not even inferior to the Feisua Plains sea goddess of war Basana, who has the divine authority of martial. But in front of the Devour Black Moon, her attack was as powerful as a mouse pulling a tortoise. Beskia watched the Devour Black Moon with a solemn expression in her beautiful eyes. Awesome! When did he grew this strong? What a monster! Although Beskia has already surrendered to Yang Feng, but she still looked down on him deep in her heart, thinking that he's just someone good at taking advantage of others' perilous state. Yet in such a short period of time, Yang Feng has grown into an existence that can rival her. Beskia is rather moved. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. Although she slashed 1,000 times with her sword, yet Agnipe still could not break through the Devour Black Moon. The look in her eyes became increasingly solemn. Suddenly, Agnipe halted in the void, took a deep breath, and instantly slashed out 1,000 times. The 1,000 sword rays combined into one, and formed a 100-meter-long black sword ray that barreled towards Yang Feng with a devastating force. A dignified shade flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he extended his hand and spread the fingers of the hand. The Devour Black Moon suddenly shrank by a size, and its defensive power increased tenfold. When the black sword ray slammed into the Devour Black Moon, it cut the Devour Black Moon little by little and forcibly bisected it, and then sliced Yang Feng's right hand enveloped by the Battle Demon armor, inflicting a deep injury that showed bone. You lost! Agnipe suddenly emerged from the black sword ray and stabbed with her sword towards Yang Feng's forehead with frigid killing intent. Wrong! You're the one who lost! Yang Feng suddenly showed a queer smile. Through the world ring, he frantically extracted the world force of the 9 small worlds inside him, executed the primal chaos annihilation fist, and punched Agnipe in the abdomen. A mist of blood erupted as Agnipe's abdomen was obliterated. She was thrown far away like a broken rag doll. Proud of his battle prowess, surrounded by the world force, looking like an invincible god, Yang Feng standing in the air gazed at Agnipe. Agnipe erupted with dark force and quickly healed her broken body. Agnipe's figure fluttered, and she turned into a dozen-plus afterimages. At the same time, she blurred and appeared above Yang Feng, and then stabbed her sword towards him. It's useless. Yang Feng chuckled and punched Agnipe's fallen angel sword. His fist erupted with world force of the 9 small worlds and smashed the fallen angel sword to pieces, and then blasted into Agnipe. Agnipe spewed out a big mouthful of blood, slammed into the ground, and blasted open a huge hole. Yang Feng took a step and appeared in front of Agnipe, then touched Agnipe's forehead with a finger. Countless black runes poured into Agnipe like a tide and sealed her completely. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "According to our agreement, you will become my subordinate, right?" "Yes, master." With a complicated look in her eyes, Agnipe sighed, and a soul projection suddenly appeared. Yang Feng pointed with a finger. The true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out, and many rune chains entered Agnipe's soul projection and set up a soul brand. Yang Feng undid the runes on Agnipe and asked her, curious, "Agnipe, how do I compare to the warlock monarchs you have besieged and vanquished?" Agnipe replied, "The warlock monarchs we have besieged were seriously injured. You are on par with the seriously injured warlock monarchs in terms of strength." Chapter 827 Star Heavenly Maiden. Chapter 827 Star Heavenly Maiden. Yang Feng's eyes shook slightly. "I'm as strong as the severely injured warlock monarchs. Warlock monarch rank powerhouses sure are impressive." Yang Feng chiefly cultivates the Empyrean grade secret method Primal Chaos imperishable body the Taboo Lord created, and he has set up 9 small worlds inside him, on each of which he spent countless resources. Additionally, he has strengthened his fleshly body by consuming light of eternity fruits. Yet he is still only equivalent to a severely injured warlock monarch in terms of strength. From this, it can be seen how formidable warlock monarch rank powerhouses are. The branch floating continent. In a luxurious palace, Yang Feng is sitting on a sofa. Dressed in a professional attire, the astonishingly beautiful Eunice gave him a report, a stack of documents in her hand. "In this year, the resources I obtained from this continent are 10 times the resources of other territories. However, it's still not enough to support my cultivation. In addition to soul aptitude and secret methods, resources are also a factor that restrict warlocks from becoming stronger." Yang Feng tapped with his fingers on the armrest and frowned, lost in thought. Originally, with his wealth and the resources produced by his various territories, it was fully enough for Yang Feng to practice cultivate. But in that strange world, time flows 1,000 times faster than in the Zhangji Plain. For 1,000 years, he not only spent much more resources than he obtained, but he still has to nurture geniuses like Wu Meiying and Regina. This sort of consumption is naturally terrifying. Even though Yang Feng is extremely wealthy, but he still cannot bear it. An enigmatic ray shimmered in Yang Feng's eyes. "Most of the forces in the Zhangji Plain cannot be messed with lightly. It looks like I can only go look for the Black Emperor's treasure trove. I hope that the resources of that treasure trove won't let me down." A ray of light gleamed, and Yu Yen appeared in front of Yang Feng. Yu Yen bowed to Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Greetings, master." Yang Feng looked straight at Yu Yen and uttered unhurriedly, "I want the Black Emperor's treasure trove." Yu Yen looked at Yang Feng with a smile that isn't a smile and asked, "Master, didn't you say at the time that I am more valuable than the Black Emperor's treasure trove?" "Yes, you are indeed more valuable than the Black Emperor's treasure trove. So I chose you back then. But I am also determined to get the Black Emperor's treasure trove. This is for you." Yang Feng smiled and flicked his hand casually, and a jade box flew towards Yu Yen. When Yu Yen opened the jade box, endless light burst out from inside, and a refreshing smell filled the area. Yu Yen took a closer look, and then trembled and exclaimed, This is a legendary light of eternity fruit." Yang Feng said with a smile, "That's right. With this light of eternity fruit, your little sister Yu Tianling can break through the bottleneck and advance to an infinity warlock in one fell swoop. This way, she'll have a greater chance of survival during the Great Tribulation. Yu Tianling, who has Xuanhuan bloodline, has reached the pinnacle bright world warlock realm a long time ago. But unfortunately, much like many geniuses, she is trapped in this realm. If Yu Tianling obtains a light of eternity fruit, she can definitely break through this bottleneck and promote to an infinity warlock." "Thank you, master." This is all the information on the Black Emperor's treasure trove I have. A dignified ray flashed in Yu Yan's beautiful eyes. She pointed with her fair hand, and a ball of light suddenly emerged and flew toward Yang Feng. Yang Feng touched the ball of light with a finger, and the ball collapsed abruptly and turned into a stream of information that entered his head. Yang Feng frowned. No wonder Yu Yan didn't look for the Black Emperor's treasure trove. It turns out that it is located in the core world. The most up-to-date novels are published on freowebnovel.com. The Zhangji Plain's core world was a part of the Zhangji Plain in ancient times. In the Archgod era, the Zhangji Plain was much larger than it is today. In order to contend with the incredibly powerful archgods who dominated the world at the Time Lord ordered the many treasures holy to forge a world, where the resistance forces can live, using a warlock emperor rank corpse as the core. That world was the prototype of the core world. In the eras of the 8 warlock dynasties, each warlock emperor invested a large amount of resources to build the core world and make it into the last fort for human warlocks. After the second warlock emperor, the taboo lord buried the heart of a strange life form in the core world. The core world started to attach itself to the Zhangji Plain and expand, all the while absorbing many parts of the Zhangji Plain. Over time, the core world has become a treasure land where life magic energy is the densest in the Zhangji Plain, and where the essence of human warlocks has gathered. In the core world, only human warlocks can walk freely. As for other races, they are either slaves, experimental subjects, or servants of human warlocks. For beings of other races who don't have the protection of humans, the only thing awaiting them is to be eliminated. freowebnovel.com. Once a human warlock is controlled by a being of another race, then the human warlock and the being of another race will be annihilated. Although the core world, which is the ultimate and final fortress of human warlocks, is attached to the Zhangji Plain. However, it is moving constantly and staying in alternate spaces. Only the warlocks who have come from the core world can easily enter and leave the core world. It is extremely difficult for warlocks from outside to enter the core world. It is extremely difficult to determine the location of the core world. After all, not even warlock emperor rank archgods could find the core world at the time. During an adventure, Yu Yan learned the location of the Black Emperor's treasure trove. However, since the Black Emperor's treasure trove is hidden in the core world, she has no way to access it. A strange ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. To enter the core world, you must be introduced by the people from the core world. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared on the edge of the heaven and earth spirit roots branch floating continent the Star Dynasty is occupying, and said in a loud voice, I, Lei Ming of the Undying Mountain, subordinated to the Golem Dynasty, request an audience with the Star Monarch, the Time Monarch, the Taboo Monarch, the Transcendent Monarch, the Star Monarch, the Death Monarch, and the Magic Note Monarch. These 6 warlock monarch rank powerhouses are the regents of the 6 warlock dynasties. Thanks to the core world's human warlocks, their fame has spread throughout the Zhangji Plain. Among the 8 warlock emperors, the Time Lord and the Star Lord are fairly sensible. They won't kill people lightly. Compared to killing, they are more fond of making friends. Only when dealing with enemies will they kill without hesitation. After multiple considerations, Yang Feng chose to request an audience with the Star Monarch. Bright starlight extended from the branch floating continent and formed a bridge of stars. On the bridge of stars, there are flowers of stars floating about. Warlocks of the Star Dynasty dressed in warlock robes embroidered with patterns of the sun, moon, and stars appeared on the bridge of stars. Guarded by dozen-plus warlocks of the Star Dynasty, a girl is walking towards Yang Feng. The girl has a mask on her face, black hair that is cascading like a waterfall, and a perfect figure. Every movement of hers contains a queer charm and is accompanied by starlight, as if she's a beautiful goddess walking amid starlight. Your Undying Mountain's Lei Ming? Interesting. I am the Star Dynasty's Star Heavenly Maiden, Lei Ming. If you want to request an audience with the Star Monarch, let me see your ability first. The Star Heavenly Maiden smiled, erupted with advanced infinity warlock rank breath, and pointed with her fair finger, and starlight formed into chains that shot towards Yang Feng. This spell is called Star Cloud Chains. It is an extremely powerful offensive secret method recorded in the star text. The chains of starlight are constructed from the purest starlight force and the law of stars and contain formidable purification and sealing power. The star cloud chains doesn't fear being slashed by swords, nor does it fear wind, fire, and lightning, can be hard and soft. Thanks to the star cloud chains, a consort of the Star Lord defeated countless powerful warlocks in her time. The star cloud chains is really impressive. If it was 3 years ago, I would feel helpless against it. Yang Feng smiled and pointed with a finger, and a tiny black hole suddenly appeared. Boundless attractive force gushed out of the black hole and rolled out towards the chains of starlight. The cluster of chains of starlight were directly devoured by the tiny black hole and transformed into Yang Feng's power. The countenance of the dozen-plus warlocks of the Star Dynasty flickered. Although the star cloud chains is not an invincible spell, but for Yang Feng to dispel it so easily, his strength can be rated as terrifying. When her spell was dispelled, the star heavenly maiden looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic smile and said, "Amazing," as expected of young master Lei Ming, the most gifted genius of the Undying Mountain. After less than 100 years of cultivation, you have already promoted to an infinity warlock. Yang Feng has an indistinct feeling. It seems that my identity as the Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming has been seen through. However, Yang Feng doesn't care at all. His strength and influence are already huge at this time. He no longer needs a fabricated Undying Mountain to support him. As a mighty infinity warlock, Yang Feng is filled with confidence. Even if he runs into a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, if is no match for the opponent, he can easily escape in one piece. The star heavenly maiden smiled sweetly, waved her hand, and made an inviting gesture. "Please come in. The star monarch is awaiting you." Yang Feng smiled, took a step, and appeared beside the star heavenly maiden. The bridge of stars moved and entered deep into the branch floating continent. "I, Battle Demon Sex Yang Feng, greet you, Star Monarch." When Yang Feng stepped into the Star Hall in the center of the Star Palace, he bowed to the Star Monarch sitting on the throne and uttered calmly. The Star Monarch watched Yang Feng with a smile that isn't a smile and said, "Yang Feng, to dare impersonate the Golem dynasty, you've got some balls on you." Chapter 828, Core Spirit Eyes Arrow. Chapter 828, Core Spirit Eyes Arrow. Translator, Zayamoj. Poised, Yang Feng said with a tranquil smile, "That was a last resort. Please excuse my unsightly behavior." With the Empyrean grade secret treasure Godslayer White Jade Sword coupled with the 2 supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouses Agnipe and Beskia, even if a warlock monarch rank existence comes to invade Yang Feng's branch floating continent, he has some capital to seriously wound and even slay the opponent. With profound enough underlying strength, he feels more confident and at ease when dealing with the Star Monarch. The Star Monarch uttered, curious. When the heaven and earth spirit root first emerged, the transcended monarch proposed to vanquish you for pretending to be of the Golem dynasty. It was the taboo monarch who saved you. According to him, this is the will of the great taboo lord. What is the relationship between you and the taboo lord? Taken aback, Yang Feng recalled the time when he got the taboo lord's inheritance in the Feisua plain. The taboo lord? Yang Feng frowned slightly and fell silent. The Star Monarch smiled lightly and said sympathetically, "If it's not convenient to say, then forget it. I was just curious. By the way, Yang Feng, why have you come to see me?" Yang Feng responded frankly, "I want to enter the core world to look for opportunities. The core world does have many treasure troves, but most of them already have owners. There is not much benefit for you to enter the core world at the moment. Due to the Great Tribulation, the Zhangji Plain has entered a period of transformation. Countless years of accumulation will erupt in the following years. The countless treasure troves and dwellings hidden in the Zhangji Plain will all emerge one after another. Soon, the surface world will be the greatest treasury. Why would you go to the core world at this time?" The Star Monarch spoke. Over the years, countless warlocks have built dwellings and treasure troves in secret places in the Zhangji Plain as fallbacks. Many dwellings and treasure troves have been acquired by fated people, but many more are still deeply hidden. The dwellings set up by some Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses will automatically move over time. The dwellings of some Warlock Emperors are located in distorted, illusory worlds similar to the core world. The relic sites of some Eternals are located in mysterious cracks and worlds. Even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can hardly discover them. If it were not for the imminent invasion of another universe, these treasure troves would never appear. But since another universe is about to invade, if this universe doesn't want to be devoured, it will instinctively enhance the fighting power of the life forms under its command. Thanks to the universe origin many treasure troves hidden in this universe will manifest themselves one after another. Strange light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he said with a smile, "The core world is the ultimate and final fortress of us human warlocks. I am curious by nature, I want to go there once. I am not qualified. Of course not. But as the core world is our final fortress, the selection of entrants must be done with great care. Unless you are willing to sign the World Core Covenant and abide by its rules, you will never be able to enter the World Core, not even if you become a Holy Spirit Warlock." The Star Monarch smiled and spread the fingers of a hand, and a contract formed from starlight flew towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng received the contract and swept the contents with his gaze. There are several clauses recorded in the contract. The first clause stipulates that your soul must be free. Anyone whose soul has been branded is not eligible to enter the core world. The second clause stipulates that your soul must be a human warlock soul. The third clause stipulates to never reveal the position of the core world. The fourth clause stipulates that once you enter the core world, you must fight for the survival of humans. If you encounter alien races that threaten the survival of human warlocks, you must take action and annihilate them. The fifth clause stipulates that if there is any conflict between powerhouses above the Warlock Monarch realm, they must leave the core world and go to another place to fight. At the time, the first sect master of the Battle Demon sect had a fortuitous encounter in the core world, and then came to the surface world to assist the first emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty to create the Great Cloud Dynasty. After the first sect master of the Battle Demon sect, no one else in the Battle Demon sect knew about the existence of the core world, all due to the restraints of the core world convention. Yang Feng said with a smile, "No problem, I can abide by these clauses." At the time, in order to unite the human warlocks against the ruling archgods, the conditions the Time Lord formulated for entering the core world are not too strict. But, after a series of evolutions, the core world's cultivation environment has become more than 100 times better than that of the declining Zhangji Plains surface world. Those in charge of the core world have hidden the existence of the core world and only allow the most outstanding warlock geniuses to enter the core world. Yang Feng has promoted to an infinity warlock in a short period of time. Furthermore, he is daring enough to occupy a branch floating continent of the heaven and earth spirit root. Such a peerless genius is naturally qualified to enter the core world. The Star Lord waved a hand, and a gold contract flew to in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng accepted the gold contract, performed the transcendent pupils and checked it carefully. After confirming that there are no hidden tricks, he signed his name on it. Brilliant gold light shone, and a strange gold arrow with 9 eyes suddenly appeared above the gold contract. As soon as the weird gold arrow appeared, all sorts of warnings went off in Yang Feng's mind. He instinctively felt that the gold arrow possesses the power to kill him. A large maw suddenly appeared on the weird gold arrow, and it swallowed the gold contract. Its 9 eyes turned as it carefully examined Yang Feng, and then disappeared. The Star Monarch smiled and said, "That is the core Spirit Eyes arrow. It's an Empyrean grade secret treasure. The Time Lord instructed the many treasures holy to forge using the spine of the Warlock Emperor rank Archgod, the Myriad Eyes impartial God. Even if it is a great holy step Holy Spirit Warlock, if they violate the Core World Covenant, they will be killed by the core Spirit Eyes arrow all the same." After the gold arrow disappeared, a gold token appeared in Yang Feng's hand. As soon as the gold token entered Yang Feng's hand, he suddenly felt that there is a mysterious, queer, and powerful world deep in the core of the Zhangji Plain. He can sense that the world is moving. Satisfaction flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he put away the gold token and continued to talk with the Star Monarch. After attending the banquet held by the Star Monarch, Yang Feng turned into a stream of light and flew away from the branch-floating continent occupied by the Star Dynasty. What do you think of him? After Yang Feng left, in a secret room, Star Monarch sitting on a sofa asked thusly with a smile. The enigmatic star Heavenly Maiden, still surrounded by starlight, appeared on the other side of the sofa. She and the Star Monarch look like a beautiful pair of sisters. The beautiful eyes of the star Heavenly Maiden flickered with dazzling starlight, and she said unhurriedly, "He's both extraordinary and ambitious." The Star Monarch uttered with a faint smile, "That's right. If my divination isn't wrong, Yang Feng should be one of the geniuses of this era who are qualified to compete for the position of the Warlock Emperor." The star Heavenly Maiden raised her eyebrows slightly. Warlock Emperor? Him? He's just someone from an ordinary sect in the surface world. Compared with the monstrous geniuses in the core world, isn't he far too lacking? Moreover, none of the geniuses born in the evil god plane, the savage insect plane, and the other planes is a pushover. Compared to the core world, the standard of human warlocks in the Zhangji plane surface world is much lower. Moreover, in the vast universe, there are numerous formidable powerhouses. In any era, only one person can reach the top and become a Warlock Emperor. That person is a supreme-level powerhouse of that era who suppressed countless peerless geniuses in the entire universe. Although the star Heavenly Maiden is also quite optimistic about Yang Feng's prospects, but she doesn't think that he can become the next Warlock Emperor, the Star Monarch said with a smile. He is just one of the geniuses who are qualified to fight for the position of Warlock Emperor. But I am still rather optimistic about his prospects. Enigmatic light shimmered in the beautiful eyes of the star Heavenly Maiden, and she uttered with a smile, "I think that the monsters of the core world such as Helian Wui, Yen Maoan, and Bulientian are much better than Yang Feng. Besides, the ones most hopeful of becoming a Warlock Emperor should be you 6 monarchs. Each monarch of the 6 dynasties is a genius among geniuses, monster among monsters. These 6 talents are most hopeful of becoming the next Warlock Emperor from among the younger generation." The Star Monarch sighed faintly, "I'm no good. All the secret methods I have learned come from the star text. Even if I cultivate to the limit, I can only become a great holy step powerhouse at most." The Star Maiden was silent for a while, and then sighed with regret. Update D from FRYOUBnovel.com. Every Warlock Emperor has to carve out their own way and wield a different flawless grade essence. Before a Warlock Emperor dies, no one can be promoted to a Warlock Emperor with the same essence. Even if a Warlock Emperor dies, it will be far more difficult for other people to be promoted to a Warlock Emperor with the same essence than it is for a powerhouse to open a path by themselves. The Battle Demon Sex Yang Feng. Request an audience with the Taboo Monarch. The next day, Yang Feng came to the branch-floating continent occupied by the Taboo Dynasty and said loudly. A black ray extended from the branch-floating continent occupied by the Taboo Dynasty and formed a bridge of gloomy light. Chapter 829 Submission. Chapter 829 Submission. Translator, Zayamoch. As soon as Yang Feng stepped on the bridge of gloomy light, the gloomy light immediately shot into the depths of the branch-floating continent. With a flash of black light, Yang Feng appeared in an exquisite palace. On the throne of the palace, there sits an enchanting girl with a pair of cat ears on the head, dressed in a gorgeous warlock robe, and exuding warlock monarch rank breath. She is the Taboo Dynasty's Taboo Monarch. There are 8 powerhouses standing in front of the Taboo Monarch, each of which has bloodline characteristic of other species and exudes a strong breath. As soon as Yang Feng appeared in the palace, gazes focused on him. Yang Feng bowed to the Taboo Monarch and said, "Greetings, Taboo Monarch. Thank you for standing up for me at the time and allowing me avoid a disaster." If the Taboo Monarch hadn't protected Yang Feng at the time, then with his strength at the time, he would definitely not be able to withstand a full strength attack from any of the 6 Warlock dynasties. The Taboo Monarch said with a beautiful smile, "Don't thank me. This is the will of my lord. If you want to thank someone, thank my lord." Yang Feng smiled slightly and flicked his finger, and a storage ring flew towards the Taboo Monarch. "This is a small gift I prepared. It's a little token to show my respect for you, Please accept it. The taboo monarch took the storage ring and swept it with her gaze, and then put it aside and uttered with a smile, "Not bad. That's thoughtful of you." Inside the storage ring, there are precious cultivation resources that can tempt warlock monarch rank powerhouses. However, as the ruler of the taboo dynasty, a behemoth that once quelled countless planes, the taboo monarch can mobilize far better resources than Yangfeng. The resources in the storage ring naturally don't amount to much in her eyes. "You are Yangfeng? I am the Lightning Devil, one of the 72 marshals of the taboo dynasty. I want to challenge you to a duel to see if you are worthy of our taboo dynasty's support." A burly man with a single horn on his head, engraved with countless mysterious lightning runes all over his body, walked out from the midst of the 8 powerhouses and stared at Yangfeng with scorching hot fighting spirit in his eyes. A burly, handsome man, with a pair of horns on his head, white hair, and a wicked temperament, sneered and said, "Yangfeng, if you don't dare fight the Lightning Devil, then we won't make it difficult for you. However, from now on, you'd better not come to our taboo dynasty again. Our taboo dynasty doesn't like to make friends with cowards. In the world of warlocks, the strong are respected. Only people of equal strength can stand on an equal footing, communicate, and become friends." freewebnovel.com. There are many bloodline warlocks in the taboo dynasty. These bloodline warlocks infuse the blood essence of powerful existences into themselves in order to become similar to those existences. Although bloodline warlocks are powerful, but they are also irascible and violent. Only true powerhouses can make bloodline warlock acknowledge them. The taboo monarch watched Yangfeng with an enigmatic smile from her throne, curious about how Yangfeng will respond. Visit freewebnovel.com for the Estenvel reading experience. Yangfeng smiled and said, "In that case, I will swap pointers with you." "Okay, you guys will swap pointers in here." The taboo monarch smiled slightly and clapped her hands, and black light descended, shone in the center of the hall, and a small arena set up with spatial spells suddenly appeared. The Lightning Devil blurred and flew into the small arena. He operated a secret method, and lightning runes emerged all over his body one after another. He suddenly expanded and turned into a 10-meter-tall, extraordinary life-form lightning liger with a lightning horn on the head and a fierce appearance. Lightning liger is a kind of terrifying existence that is naturally able to manipulate lightning essence and wield purple thunder lightning. An Infinity Warlock rank lightning liger can vanquish an ordinary human Infinity Warlock. Lightning surrounded by gloomy demonic energy danced like snakes, setting off the Lightning Devil like he's a god of lightning. Yangfeng smiled slightly, took a step forward, and stepped into the arena. Lightning Devil barked, "Yangfeng, cast your secret method, or I'll attack." Fearsome thunder echoed in the area incessantly. Yangfeng said with a slight smile, "I'm ready, arrogant. That being the case, let me see what you're made from." The Lightning Devil roared, used the essence of lightning, and manipulated lightning. In an instant, within an area 100 kilometers in radius in the arena, dark clouds churned, lightning flickered, and thunder rumbled endlessly. Countless lightning bolts suddenly emerged at the same time, gathered the lightning force in the area 100 kilometers in radius, and turned into a bolt of purple thunder lightning with the terrifying power to slay Infinity Warlocks slashing towards Yangfeng. If an ordinary junior Infinity Warlock was hit by the bolt of purple thunder lightning, all the magic shields protecting them would have collapsed, and the person themselves would be heavily injured, or even be killed directly. Yangfeng spread the fingers of his hand, and a ray-black devour light suddenly appeared and shot towards the bolt of purple thunder lightning. In the blink of an eye, the bolt of purple thunder lightning blasted into the ray of black devour light and disappeared. What spell is that? What an impressive spell! What a fearsome defensive spell! When the 7 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses standing in front of the throne saw that the bolt of purple thunder lightning was easily dispelled, their faces fell, and a dignified shade flashed in their eyes. The bolt of purple thunder lightning is a terrifying spell formed from the energy of heaven and earth gathered from an area 100 kilometers in radius and the essence of lightning. Even the 7 Infinity Warlocks would find it hard to block it. For Yang Feng to easily dispel the bolt of purple thunder lightning, he must be terrifyingly strong. Devil Lightning Prison. Eyes shot with blood, the lightning devil roared. The lightning runes on his body erupted, and he stimulated his power to the limit. In an instant, the life magic energy in an area 1,000 meters in diameter within that arena was emptied. Dancing like snakes, bolts of purple thunder lightning shot towards Yang Feng from all directions, leaving no gaps. Each of the countless bolts of purple thunder lightning has the power to severely wound an infinity warlock. Bombarded by the bolts of purple thunder lightning, Yang Feng, enveloped by black devour light, took a casual step, devoured countless bolts of purple thunder lightning, appeared above the lightning devil, and punched him in the head. Boom! The lightning devil instantly slammed into the ground and blasted open a huge hole. Yang Feng touched the forehead of the lightning devil with a finger, and countless black runes turned into seals and filled the opponent's body, sealing all his power. With his bloodline power sealed, the extraordinary life form Lightning Liger shrank and finally changed into the lightning devil's human form. His power was completely sealed by Yang Feng. Not only his power was sealed, but even the power of his fleshly body was sealed by 99%. Yang Feng floated backwards, landed on the ground confidently, and said with a smile, "Martial Lightning Devil, you let me win." The Lightning Devil took a deep breath, gazed at Yang Feng with a complicated look in his eyes, and said solemnly, "Not bad, Yang Feng, you're really strong. You should be a match for the little bastards like Helian Wui, Yen Maoan, Bu Liantian, and the true Dragon Prince. I admit defeat. Undo the seals you placed on me." Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and countless black runes flew out of the Lightning Devil, entered his hand, and disappeared. The Lightning Devil smiled straightforwardly, blurred, and returned to the side of the other 7 Infinity Warlocks. "I'm convinced. If there's a chance, let's have some drinks together." Yang Feng glanced at the remaining 7 Infinity Warlocks and uttered with a smile, "Do you guys also want to swap pointers with me?" The white-haired Infinity Warlock replied with a light smile, "There's no need. We are about as strong as the Lightning Devil. If you can easily defeat him, then you can easily defeat us. We have no objections to the Monarch's decision to protect you." The other 6 Infinity Warlocks all nodded, and approval flashed in their eyes. Warlocks respect the strong. The second Warlock dynasty, the Taboo dynasty, is following this principle to the extreme. Only the strongest powerhouse can subjugate the many bloodline warlocks and secure the throne. After the Taboo Lord fell, the Taboo dynasty collapsed at once. The most important reason why this happened is that apart from the Taboo Lord, no one else was able to subdue the great Holy Step Holy Spirit warlocks of the Taboo dynasty. The beautiful eyes of the Taboo monarch flashed with an enigmatic ray, and she revealed a sweet smile. "Essence of Devour. Interesting, there has been no one who has reached the end of this essence before. This guy really has a chance to advance to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse in the future. No wonder he treats him so well." After Yang Feng defeated the Lightning Devil and gained the recognition of the rest of the Taboo dynasty's Infinity Warlocks, thanks to the hospitality of the Taboo monarch, he stayed and had some drinks with the Lightning Devil and the other Infinity Warlocks and discussed cultivation-related topics. He didn't leave until the next day. The Zhangji Plains surface world, a desert, in a barren area 1,000 kilometers in area with no signs of life. A black ray gleamed, and Yang Feng appeared in the air above the desert. Yang Feng glanced at the desert with a peculiar look in his eyes and said with a smile, "Who could have imagined that this desolate place with no signs of life, not suitable for cultivation, is actually the entrance to the core world?" Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he cast a spell, merged into the desert like a ghost, and advanced underground. After traveling for about 10,000 kilometers, Yang Feng took out the gold token and pinched it slightly. Rays of gold light emerged from the gold token, formed a gold vortex, and swallowed Yang Feng. Chapter 830 Core World. Chapter 830 Core World. Translator, Zayamoj. The space distorted slightly, and Yang Feng suddenly appeared in a vast world filled with energy. So this is the core world. It's really rich in life magic energy. The concentration of life magic energy in this world is 10 times that of the surface world. No wonder the true human warlock powerhouses are all in the core world. With a sweep of his immense soul force, Yang Feng analyzed the surrounding environment, and his eyes flashed brightly. Different environments can hold different existences. For example, a pond fundamentally cannot hold flood dragons. The strongest experts that can be born in a grade 9 plane are only legend rank experts. Since the core world is attached to the Zhangji plane, it is equivalent to an extension of the plane. The laws of heaven and earth here are the same as in the Zhangji plane, while the life magic energy here is 10 times denser than in the Zhangji plane. The core world is the true essence of the Zhangji plane. Of course, when the devouring between the two universes starts, the Zhangji plane's plane origin will begin to expedite the birth of powerhouses. At that time, the surface world will replace the core world as the supreme holy land for cultivation. Yang Feng looked up, and admiration flickered in his eyes. It has a sun, a moon, and stars, just like a real world. It's really amazing. In the core world, the stars and the sun suspended in the sky look no different from those in the surface world at first glance. However, as soon as Yang Feng operated the transcendent pupils, he saw that the stars in the sky are engraved with countless mysterious runes, forming an integral defense system with the core world. Once anything abnormal occurs in the core world, the warlock groups that control the core world's defense system can mobilize the power of the countless stars to attack the source of the abnormality. Yang Feng extended a finger, and purple smoke swirled and formed an arrow pointing in a direction. There was a gust of wind, and Yang Feng disappeared. A few days later, aboard a luxurious flying boat, Yang Feng, sitting on the deck, with a crystal-clear wine glass in hand, is basking in the sun and looking at a magic image crystal that is no different from a TV. Zerg Lijiang went to challenge Black Moon Dragon Zhou Ming. In the 5th minute, Black Moon Dragon Zhou Ming, who is turned into a Black Moon Dragon, tore off an arm of the opponent and defeated him. The eyes of the Black Spirit discovered a new magic crystal vein and is applying to Mount Tai King to develop it. In the magic image crystal, a beautiful announcer is reading the news. In the core world, the magic civilization has developed to the extreme, and many spells have been commercialized. In here, a magic stone cannot even be exchanged for a magic coins. The purchasing power of one magic coin is only equivalent to 1 Xuanhuan on Earth. As Yang Feng watched the news, the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. Most of the news is information on Starry Sky Warlocks. Information on powerhouses above the Starry Sky Warlock rank will only appear under certain circumstances. Sure enough, in the core world, transcendent rank powerhouses possesses great authority. As transcendent rank beings, powerhouses above the Starry Sky Warlock rank can suppress a plane below grade 6. At the same time, many large-scale, top-shelf artifacts have to be manned by such powerhouses. Therefore, no matter where, powerhouses above the Starry Sky Warlock rank have great status. Of course, there are also some transcendent rank powerhouses who like to show off. They will often appear in the news. Won't you have a drink with me? A blonde, sexy, coquettish, beautiful warlock sat at Yang Feng's table and revealed a charming and beautiful smile, a fragrance wafting out from her. After Yang Feng promoted to an infinity warlock, his stage of being has undergone an earth-shaking evolution. Although he's hiding his strength and life force field, but he still exudes an extraordinary temperament, which has great attraction towards the opposite sex. Yang Feng smiled and snapped his fingers. A wind sprite condensed from wind elemental particles, picked up a bottle of fine wine, opened it, and poured a cup for the sexy and coquettish warlock. Good wine. This wine is the top-shelf magic wine Night Flow Gold. The price of each bottle of this magic wine is at 10 million magic coins. It's delicious. After the beautiful warlock took a sip of the magic wine, her pretty eyes lit up, and she said with a sweet smile, "Hello, I'm Mary, an instructor of the Purple Hyacinth. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yang Feng smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Yang Feng, and the pleasure is all mine." Yang Feng, who doesn't have a mature intelligence network in the core world, knows almost nothing about this world. He doesn't know what sort of organization the Purple Hyacinth is. This content is taken from freowebnovel.com. Mary, I have been looking for you for a long time. Why are you here? And with this kind of person to boot. A tall and handsome man, dressed in a purple warlock robe, who looks elegant and confident and has an extraordinary temperament, yet has a haughty expression on his face, walked up to Yang Feng's table and swept Yang Feng with a glacé, and his eyes flashed with disdain and contempt. Yang Feng swept the haughty-looking warlock with his eyes. At a glance, he saw through the warlock's cultivation base, Moonlight Warlock rank. Since that warlock and Mary are the only two Moonlight Warlocks aboard this flying boat, it is not surprising that he is arrogant. As transcendent rank powerhouses, Moonlight Warlocks are fundamentally different from ordinary warlocks in terms of stage of being. In the eyes of many Moonlight Warlocks, those below the Moonlight Warlock rank cannot communicate with them as equals, just as humans cannot communicate with orangutans. Mary frowned slightly and replied with a hint of impatience. Song Zibai, whom I make friends with, is my business, not yours. Let me get this straight. You and I are just friends, nothing more. Song Zibai shifted his gaze to Yang Feng and said with a cold smile, Your name is Yang Feng. Mary is not someone that an ordinary person such as yourself can make friends with. There is a fundamental difference between you and her. I advise you to be more tactful, or else I don't mind giving you a lesson that you'll never forget. Song Zibai, that's enough. freewebnovel.com. Mary creased her slim eyebrows, shouted, and then stood up from her seat and apologized to Yang Feng. Sorry, Yang Feng. This is all because of me. So let me take care of it. Suddenly, bell-like sounds rang in the sky. A 10,000-meter-long gold ship, carved with mysterious runes everywhere and emitting resplendent light, slowly flew this way. Wealth Gold Ship. It's the Wealth Gold King's ship. That's the Wealth Gold King. To be able to meet the Wealth Gold King, we're really lucky. Suddenly, excited clamor sounded aboard the flying boat, as many human warlocks gazed at the gold ship in the distance with excited smiles. Yang Feng asked, curious, the Wealth Gold King? Who's that? Mary looked at the gold ship with a scorching ray in her beautiful eyes. The Wealth Gold King is a great figure above the glorious Sun Warlock rank. No one knows how high his cultivation base is. According to legend, he has endless wealth and power. As long as you can board the Wealth Gold King's gold ship, he will fulfill any wish you have. When he heard this, Yang Feng said with a light smile, He can fulfill any wish, you say? Even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses cannot do that. There are many things that even someone as strong as a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse can't do. To become an immortal eternal is the dream of all Warlock Emperors as well as their sole goal. Regrettably, except for the Age of Eternals, although there have been many peerless geniuses who defeated the countless powerhouses in the universe and became invincible in their era, but they still could not become Eternals. It's not that those peerless geniuses weren't excellent enough, but that the universe's energy level is low. This universe can only give birth to Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses at most. No matter how hard they work, they cannot advance to Eternals. The statement that the Wealth Gold King can satisfy anyone's wish made Yang Feng feel that it's funny. Mary said meaningfully, The Wealth Gold King naturally cannot compare to the 8 Warlock Emperors. But as an existence above the glorious Sun Warlock rank, perhaps even at the Infinity Warlock rank, he is fully capable of satisfying any wish the likes of us have. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng thought for a while, and then nodded, agreeing with Mary's point of view. A bright world Warlock rank powerhouse can fully satisfy most of the wishes of beings below the glorious Sun Warlock rank. The wealth a bright world Warlock possesses exceeds the imagination of Moonlight Warlocks. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Let's go board the ship. The Wealth Gold King will only select 100 guests at a time. If we're too late, we'll miss our chance. Song Zibai left this sentence unhappily, then manipulated the airflow, stepped onto the air, and strode towards the gold ship. Mary's eyes flickered slightly, and she also stepped on air and flew towards the gold ship. Interesting. Yang Feng smiled lightly and flew towards the gold ship. After dozens of breaths of time, all the warlocks aboard the flying boat flew out, surrounded the gold ship and gazed at it longingly. Along with gold rays of light, 8 gold bridges extended from the gold ship. Atop each one of the 8 gold bridges, there stands a girl with exceptional beauty and extraordinary temperament. One yuan equals 0.13 euro/15 cents. Chapter 831 Wealth Gold King. Chapter 831 Wealth Gold King. This guy is more of a show-off than me. However, although these 8 girls are beautiful, but they are still far from being a match for Eunice, Wu Meiying, and Regina, let alone Shuer. Yang Feng swept the 8 beautiful girls with a glance and saw through their cultivation base. Moonlight Warlock rank. After a little comparison, he smiled contentedly. A beautiful, slender warlock dressed in red said lightly, "Since you are here, you must know the rules of our master. These are 100 gold balls. Those who are hit by these balls can board the wealth gold ship of our master. If you pass a test, our master will fulfill you a wish that is within his ability." The 8 girls raised their hands, and gold balls turned into gold rays that fell down randomly. "Mine! That's mine! Screw off! Do you want to die?" When the warlocks saw the gold balls fall down, their eyes turned bloodshot, and they cast spells, shot towards the gold balls and shouted incessantly. As if they possess intelligence, the gold balls easily navigated through the spells and landed on warlocks. Following gleams of gold light, the warlock who were hit by the gold balls disappeared. They were teleported to the wealth gold ship. Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm, and a thread of fate wrapped around a gold ball. When that gold ball hit Yang Feng, gold light flashed, and he disappeared from here and appeared in a seat. Yang Feng glanced around and saw that he is in a beautiful and luxurious hall filled with rare and exotic treasures and carved with countless mysterious runes. There are slight resonance fluctuations between the many rare and exotic treasures, which extract life magic energy from the surroundings, turning the concentration of life magic energy in the hall 100 times denser than in the outside world. For ordinary warlocks, a day of cultivation in the hall is equivalent to 100 days of cultivation in the outside world. On the throne, there sits a young man wearing a gold robe, who is of medium build and has a broad face and big ears. Even though he hasn't spoken yet, Yang Feng can vaguely guess from where he is sitting that he is most likely the legendary Wealth Gold King. In front of the Wealth Gold King, there are 100 sets of tables and chairs. Each table and chair are made from purple chalcedony essence coupled with top-notch alchemy. Purple chalcedony essence is a kind of extremely precious treasure. Contact with the purple chalcedony essence can even improve the soul aptitude of warlocks. Purple chalcedony essence. This is purple chalcedony essence. To make tables and chairs from purple chalcedony essence. How grand! He's the Wealth Gold King for a reason. I saw once a fist-sized piece of purple chalcedony essence at an auction. It was worth 1 billion magic coins. So much purple chalcedony essence. It's worth 10 billion. No, at least 100 billion magic coins. Magic coins? Such large pieces of purple chalcedony essence are already regarded as priceless treasures. You can only use things of similar value to trade for them. The 100 chairs are already occupied by the selected warlocks. These warlocks are caressing the chairs and tables made of purple chalcedony essence and looking around. Shocked by the extravagance of the Wealth Gold King, they discussed spiritedly. Song Zibai swept Yang Feng with his gaze, and disgust flashed in his eyes. "Why is that kid here? Lucky bastard." Mary glanced at Yang Feng and showed a smile. "His luck is really good." Yang Feng's eyes lit up and flickered with excitement. This Wealth Gold King's reputation is really deserved. He has a lot of treasures. If this gold ship is dismantled, it'll be possible to refine at least 30 top-grade warp gates. Warp gate is one of the top technologies in Yang Feng's arsenal, and it is far better than the corresponding technology of the world of warlocks. Via top-grade warp gates, Yang Feng is able to shuttle freely between different planes. At the same time, he's able to mobilize a large number of troops, concentrate his forces, and attack everywhere. In the world of warlocks, there are teleportation devices such as teleportation arrays and planar passageways that can span a great distance. However, these are a lot worse than Shizu top-grade warp gates. The Shizu developed in an endless sea of stars. In their universe, the distance between stars is calculated in light years. There is no astral boundary that connects the countless planes and stars in their universe. Without the warp gates, the Shizu wouldn't be able to control their territory. The world of warlocks focuses on self-development. Most warlocks are more willing to improve their own strength and enhance their cultivation base. After teleportation arrays and planar passageways that can meet the needs of warlocks have been developed, few warlocks continue to do research in this direction. Without demand, there is no motivation. Therefore, there is quite a large gap between the Shizu and warlocks in terms of technology. In the Shizu technological tree, top-grade warp gates that can enable free movement across a tremendous distance are indispensable. For Yangfeng, the prospective 30 top-grade warp gates are a rather tempting resource. The broad-faced and big-eared young man sitting in the throne smiled lightly and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Wealth Gold King." Although the Wealth Gold King's voice isn't loud, but it suppressed the noise in the hall. Enveloped by a mysterious force, the warlocks who wanted to continue to raise questions became quiet unconsciously. The Wealth Gold King smiled slightly and clapped his hands. Fragrant currents of air emerged one after another. Inside the fragrant currents of air, there are extremely beautiful flower sprites with crystal white skin. The extremely beautiful flower sprites are holding plates with precious extraordinary fruits and jars with superb and delicious extraordinary wine, which they placed on the tables. Before long, delicious food and wine were placed on the tables in front of the warlocks. The Wealth Gold King said with a light smile, "Help yourselves. The delicious food and wine are rare treasures that can improve the soul aptitude, spirit force, and physique of these warlocks." Therefore, without standing on ceremony, they started eating the food in front of them. With delicious food, how can there be no wonderful music and dancing to accompany? The Wealth Gold King clapped his hands. Vines suddenly extended from gold pillars, and flowers about the size of a palm bloomed on the vines. Inside the flowers, there are little people holding a variety of musical instruments. Melodious and beautiful music came from the instruments of the little people and cleansed the mind of the warlocks. When Yangfeng heard the music, he relaxed both physically and mentally. Even though he is someone who has no knowledge of music, he still feels attracted by the wonderful music. His mind has been refined. Visit fruyobnul.com for the best novel reading experience. After a moment of relaxation, Yangfeng regained his clear-headedness and vigilance, and he praised in his heart, "These are music fairies. This wealth-rich king really knows how to live it up." Music fairies have an extraordinary talent for playing instruments and making wonderful music. Although their music is not lethal, but it can purify the mind of warlocks and give them a high-quality rest. This is the reason why human warlocks have captured a large number of music fairies. Thanks to the persecution of human warlocks, music fairies have almost disappeared in the Zhangji Plain. Only in the Sandra Plain, which is the birthplace of elves and fairies, are there still music fairies. Even if it is Yangfeng, he doesn't have top musicians such as music fairies. Amidst the wonderful music, 18 beautiful warlocks dressed in light muslin appeared in the center of the hall and began dancing to the tune of the wonderful music. Many male warlocks stared at the center of the hall with greed in their eyes. After the singing and dancing was over, the music fairies and the beautiful warlocks took their leave. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the test. I have traveled all over the world, learned bodies of knowledge from both ancient and modern times, and mastered countless secret methods. Additionally, I have cultivated many outstanding beautiful maids who have mastered some of my skills. You shall challenge my maids. When you defeat a maid of a level, I will fulfill one wish of yours of the corresponding level. Of course, if any of you can defeat me, then this wealth golden ship will be given to you. However, each of you only has one chance to make a challenge. Think about it carefully." The Wealth Gold King looked at the many warlocks in front of him, revealed a smile and clapped his hands. Beautiful warlocks entered the hall in 2 rows. The beautiful warlocks have a piece of paper marked with the words Great Warlock, Starry Sky Warlock, Moonlight Warlock, Glorious Sun Warlock, and Bright World Warlock on their chest. Among them, there are a total of 36 Moonlight Warlock, 10 Glorious Sun Warlocks, and 3 Bright World Warlocks. They are a testament of the Wealth Gold King's underlying strength. As soon as he said this, the eyes of the warlocks present turned red and flashed with excitement. The gazes of many warlocks swept the beautiful warlocks, and their eyes flickered with a scorching shade. For these ordinary warlocks, if they can become the masters of the beautiful warlocks, they'll be able to have an easier time for at least 1,000 years. Chapter 832, Challenge. Chapter 832, Challenge. Translator, Zayamoj. Of the warlock guests, no one intends to challenge the Wealth Gold King himself. Full W current novels on fruibnov.com. Although the Wealth Gold King calls them maids, but they are extraordinary. They are not only accomplished in the 4 arts, but their battle prowess are also top-notch. Most of the guests who challenged the maids of the Wealth Gold King lost. Only 7 or 8 cunning guests, who challenged maids weaker than them by a level, have defeated their opponent and received a reward. The Wealth Gold King didn't break his word. After a few sentences, he satisfied the small requests of the victorious guests. Yang Feng mused with a smile. This Wealth Gold King seems generous and straightforward, but in fact, in order to gain something of benefit from him, you must be a genius among geniuses in a certain field. Otherwise, even if you win against a maid, you won't get anything really precious. Each one of the Wealth Gold King's maids has excellent aptitude and a complete inheritance, making them equivalent to disciples of large sections. It is very difficult to defeat them with the same level of strength. As for challenging a maid of a higher level, only monstrous geniuses can accomplish this. I, Song Zibai, a true disciple of the Grotto Mountain, challenge young Lady Hong Hong. When there were only 3 guests left, Song Zibai got up from his seat, walked to the center of the hall with confidence, smiled gracefully, and challenged a maid in red. Moonlight Warlock. He dares to challenge a Moonlight Warlock. The Grotto Mountain, that's a top warlock group with the Infinity Warlock Grotto Ancestor. He turned out to be a true disciple of the Grotto Mountain. Envious and awed gazes fell on Song Zibai. For ordinary warlocks, warlocks above the Starry Sky Warlock rank are unapproachable existences. None of the guests have challenged a Moonlight Warlock rank maid, since they are aware that the Moonlight Warlock rank maids are of a different stage of being than themselves. Challenging them is just asking to be humiliated. But now that they saw someone actually challenge a Moonlight Warlock rank maid, everyone suddenly showed looks of excitement. Song Zibai got great satisfaction from the shocked and awed gazes of the surrounding warlocks. He glanced at Yang Feng and gave the other party a warning look. The Wealth Gold King smiled calmly. So it's a distinguished disciple of the Grotto Mountain. Hong Hong. Go swap pointers with this true disciple of the Grotto Mountain. Yes, Master. With a light leap, the maid in red Hong Hong jumped into the small arena in the center of the hall. Song Zibai smiled slightly, took a step forward, cast a spell to shrink the distance, and instantly appeared in the small arena in the center of the hall. Hong Hong silently chanted an incantation and waved her lily-white hand, and red ropes suddenly flew out and circled within 100 meters of her. A red flower bloomed on each red rope and released queer light. A cool wind blew by, and the petals of the red flowers fluttered into the air and formed a beautiful yet dangerous petal boundary. If a Starry Sky Warlock got close to the petal boundary, they would be chopped into pieces. Yang Feng took a closer look and suddenly smiled. This spell is interesting. Young Lady Hong Hong, excuse me. Song Zibai revealed a confident smile, then silently chanted an incantation and spread the fingers of a hand, and a tremendous amount of fire elemental particles gathered and formed a 100-meter-long fire dragon that rushed towards the petal boundary. When the fire dragon slammed into the petal boundary, flames raged and ignited the petals, as if to swallow Hong Hong. Suddenly, Song Zibai's face flushed. He swayed. Incredulity flashed in his eyes, and he tumbled to the ground and started twitching, unable to move. The fire dragon collapsed and disappeared in an instant, revealing the smiling maid Hong Hong. What happened? What's going on? How did Song Zibai lose? The spectating warlocks discussed, stunned. Song Zibai's fire spell has clearly restrained Hong Hong's extraordinary plant spell and gained the upper hand, yet he was strangely defeated. This is quite shocking. Strange light flashed in Yangfeng's eyes, and he said slowly, "Poison spell." Yes, it was a poison spell. The Wealth Gold King smiled slightly and glanced at Yangfeng. "Little brother, you're really knowledgeable. Which maid do you want to challenge?" freewebnovuel.com. Yangfeng asked, "Wealth Gold King, if I challenge you and win, all the things on the Wealth Gold ship will belong to me, right? Does it include your maids?" An enigmatic ray flashed in the Wealth Gold King's eyes, and he replied with a light smile. "As long as you can defeat me, then with the exception of the Sun Consort, the Moon Consort, and the Star Consort, anything on the Wealth Gold ship will belong to you. The Sun Consort, the Moon Consort, and the Star Consort, and the 3 Bright World Warlocks under the Wealth Gold King's command. Bright World Warlocks are great elders in many warlock groups. Even if it is the Wealth Gold Monarch, he isn't willing to part with such experts." Yangfeng said with a slight smile, "Okay, I will challenge you." He actually dares to challenge the Wealth Gold King. Is he crazy? The Wealth Gold King is an infinity warlock, an omnipotent infinity warlock who has lived for more than 10,000 years. To dare challenge the Wealth Gold King, he must have gone mad. The guests looked at Yangfeng as if he is a lunatic. Song Zibai returned to his seat, glanced at Yangfeng and sneered, "Humph, I couldn't tell. But this kid is a genius in some field. But this is the Wealth Gold King, the omnipotent Wealth Gold King. Even if he is a genius in some field, he is not the opponent of the Wealth Gold King. In the world of warlocks, there are countless weirdos and geniuses in certain fields. But the Wealth Gold King is a genius in all fields. He is proficient in the 4 arts, astronomy, divination, and combat spells. Many peerless geniuses in a certain field have challenged the Wealth Gold King, but none of them have defeated him, thus establishing the Wealth Gold King's reputation. As time passed, no one dared to challenge him again. The Wealth Gold King showed a look of interest and said with a smile, "Interesting. In which field are you going to challenge me? Extraordinary biology, extraordinary botany, go, painting, medicinal art, poison art. As long as you can beat me in any one of those fields, then it's your victory. Since we are both warlocks, then it naturally should be a competition in spells." Yangfeng smiled slightly, and wisps of infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly diffused from him. This infinity warlock. He's an infinity warlock. Infinity warlock. As soon as the spectators sensed Yangfeng's fluctuations of power, their complexion changed drastically, and they exclaimed, "Infinity warlock. He turned out to be an infinity warlock. I just threatened an infinity warlock, an ancestor-level existence." Song Zibai's face suddenly turned pale. His body shivered, his hands felt cold, and his back broke out in a cold sweat. An infinity warlock is a terrifying existence that can destroy a plane by themselves. If an infinity warlock casts a spell with all their might, they can destroy a grade 9 plane. Even though this is the core world, a place with countless experts, infinity warlocks are still regarded as extremely terrifying and mysterious existences. Although Song Zibai is a true disciple of the Grotto Mountain, but he has never seen his sex infinity warlock ancestor. The Wealth Gold King is the first infinity warlock he has seen in his life. Mary looked at Yangfeng with surprise on her pretty face. He turned out to be an infinity warlock. As soon as the Wealth Gold King sensed the infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power that Yangfeng emitted, the smile on his face vanished. A dignified shade shimmered in his eyes, and he faced Yangfeng squarely for the first time and said slowly, "Sir, how do I address you?" Yangfeng replied flatly, "You can call me Endless Darkness." Infinity warlocks usually address each other by pseudonyms. With the passage of time, the use of their real names will decline and finally their names will fall into obscurity. The real name of the Wealth Gold King naturally is not Wealth Gold King. But after countless years, almost everyone who knows his real name has died. Over time, he became the Wealth Gold King. The Wealth Gold King uttered with a slight smile, "Endless darkness. This treasure ship cannot withstand a battle between the two of us. Let's go out to have the fight." The Wealth Gold ship is a formidable treasure ship. But unlike the residents of the Taboo Monarch, it cannot bear a fight between infinity warlocks. Okay. Yang Feng collapsed, turned into a smoke, and disappeared from the Wealth Gold ship. The Wealth Gold King collapsed and disappeared as well. A fight between infinity warlocks. If I can witness a battle between infinity warlocks, I would not have lived my life in vain. The eyes of the guests aboard the gold ship flashed with excitement, and they rose to their feet and walked towards the deck. The maids of the gold ship entered Warlock Towers and opened a barrier. The Sun Consort, the Moon Consort, and the Star Consort also came to the deck and gazed at Yang Feng and the Wealth Gold King standing proudly in the air with worry in their beautiful eyes. One. The four arts are zither, go, calligraphy, and painting. Chapter 833, Defeating the Wealth Gold King. Chapter 833, Defeating the Wealth Gold King. Excitement flashed in the eyes of the Wealth Gold King, and he uttered with a slight smile, "It's been 500 years since the last time I swapped pointers with an infinity warlock. Endless darkness. Let's not overdo it. Let's not fight to the death. What do you think? Every infinity warlock can live for more than 10,000 years if nothing unexpected happens. If there is no conflict of interest nor a mortal feud, infinity warlocks generally won't fight to the death. The core world is extremely safe. Much like the Wealth Gold King who hasn't fought another infinity warlock in 500 years, there are a lot infinity warlocks who haven't fought a powerhouse of the same level in a long time." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Okay. Although every infinity warlock is a mobile treasury. But if they are not an enemy, Yang Feng won't kill other infinity warlocks lightly. Ha! Feast your eyes on my gold treasury." The Wealth Gold King smiled boldly, silently chanted an incantation, and pointed at the sky. A 100-meter-tall gold gate suddenly appeared. The gold gate opened, and a sword flew out from the gold gate, slashed the sky, and crushed towards Yang Feng. All kinds of illusions flashed in the sky. What a dreadful sword strike. Just looking at it from a distance, I feel like my soul is about to collapse. What a terrifying sword strike. If it wasn't for the barrier, I would have died. Aboard the gold ship, the warlocks watching the terrifying sword strike in the distance suddenly felt a splitting headache. If it hadn't been for the barrier around the gold ship, at least half of the warlocks aboard the gold ship would have died due to the earth-shaking sword strike. Song Zibai looked at the earth-shaking sword strike, and his eyes flashed with shock. Awesome! This is the power of an infinity warlock. It's incredible. That endless darkness is screwed. Faced with the peerless sword strike slashing through the sky, Yang Feng just extended his right hand. Suddenly, devour black light appeared from his right hand and, like a black hole capable of swallowing everything, swallowed the peerless sword strike, shattered it, and turned it into pure energy that nourished his fleshly body. Surprise flashed in the eyes of the Wealth Gold King, and he asked, "Amazing! What spell is that? How can it break an attack of my level 9 secret treasure heaven-splitting sword so easily?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "This is dark light erosion, a spell I created. It can break any spell in the world." "Break any spell in the world, you say? That's quite some boasting. Let me see if your spell is really that incredible." The Wealth Gold King chuckled and flicked his finger, and the level 9 secret treasure heaven-splitting sword returned to the gold treasury. Next, following a flash of gold light, an ancient bronze mirror flew out of the gold treasury. New novel chapters are published on fruyobnl.com. As soon as the ancient bronze mirror flew out, The countless mysterious runes engraved on it burst out with resplendent light. The runes suddenly flew out and formed a strange evil god drawing in midair. One after another, weird evil gods with different shape and evil divine force flew out of the evil god drawing. An evil divine force of the many evil gods shot towards Yang Feng. In an instant, in an area 100 kilometers in radius, gusts of cold wind swirled and evil chi surged. Different kinds of evil divine force distorted the laws of heaven and earth, and dense evil chi twisted everything. Each evil god possesses a different kind of evil divine force. The evil divine force of the many evil gods of the evil god drawing can seriously injure or even obliterate an infinity warlock. When the guests aboard the gold ship saw the nearly endless swarm of evil gods, their complexion changed drastically, and they shuddered. Evil gods on the evil god plane are enemies of human warlocks. Many evil gods are archgods who escaped the Zhangji plane in defeat, experimental bodies of human warlock taboo research that escaped, and powerful races who have been defeated by human warlocks. In the 7 warlock dynasties eras, the evil god plane was ruled by human warlocks, and evil god were disposed of like bugs again and again. However, there was no lack of Holy Spirit warlock rank evil gods who established worlds similar to the core world and hid inside, thus avoiding the purge of the 7 warlock dynasties. Ever since the 8th warlock dynasty, the Dawn dynasty, suffered a crushing defeat, no one else has attacked the evil god plane, allowing the evil god plane to develop rapidly and absorb countless powerhouses full of resentment towards human warlocks. If a human warlock is caught by an evil god, they will suffer a fate worse than death. Yang Feng smiled faintly, and devour black light enveloped him. When the various evil god spells blasted into the devour black light, they were devoured and disappeared. With a flash of black light, Yang Feng, who was subjected to the attack of countless evil god spells, crossed a distance of more than 10 kilometers, appeared in front of the Wealth Gold King, penetrated the other party's life force field with his hand, and touched his forehead gently. "You let me win." Once his attack succeeded, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he retreated by more than 10 kilometers. "Awesome, what an awesome spell. It's my loss." Astonishment flashed in the Wealth Gold Kind's eyes, and he took a deep breath, smiled bitterly, and flicked his finger. The gold treasury in the sky, which seems to contain countless level 9 secret treasures, closed slowly. The ancient bronze mirror turned into a stream of light and returned to the gold treasury. With unwillingness flickering in his eyes, the Wealth Gold King flicked his finger, and a gold bead flew towards Yang Feng. Endless darkness. This is the core control of the Wealth Gold ship. With this, the Wealth Gold ship is yours. I will take the Sun Consort, the Moon Consort, and the Star Consort and leave. Yang Feng touched the core control of the Wealth Gold ship, and it returned to the Wealth Gold King. "I don't need the Wealth Gold ship. I only want a few rare ores aboard the ship and information about the core world." With a thought, the Wealth Gold King immediately understood Yang Feng's origin. "Information about the core world? Are you from outside? No wonder I have never heard of your name. A warlock who has cultivated into the infinity warlock realm from an ordinary human warlock will surely have led a brilliant life. At the same time, they will have a vast network of contacts and have their own information and intelligence channels. Even vagabond warlocks would have been able to create their own intelligence channels." Yang Feng, who has already begun to build his own intelligence network in the Zhangji Plain, spread countless spies across the Zhangji Plain to search for information. In this way, no major events in the Zhangji Plain can escape his attention. However, since Yang Feng just arrived to the core world, he knows almost nothing about it. He is very interested in the information that the Wealth Gold King grasps. The Wealth Gold King smiled heartily and spoke in a somewhat intimate tone. "I have a vast network of contacts in the core world. The information in my grasp will definitely not disappoint you. The gold ship is very valuable and has many treasures. Even though it is the Wealth Gold King, he has spent a long time in order to obtain these treasures. Moreover, it was not easy to cultivate the maids aboard the ship whose cultivation base if above the Starry Sky Warlock rank. Although the Wealth Gold King didn't say it, but he is grateful to Yang Feng for not taking his Wealth Gold ship." The Wealth Gold King swept the many guests on the deck with a glance and ordered them to leave. "Ladies and gentlemen, that's all for today. You can leave. Thank you for your hospitality. Wealth Gold King. Thanks for the hospitality. The guests, who have all benefited from the top extraordinary food and extraordinary wine, bowed to the Wealth Gold King, cast different spells, and flew away. The guests are well aware that although the Wealth Gold King has received them warmly, but only another Infinity Warlock can really make friends with him. Song Zibai took a deep look at Yang Feng, who is standing beside the Wealth Gold King, without daring to show a trace of jealousy. Not caring about Mary, whom he has been pursuing, he cast a spell and flew away. Infinity Warlocks have eccentric personalities. Some are kind and gentle, some like to play games just like the Wealth Gold Monarch, but even more are brutal characters who will kill if there is a disagreement. Song Zibai is unwilling to put his life in Yang Feng's hands. Mary took a deep look at Yang Feng, cast a spell, and flew away. The Wealth Gold King smiled lightly and asked, "That girl is interested in you? You're not going to stop her from leaving?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "There's no need. It may not be a good thing to follow me, since I have no foundation in the core world. If I get into trouble, I will only implicate her. In the surface world, where Yang Feng has tremendous power, not even Infinity Warlocks would dare to do anything to his people. Otherwise, they will be hunted down. But in the core world, Yang Feng is on his own. Although he can move freely about, but he has no longer the ability to shield others." The Wealth Gold King uttered frankly, "As long as you don't provoke supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, the 6 Warlock dynasties and Warlock monarchs, I can help you ward off a few ordinary troubles. I seem to have provoked a Warlock monarch called the Red Monarch." Yang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, but said anything. He just smiled and followed the Wealth Gold King into the gold ship. The Black Emperor's treasure trove is actually located on the edge of the Red Monarch's territory. That's rather bad joke. Freeabnovel.com. Aboard the gold ship, Yang Feng, who was browsing through information, frowned slightly and sank into his thoughts. Chapter 834 Infinity, Monarch, and Holy Spirit Lists. Chapter 834 Infinity, Monarch, and Holy Spirit Lists. The Infinity, Monarch, and Holy Spirit Lists. Yang Feng carefully read the information about the Black Emperor's treasure trove, then put it aside, picked up another piece of information that he is very interested in, and read it. The Infinity, Monarch, and Holy Spirit lists record the strongest Infinity Warlocks, Warlocks Monarchs, and Holy Spirit Warlocks respectively in the core world. Because of the large number of Infinity Warlocks in the core world, only the top 200 Infinity Warlocks can make the Infinity list. The Wealth Gold King said, "Although the core world is much smaller than the surface world, but the cultivation resources here are tens of times more bountiful than in the surface world for now. Moreover, the inheritances of the 8 Warlock dynasties here are much more complete. Similarly, the number of Infinity Warlocks here is much greater." The intelligence that Yang Feng obtained from the Wealth Gold King showed that there are more than 5,000 Infinity Warlocks in the core world. The 200 Infinity Warlocks on the Infinity list are all outstanding figures among Infinity Warlocks. They are far stronger than others in the same realm. As for Warlock Monarchs, they are much fewer in number. The number of Warlock Monarchs on the Monarch list is only 67. They are headed by 6 individuals, who are the Time Monarch, the Taboo Monarch, the Transcendent Monarch, the Death Monarch, the Star Monarch, and the Magic Note Monarch. The Red Monarch is in the 65th place on Monarch list. He has promoted to a Warlock Monarch 1,000 years ago. He is the head of the Red Monarch state and has 7 marshals under his command. Each marshal is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. The 7 marshals are not on the Infinity list. When Yang Feng saw the intelligence of the Red Monarch, he smiled. There are strong and weak Warlock Monarchs. The Purple Monarch that Shui killed was a powerhouse among Warlock Monarchs. The Red Monarch has promoted to the Warlock Monarch realm merely 1,000 years ago, which makes him equivalent to someone who just stepped into the Warlock Monarch realm. When faced against the Red Monarch, even if Yang Feng is no match for the other party, he can still escape unscathed. Yang Feng stared at the names of the top 10 on the Infinity list with a scorching shade in his eyes. My current opponents should be powerhouses on the Infinity list. I wonder how strong the top 10 on the Infinity list are. Compared to the surface world, the warlock inheritances in the core world are much more complete and the warlock civilization is much more advanced. The top 10 powerhouses on the Infinity list are pinnacle existences among Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. They are Yang Feng's current target. Yang Feng asked, Wealth Gold King, do you know where I can buy 7-color Aurora Star Rock? 7-color Aurora Star Rock is a core mineral that Yang Feng currently lacks. If he can get his hands on it, Yang Feng can upgrade the Shizu stronghold again. The Wealth Gold King thought for a while before saying, 7-color Aurora Star Rock? I've seen it several times, but it has mostly been used to refine different secret treasures. Regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. 7-color Aurora Star Rock is an extremely precious mineral that can be used to refine level 9 secret treasures. Whenever an Infinity Warlock gets their hands on this precious material, they will use it to refine level 9 secret treasures in order to enhance their strength. The Wealth Gold King pondered for a while. However, I heard that the floating Infinity Pavilion will soon hold a swap meet that only Infinity Warlocks can attend. According to the intelligence, there will be 7-color Aurora Star Rock in the swap meet. Most of the resources that Infinity Warlocks need for cultivation are extremely valuable treasures that cannot be bought with magic crystals. Even in some top auctions, the probability that a treasure such as 7-color Aurora Star Rock will appear is very low. However, at a swap meet held for Infinity Warlocks, there will be many treasures rarely seen in the outside world. Many Infinity Warlocks have acquired the resources they need through the swap meet. Yang Feng has taken over the bases of many Infinity Warlocks and occupied 3 provinces of the Great Cloud Dynasty, namely the Bright Moon Province, the Li Gui Province, and the Yu Province. Since he had abundant cultivation resources all along, so never participated in swap meets. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and he asked, curious, when will the floating Infinity Pavilion hold the swap meet? The Wealth Gold King replied, it's 3 months from now. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said decisively, there's still a lot of time left. In that case, Wealth Gold King, can you go to the floating Infinity Pavilion first? If I don't get there in time, please help me get 7-color Aurora Star Rock. You'll definitely be pleased with the treasures that I'll give in exchange. The Wealth Gold King contemplated for a while, and then replied decisively, okay. The Wealth Gold King has a wide network of contacts. He has made friends with many Infinity Warlock. Since Yang Feng was able to easily defeat him, he must be comparable to the experts on the Infinity list in terms of strength. The Wealth Gold King is naturally willing to make friends with someone like Yang Feng. The Black Cloud Mountains is a dangerous place that extends for tens of thousands of kilometers, is covered in fog made from demonic qi, is full of extraordinary life forms, and is located on the edge of the Red Monarch state. Even if they are human warlocks above the Starry Sky Warlock rank, they often die when they enter the fog that covers the Black Cloud Mountains. But since the treasures and resources born in the Black Cloud Mountains are only useful for Moonlight Warlocks at most, the Black Cloud Mountains is of little interest to the powerful warlock groups. Due to the formidable monsters in the Black Cloud Mountains, there are no traces of human warlocks within 100 kilometers of the Black Cloud Mountains. Only some vagabond warlocks who are not afraid of death will risk their life and go to the edge of the Black Cloud Mountains to look for resources, and then take them back to large cities for sale. At the edge of the Black Cloud Mountains, the fog suddenly parted, and Yang Feng stepped inside. When Yang Feng entered the fog, he quickly analyzed it. 30,000 meters in this fog. My soul force's limit of perception is 30,000 meters. If it was an ordinary Infinity Warlock instead, without using spells, their limit should only be 5,000 meters. No wonder there are no warlocks willing to come to the Black Cloud Mountains. This place is poor in resources and is not suitable for cultivation. Suddenly, a black snake ejected from the ground, opened its mouth wide, and shot towards Yang Feng. As soon as the black snake reached 10 meters away from Yang Feng, it was cut into pieces by Yang Feng's life force field. When the black snake died, spear-like rattans suddenly emerged from the thick fog, stabbed into Yang Feng's life force field, and shattered. Yang Feng traveled more than 30 kilometers inside the fog and encountered thousands of attacks. However, none of those attacks could break through his life force field. After all, Infinity Warlocks are among the most powerful existences in the world. Ordinary strange phenomena and extraordinary life forms cannot harm him. Follow current novels on fguyuyobinovel.com. The entrance to the Black Emperor's treasure trove is there. When Yang Feng reached a mountain, he looked at a cave in the middle of a cliff, and his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. Suddenly, a large rock beside Yang Feng split open, and an eerie light, which seems to have poured out from the endless abyss, emerged. A black dagger exuding eerie light stabbed towards Yang Feng with boundless killing intent. The attack was extremely abrupt. Before this, Yang Feng's various perception spells hadn't discovered anything. Even the mysterious fate algorithm only throbbed wildly the moment the rock split open, and then a premonition of death welled up inside Yang Feng. In the nick of time, the world force of the 9 small worlds poured into Yang Feng through the world ring, and the runes of the primal chaos imperishable body flashed and formed a distorted primal chaos force field. When the black dagger exuding eerie light pierced into the primal chaos force field, it abruptly distorted, deviated from its original trajectory, passed by Yang Feng's body, and stabbed into his right arm. It left a white mark and bounced aside. A devour black moon suddenly emerged and crushed towards the assassin. "No! Don't kill me! Yang Feng saw a thin, middle-aged warlock, who is wearing a black warlock robe, has a slightly distorted face, and has burst out with junior infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power, struggle inside the devour black moon and cry out in horror. In the end, he was crushed, and turned into a mist of blood that was devoured by the devour black moon. After the devour black moon devoured the infinity warlock, powerful life magic energy poured into Yang Feng and nourished his body and soul. In the world with the light of eternity, Yang Feng has spent 1,000 years in seclusion comprehending his essence of devour, which enabled him to take his essence of devour to the next level. Now, if he devours an enemy's power and blood essence, he can enhance himself in all aspects. If he devours 3,000 infinity warlocks, Yang Feng can step into the Warlock Monarch realm. Chapter 835, Black Emperor Realm. Chapter 835, Black Emperor Realm. To be able to advance to a Warlock Monarch by devouring 3,000 infinity warlocks, this secret method is simply outrageous. After all, Poidal, the floor lord of the 666th floor of the Abyss, has been trapped in the Infinity Warlock realm for 100,000 plus years. If he had the same secret method as Yang Feng, he would have used all his power to hunt infinity warlocks. There are countless experts in the universe. In the Zhangji Plains core world alone, there are more than 5,000 human infinity warlocks. With this secret method, Poidal could devour enough infinity warlocks in the 100,000 plus years and advance to a warlock monarch. Although this dagger is also a level 9 secret treasure, but it is still slightly inferior to the ruler of the Knight's God armament dagger of the night. If that wasn't the case, then both sides would have suffered. A mere junior infinity warlock made me cut such a sorry figure. Sure enough, no infinity warlock can be underestimated. FREOWebnovel.com. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the dagger the warlock who tried to assassinate him used flew into his hand. He swept the dagger with his sole force, and apprehension shimmered in his eyes. The infinity warlock who tried to assassinate Yang Feng only had junior infinity warlock rank cultivation base. If it was a head-on fight, Yang Feng could cast a few spells at will and blast the opponent into dregs. However, the junior infinity warlock assassin attacked him too abruptly. If Yang Feng hadn't cultivated the primal chaos imperishable body and used light of eternity fruits to strengthen his fleshly body, then once the assassin stabbed him, Yang Feng may not have been able to suppress the curses and poison contained in the dagger. Somebody is coming. Suddenly, Yang Feng's heart stirred slightly, and he twisted and turned into the likeness of junior infinity warlock assassin who attacked him. With the dagger in hand, he is looking in a direction with a vigilant expression on his face. Shadow Kill, what happened here just now? I felt you erupt with infinity warlock rank power. An extremely beautiful warlock, wearing a red dress, with an enchanting voice and a sweet smile on her face, walked over. Yang Feng simulated the voice of the infinity warlock assassin and said, "I only disposed a bug just now." An ugly young man, wearing a black warlock robe with a weird snake embroidery, with snakes for hair on his head, looking like a human-shaped basilisk, walked over as well and said coldly, "Shadow Kill, be more careful. This is the treasure trove of the legendary Black Emperor who suppressed countless planes in the Archgod Age. Once it's exposed, it will attract those monsters on the Infinity List. By then, there will be nothing left for us." Startled, a trace of killing intent rose inside Yang Feng. They actually know about the Black Emperor's treasure trove. The most up-to-date novels are published on freowebnovel.com. If Yang Feng can get his hands on the Black Emperor's treasure trove, which is a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse's treasure trove, he will gain tremendous wealth. He is not willing to share this treasure trove with anyone. The beautiful Warlock dressed in a red dress turned her eyes slightly and said, "With the three of us here, only the Red Mountain Bone Monster, the Petrol Feathers, and the Transcendent Eyes are left. I'm here." A red skeleton walked out of the fog and uttered in a hoarse voice. The red skeleton is 3 meters tall and is made up of different red bones, looking just like a variant of a skeleton monster. "I'm not late." Along with a chuckle, feathers of an unknown extraordinary bird flew over, intertwined, and formed a handsome young man of medium build. The space twisted, and a strange person, with their eyes closed, naked upper body, and most of his upper body exposed covered with creepy eyes, wearing a pair of shorts, walked out silent. When Yang Feng saw the 5 Infinity Warlocks, deep killing intent surged in his heart. He operated the secret method, and his breath and presence suddenly became almost imperceptible. Secret methods that can make one's own breath and presence become almost imperceptible is a must for assassin-type warlocks. Otherwise, the Shadow Killer couldn't have hidden from Yang Feng's perception and nearly killed him. The Petrol Feathers uttered with a light smile, "Everyone is present. With the 6 of us joining forces, even if an expert on the Infinity List appears, so long as they are not in the top 50, we can fight them." "Red Moon Fairy, let's start." The beautiful Warlock in red nodded slightly, took out a bead, and tossed it. When the bead flew into the air, it kicked up a wind and turned into a 100-meter-long extraordinary life form Astral Zerg engraved with countless weird runes. Astral Zerg is a kind of very strange, extraordinary insect that likes to burrow through the barrier of worlds and open up world passageways. The planar passageways of human warlocks leading to many planes were opened by Astral Zerg. The Astral Zerg rushed into the cave halfway up the cliff and bit wildly with its hideous mouthpart. A weird cave filled with twisting forces suddenly appeared in the void. World passageways opened by Astral Zerg are chaotic and distorted. Only experts above the Starry Sky Warlock rank can enter them. Once a being below the Moonlight Warlock rank enters a world passageway, they will be turned into a pile of meat. The 5 Infinity Warlocks turned into streams of light and entered the world passageway. Yang Feng operated a secret method, turned into a shadow, and entered the world passageway as well. Within a few breaths of time, Yang Feng crossed the world passageway and appeared in a wide and bright world with no end in sight. The Red Moon Fairy extended her hand, and red threads swept towards the Astral Zerg. When the red threads stabbed the violent Astral Zerg, it became quiet, shrank, and flew back to the Red Moon Fairy's hand. It is not easy to cultivate an extraordinary insect like the Astral Zerg. Generally, only fearsome warlock groups such as the Great Cloud Dynasty and the 3 dynasties of the Western world will have sufficient time and resources to achieve that. Even the Battle Demon sect, which was one of the 10 great sects in the past, does not have such a treasure as the Astral Zerg. The Red Moon Fairy, who was lucky enough to get one such extraordinary insect, naturally cherishes it very much. Red Moon Fairy said, "This is the world inside the Black Emperor realm. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was a Warlock Monarch rank Archgod here. But now, only Infinity Warlock rank Archgods remain. These Archgods are antiques from the Black Emperor era. They are complacent things who only know to use their innate talents and supernatural powers. They cannot compare to the 6 of us. The Zhangji Plains Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses have basically all established a powerful world. Inside them they used countless resources to cultivate their world. The stronger their world is, the greater the power it can provide them. When a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses dies naturally, the world inside them will continue to exist. But as time goes by, the world's energy level will continue to decrease until it eventually loses all its extraordinary power and perishes. The Black Emperor is one of the strongest warlock emperors of the Archgod Age. Along with the human 7 Warlock Emperor, he is recognized as one of the strongest Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. Since his world contains a trace of immortal property, the rate at which its energy level declines is extremely slow, which is how it was able to exist for so many years. Red Moon Fairy said, "Let's sneak into the cities in the Black Emperor realm separately and make inquiries about the location of the Empyrean Origin Force." Empyrean Origin Force is the purest power formed from the Soul Force and the body's origin force after a Warlock Emperor passes away. It is the source of the extraordinary forces of worlds like the Black Emperor realm. Empyrean Origin Force is the most precious treasure in the Black Emperor realm. If it can be harvested and refined, Yang Feng and them will have no problems to advance to the Warlock Monarch realm. If they can absorb the Empyrean Origin Force of 3 worlds like the Black Emperor realm, an ordinary Infinity Warlock will be hopeful to promote to a Holy Spirit Warlock. The Infinity Warlocks nodded, agreed on the contact method, turned into streams of light, and flew in different directions. Yang Feng turned into a stream of black light and disappeared. In a village made up of countless boulders, there are many Archgod powerhouses, who are a rare sight in the outside world. Here, the Archgods are strangely shaped. Most of them have human-like torsos, but the other parts of the body are different from that of humans. The Archgod powerhouses either have 3 eyes, an extraordinary right hand, a bird's head, or other strange characteristics. Although they are strangely shaped, but they all exude a fearsome breath. The adult Archgods exude a fearsome breath above the Starry Sky Warlock rank. Besides, there is no lack of glorious Sun Warlock rank Archgods. A tribal system, how backward! Standing quietly in a shadow of the village, Yang Feng, who is observing the Archgods, shook his head. His figure shook, and he jumped into another shadow. The Archgods are powerful by nature, but when it comes to application of power, they are not a match for human warlocks. Yang Feng easily sneaked into the most powerful tribe in an area 1,000 kilometers in diameter. Inside the Archgod tribe, in a huge stone house that covers an area of tens of thousands of square meters, there sit 2 powerhouses. The first one is a handsome man with 3 eyes, the other one is an Archgod with 2 heads, with the eyes on one head closed and the eyes on the other head opened. Chapter 836, Holy Pulse Mountain. Chapter 836, Holy Pulse Mountain. The 3-eyed Archgod frowned slightly and asked unhurriedly, "The Demon Eye tribe is becoming more and more unrestrained. They already killed Bash and Tugue. High Priest, what should we do?" The 2-headed Archgod barked, "Badgegun, we cannot retreat. We must fight back. Gather all forces, destroy them, and use their bones as a warning for anyone else who dares to resist our Flame Law tribe." An ordinary Archgod tribe has 2 Infinity Warlock rank Archgods. At the time, the Archgods have suppressed countless intelligent life forms for a reason. A slightly rueful voice sounded. Then, the eyes of the 3-eyed Archgod and 2-headed Archgod blurred, and Yang Feng appeared within sight abruptly. "Die!" The eyes of the 3-eyed Archgod flashed fiercely. His muscles bulged. The power of his fleshly body surged to the extreme, and he rushed towards Yang Feng, followed by afterimage that are hard to see with the naked eye. Boom! Yang Feng grabbed the right hand of the 3-eyed Archgod, and a terrifying blare sounded in the room, setting off shock waves. Originally, the physique of Archgods is far superior to that of human warlocks of the same level. But Yang Feng, who has cultivated the Empyrean grade secret method Primal Chaos imperishable body and refined his body using the fruits of the eternal God tree, the light of eternity, his fleshly body is stronger than that of ordinary Archgods. Yang Feng twisted the arm of the 3-eyed Archgod Badgegun. Badgegun suddenly fell, slammed against the floor with a loud noise, and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. "You're courting death." A fierce ray flashed in Badgegun's eyes, and the power of bloodlines surged inside him. He wanted to open the closed 3rd eye on his face and unleash his innate ability Hollow Demon Eye to vanquish Yang Feng in one fell swoop. The Hollow Demon Eye is a terrifying innate ability of Badgegun's race. Even if it is a supreme Infinity Warlock, if they are hit by the hollow demon eye, if they don't have a corresponding spell or secret treasure, they will be severely injured or even killed. Hollow demon eye is Badgegun's trump card. You rely too much on innate spells. Your fighting style is really obvious and crude. Yang Feng's voice is flat. Black runes diffused from him, turned into a web, and pierced into Badgegun. Badgegun suddenly felt that the power of bloodline inside him receded like a tide. He is no longer able to open the infinitely powerful hollow demon eye. He fell into a state of dizziness, as if he could fall asleep at any time. Badgegun has intermediate infinity warlock rank power. Unfortunately, his fighting style is simple and crude. He cannot compare to a human warlock, who employs exquisite spells and secret treasures. This is the reason why he was easily suppressed by Yang Feng. The high priest of the Flame Law tribe looked at Yang Feng with apprehension and said cautiously, "I am Shakpu, the high priest of the Flame Law tribe. Who are you?" Yang Feng uttered, "I am Endless Darkness. I came to ask something." Shakpu asked cautiously, "What do you want to know?" Yang Feng said, "When you are practicing cultivation, in which direction is the power of bloodline inside you most active?" Archgod powerhouses mainly cultivate the power of bloodline inside them and develop said power to the limit. According to legend, if the power of bloodline of an archgod is purified to the limit, they can evolve into a Holy Spirit warlock rank existence. As for advancing to the next step and becoming a warlock emperor, it depends on a person's opportunities and effort. Shakpu's eyes shimmered with a vacant shade, and he asked, "Cultivation? What's that?" Yang Feng uttered somewhat ruefully, "You don't even know what cultivation is. To be able to evolve to this point solely due to innate talent and the power of bloodline, archgods are really something." This chapter is updated by fryoubavl.cm. Human warlocks have worked hard to develop many secret methods. However, more than 90% of human warlocks cannot enter the Moonlight Warlock realm. As for archgods, as long as they grow up, they will possess Moonlight Warlock rank power. The most talented archgods don't even need to practice cultivation in order to become an Infinity Warlock rank existence. These monstrous beings naturally possess the power to dominate the world. Yang Feng glanced at the two archgods, and his heart stirred slightly. These two archgods have naturally evolved into Infinity Warlock rank existences. If they are given the corresponding cultivation secret methods and resources, they may be able to evolve into a Warlock Monarch rank existence in the future. The secret methods human warlocks cultivate originate from the secret methods created by archgods. Over the years, human warlocks have collected many secret methods that archgods cultivate. Most of those secret methods are used as materials for studying archgods and are not a secret. Yang Feng has many archgod cultivation secret methods. But without the corresponding archgod bloodline, these secret methods have no effect on human warlocks. Yang Feng asked, "When the power of your bloodline throbs and a change takes place, in which direction does it throbs?" The origin of extraordinary forces in the Dark Emperor realm is Empyrean Origin Force, which is equivalent to World Origin Force. For these archgods to be able to evolve into Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, they must have absorbed World Origin Force. A chill flashed in Shakpu's eyes, and he said coldly, "Why should I tell you?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "Because I am stronger than you." A queer projection of the Phantom Ruler suddenly appeared behind Yang Feng, and transparent threads stabbed into Shakpu. Shakpu's two heads fell into a state of confusion. Shakpu's eyes revealed endless confusion. "The power of our bloodline throbs in the direction of the Holy Pulse Mountain." Yang Feng asked, "Which direction is that?" Shakpu, who evidently doesn't know how to identify the cardinal directions, pointed southeast. "It's that direction." With a flick of Yang Feng's finger, runes entered Badgegun and Shakpu. Yang Feng disappeared along with a gust of wind. When Shakpu regained his clarity, he thought of what he had done just now, and he felt his blood run cold. What a scary guy! What a terrifying move! Badgegun climbed up from the ground, and fear flickered in his eyes. Amazing! Who is that guy? The Demon Eye tribe's #1 expert, Shix, may not be his opponent. The Demon Eye tribe's Shix is the #1 expert in the area. He is far stronger than Bajgun and Shakpu. But when he thought of Yangfeng's weird moves, Bajgun felt a chill in his heart. Worry flashed in Shakpu's eyes, and he sighed, "Who knows?" A gust of wind drifted towards the Holy Pulse Mountain along with the law of wind. Each time it drifted, the gust of wind crossed dozens of kilometers. This is really an archgod's treasure trove. There are archgods everywhere. If they are subdued, they can be used as a powerful force. However, these archgods are also a double-edged sword. If they are not controlled well, they may revolt. In the gust of wind, while urging the law of wind and leaping across great distances, Yang Feng quietly calculated. Compared to human warlocks, archgods are far superior in terms of physique and not at all inferior in terms of power. They only lack offensive secret methods that can give full play to their power. If someone teaches them offensive secret methods, these archgods will definitely become a terrifying force. The two warlock emperors, the Time Lord and the Taboo Lord, frantically besieged and slayed archgods and nearly exterminated them in the Zhangji Plain, forcing many archgods to flee to other planes. The relationship between human warlocks and archgods is that of irreconcilable enmity. However, the archgods of the Black Emperor realm just kill each other to compete for resources. They don't have a deep hatred towards human warlocks. Found it, the Holy Pulse Mountain. After flying for 300,000 kilometers, a huge mountain range extending without end appeared in front of Yang Feng. A vast, desolate, ancient, and mighty breath is slowly seeping out of the huge mountain range. What's that? Suddenly, Yang Feng narrowed his eyes and looked towards the center of the Holy Pulse Mountain. In the center of the Holy Pulse Mountain, there is Shocking Fist Mark, which has an area of thousands of meters in radius. It looks like the Holy Pulse Mountain was blasted into two by a single punch. Yang Feng looked at the Shocking Fist Mark with graveness in his eyes. Was the Black Emperor actually killed by someone back then? But the Black Emperor was an invincible existence at the time, while the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses who were once his opponents have died before him. Who on earth could have killed the Black Emperor? The Black Emperor realm evolved from the large world inside the Black Emperor. Most Archgod Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses have a world inside them. As the masters of a world, they can exert terrifying power in any world. Magic Band Domain has no effect on them. Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses have extremely powerful fleshly bodies. The large world inside them is the source and foundation of their crushing power. Once the large world inside them is severely damaged, that is when they are their most vulnerable. Back then, the invincible Black Emperor defeated all other Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses in the Zhangji Plain and took them in as his subordinates. For someone to be able to cause harm to the large world inside him, that's beyond strange. Chapter 837, Demonic Sea. Chapter 837, Demonic Sea. A scale in Yangfeng's hand suddenly became hot and radiated light. In the distance, there are rays of light flying this way. The Red Mountain Bone Monster and the other 4 Infinity Warlocks appeared in here one after another. Excitement flashed in Petrol Feather's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "This Black Emperor realm is indeed a treasure. There are so many Infinity Warlock rank archgods. Moreover, none of them know how to make use of their power. If all of them are killed, it will amount to a tremendous wealth. Infinity Warlock rank archgods are far inferior to the core world's human warlocks in terms of fighting strength. However, the blood of Infinity Warlock rank archgods is of immense worth. If all the blood of an Infinity Warlock rank archgod is extracted and refined, it is possible to create an Infinity Warlock rank archgod bloodline warlock family. Infinity Warlock rank archgods can be seen everywhere in the Black Emperor realm. Although they have formidable innate abilities, but so long as human warlocks, who are proficient in countless spells, are careful, they can hunt the archgods one by one and transform them into immense wealth. The Red Moon Fairy uttered solemnly. If the Taboo Dynasty obtains the Black Emperor realm, then with their research on the power of bloodline, they might be able to create a couple of Warlock Monarch rank archgods. However, these archgods are of little benefit for our cultivation. Moreover, there are also top-notch powerhouses among the archgods. We may be wiped out if not careful. I recommend that we think of a way to steal the Empyrean origin force, and then leave this place. The bloodline of Infinity Warlock rank archgods can indeed be exchanged for a huge amount of resources. However, resources useful to powerhouses above the Bright World Warlock rank are all priceless. It is extremely difficult to exchange archgod bloodline for such resources. But Empyrean Origin Force is different. No matter what secret method they cultivate, so long as they can absorb Empyrean Origin Force, Warlocks will get a huge upgrade. The other Infinity Warlocks nodded when they heard the Red Moon Fairy's words. "Let's go!" The Red Moon Fairy shouted softly, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the large hole that was blasted open in the Holy Pulse Mountain. Yang Feng and the others followed suit. The Holy Pulse Mountain is the center and the core of the Black Emperor realm. With the methods that the Red Moon Fairy and the others wield, it is extremely difficult to enter the Holy Pulse Mountain. The quickest way is for them to sneak in from the place where the Holy Pulse Mountain is broken. Before long, a huge and unfathomably deep fist-shaped hole appeared in front of Yang Feng and his party. From within the fist-shaped hole, there are wisps of queer demonic chi radiating. That queer demonic chi intertwined with the surrounding life magic energy and formed all kinds of weird phenomena. Countless grotesque spirit bodies suddenly took shape and uttering miserable screams. Once a being below the Moonlight Warlock rank hears the screams of the queer spirit bodies, their soul will shatter, and they will die. The countless weird spirit bodies possess terrifying power, and they can even tear Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses to pieces. Yang Feng and his party are all Infinity Warlocks. As a result, the countless spirit bodies, which can kill Moonlight Warlocks, shattered to pieces before they can even get close to them. As soon as they entered the Holy Pulse Mountain, a sea of demonic chi extending without end appeared before Yang Feng and company. The demonic sea churns and roils. The laws of heaven and earth above the demonic sea have distorted, forming an unstable space. The currents of black air and dense demonic chi give off a chilling impression at first sight. Petrol Feathers extended his hand, and a feather suddenly flew out, transformed into a great warlock rank petrel, and flew towards the demonic sea. Not long after the petrel has flown above the demonic sea, it suddenly trembled and, as if it lost all its power, fell into the demonic sea. The demonic chi roiled slightly, and the petrel disappeared into the demonic sea. Petrol Feathers said solemnly, "We cannot fly above the demonic sea. The laws of heaven and earth in the space above the demonic sea are in chaos. Unless we analyze the chaotic laws, we won't be able to fly." As they gazed at the demonic chi churning in the demonic sea, the Infinity Warlocks present creased their eyebrows tightly, and their eyes flashed with graveness. Infinity Warlocks possess terrifying perception ability. Even though the Red Moon Fairy and the others have not made contact with the demonic sea, they can still faintly sense the terror hidden inside. In the world of Warlocks, there are many weird, outrageous, and unimaginable things. Take the water of the Rive Styx as example. As long as there is no direct contact, then even Moonlight Warlocks can use spells to resist it. But once a single drop of the water touches the fleshly body, then even Infinity Warlocks will have their soul cleansed of all memories and turn into a walking corpse. Since the demonic sea gives off an extremely dangerous feeling, the Infinity Warlocks present are not willing to touch it lightly. "I'll give it a try," the Red Mountain Bone Monster spoke in a hoarse voice. He inserted a hand inside his body, pulled out a bone inscribed with various runes, and tossed it towards the demonic sea. The bone distorted, changed into a weird ship formed from demonic chi, and landed on the surface of the demonic sea. The weird ship swayed slightly and floated atop the demonic sea. "My demonic bone ship can withstand the erosion of the demonic sea." The Red Mountain Bone Monster's eyes gleamed for a while, and then he took a step forward and boarded the ship. The eyes of the Red Moon Fairy and the other Infinity Warlocks flickered with enigmatic light, and they boarded the ship as well. When the 6 people boarded the ship, 18 bone arms extended from the ship, with each bone arm holding a paddle, and started rowing. The ship headed for the depths of the demonic sea. Suddenly, the demonic sea churned and roiled, then its surface burst open, and countless skeletons and decaying bodies emerged. Since the undead that appeared on the surface of the demonic sea are mostly the remains of archgods, They all look grotesque. Radiating stench and resentment, the undead rushed towards the demonic ship. Come down. Die. Flesh. I want the flesh of the living. Thoughts poured out from the countless undead, gushed towards Yangfeng and the others like a tide, and slammed into their sea of knowledge. Humph! A bunch of ants. The petrol feathers smiled coldly, chanted an incantation, put on a ring, and pointed at the undead. The flame ring flashed, and a flame suddenly spewed out, turned into a sea of fire, and covered a large area full of undead. Many undead were burned to ashes inside the sea of fire. The Red Moon Fairy took out a sacred light ring, put it on, and pointed at the undead, and sacred light submerged the undead and purified them. The remaining Infinity Warlocks also used secret treasures and cast powerful area of effect spells to purify the undead. With the 6 Infinity Warlocks joining forces, the undead that covered the demonic sea were purified completely. Suddenly, the demonic sea tumbled and roiled, and a huge tail full of sharp bone spurs shot towards the bone ship from the seabed. Boom! The Red Mountain Bone Monster frantically stimulated his life force, and countless runes appeared on the bone ship. A black magic shield suddenly appeared and blocked beneath the bone ship. The huge tail full of sharp bone spurs slammed into the magic shield and easily smashed, and then blasted the bone ship into countless pieces. Yang Feng and the other 5 people were forced to jump into the air. Yang Feng analyzed calmly. The laws are in chaos. There should have been a fight between peerless powerhouses here, and they must have smashed the laws of this space to pieces. To be able to fly here, you have to use the power of a small world inside you. Human Infinity Warlocks with a small world inside them can exert terrifying power in different worlds. This is one of the advantages that puts Infinity Warlocks who have formed a small world inside them far above Infinity Warlocks who haven't formed a small world inside them. With a flick of the petrol feather's finger, feathers flew out and transforming into petrels. He stepped on the petrels that appeared one after another and escaped into the distance. The Red Moon Fairy waved her fair hand, and a handkerchief suddenly extending towards the distance. She walked on the handkerchief. The Snake Ancestor, who has countless snakes as hair, flicked his finger, and 10,000-meter-long snake leather ejected. He jumped onto the snake leather and disappeared. The Red Mountain Bone Monster decomposed into 3 red skeletons. The 3 red skeletons threw 1 red bone after another. Whenever a red bone was thrown into the air, it transformed into a new skeleton, while the original red skeleton disappeared. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. The transcendent eyes decomposed into eyes, which shot in different directions like artillery shells. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he smiled slightly, ran a secret method, turned into a black shadow, and jumped into the shadow of the Red Moon Fairy's handkerchief. The demonic sea churned, and a fierce breath suddenly erupted. A head that is only composed of a maw full of sharp, serrated teeth suddenly burst out of the demonic sea, opened its maw, and shot to engulf the petrol feathers. Chapter 838 Infinity Lists Powerhouse. Chapter 838 Infinity Lists Powerhouse. Translator, Zayamoj. The petrol feathers trembled slightly, split into many fist-sized birds with different innate abilities, and fled in different directions. The large maw, as if it has turned into a whirlpool, erupted with attractive force. The many palm-sized birds trembled one after another, and then shot towards the maw along with whirlpools. Help me! The countless birds gathered in an instant and formed the petrol feathers, who shouted in alarm. Yet the Red Moon Fairy and others fled even faster, not looking back at the petrol feathers. The Red Moon Fairy and the other 5 people, who obtained information on the Black Emperor's treasure trove by a fluke, teamed up temporarily to explore the treasure trove just to share the risks. There's no way they would try to rescue their temporary teammate. When the maw closed, the magic shields around the petrol feathers shattered, a look of despair on his face. Then, the person himself was torn to pieces. New novel chapters are published on fgeriwebnovel.com. After the maw devoured the petrol feathers, it sank to the bottom of the demonic sea and disappeared. When the remaining 5 Infinity Warlocks witnessed the danger of the demonic sea, They no longer dared to hide their strength. They crazily spurred the life force inside them, displayed various weird secret methods, and rushed to the other side of the demonic sea. In addition to the secret method they specialize in, each Infinity Warlock has mastered many strange and unbelievable secret methods. Even though the laws of heaven and earth in the sky above the demonic sea are in chaos, disabling flight, these Infinity Warlocks still have various ways to cross the demonic sea. The 5 Infinity Warlocks frantically urged their life force, took out one secret treasure after another, and leaped across the demonic sea at a terrifying speed. Before long, they saw the end of the demonic sea. At this moment, the originally peaceful demonic sea suddenly roiled and churned, and the large maw that has devoured the petrel feathers suddenly emerged from the demonic sea once more and lunged at the snake ancestor. "Damn beast! You think I'm really afraid of you?" The eyes of the snake ancestor flashed ferociously. All of a sudden, his breath changed, his body swelled up, and the snakes on his head shattered. He turned into a 100-meter-long purple true dragon. Exuding vast world force, the purple true dragon sent a claw barreling towards the large maw. When the large maw was hit by the dragon claws containing endless world force, it suddenly split apart, and a copious amount of black mucus sank into the demonic sea along with teeth. Essences surged inside the demonic sea, and streams of demonic water, as if they could crush and erode worlds, soared from the demonic sea and swept towards the purple true dragon in the sky. The purple true dragon frantically stimulated the world force inside it, and a purple halo formed around it. Demonic water covered the sky and purple light shone as 2 powerful forces intertwined, churned, and canceled each other out. The purple true dragon suddenly twisted, traversed 100 kilometers in an instant, and appeared on the edge of the demonic sea. The magic water that has rushed into the air fell back into the demonic sea, making the demonic sea tumble and roil. "Come back. Together." Faintly discernible inside the demonic sea, countless undead issued strange calls. Shrouded by the strange calls, even glorious sun warlocks would have their soul shaken, and they would fall into the demonic sea. While the snake ancestor was harassed, the other 4 Infinity Warlocks crossed the demonic sea, landed on the ground, and stared at the snake ancestor with vigilance. While watching the snake ancestor, the Red Moon Fairy narrowed her eyes and said slowly, "Should we call you the snake ancestor, or purple true dragon Yunbo?" "No." 175 on the infinity list. Yang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. So this is an expert on the infinity list. For him to be a powerhouse who formed a virtual world, his reputation is not in vain. Powerhouses who have formed a virtual worlds or a small world inside them are far stronger than others in the same realm and can exert terrifying combat power in many different worlds and environments. However, it is far more difficult for a powerhouse who has formed a virtual world to promote to an infinity warlock than it is for ordinary warlocks. With the help of the light of eternity fruits, Yang Feng broke through the Godman boundary, upgraded his soul aptitude to level 9, and advanced to an infinity warlock. Number 175 on the infinity list is a powerhouse who has formed a virtual world. This showcases how strong experts on the infinity list are. Yunbo said lightly, "I am indeed purple true dragon." While staring at Yunbo, the transcendent eyes uttered coldly in a slightly distorted voice, "Purple true dragon, what is your purpose for sneaking into our midst?" Yunbo glanced at the 4 infinity warlocks and said domineeringly, "My purpose? Of course it's the Empyrean origin force in the center of the Black Emperor realm. Isn't that your goal as well?" As an expert on the infinity list, Yunbo is extremely powerful. He isn't afraid of confronting 4 infinity warlocks. There is a great divide between infinity warlocks in terms of strength. A supreme infinity warlock can insta-kill a junior infinity warlock. Yunbo is an expert on the infinity list, an outrageous genius who formed a virtual world. Even if he confronts the Red Moon Fairy and them, it is not certain who wins and who loses. The Red Mountain Bone Monster said coldly, "All right, everyone's goal is the Empyrean origin force of the Black Emperor realm. The Empyrean origin force hasn't appeared yet. If we fight among ourselves now, it'll only be laughable. Let's just forge ahead." The other three Infinity Warlocks glanced at each other and nodded silently. The group continued with the exploration. However, Yang Feng's team of 4 made some distance between them and the expert on the Infinity List Purple True Dragon Yunbo. Yunbo walked forward, unconcerned. After crossing the demonic sea, a vast palace complex extending without end appeared before everyone's eyes. Inside the palace complex, there are vestiges of a fight everywhere, with corpses and debris scattered about. Suddenly, Yang Feng's heart stirred slightly, and he turned and looked at an empty space. Then, he turned towards the front and continued to look at the wreckage and corpses. The Red Moon Fairy scanned the palace complex with her soul force, and then frowned slightly and uttered, "Flying is forbidden in this area. Infinity Warlocks are proficient in many escape secret methods, many of which require flying to be able to perform. Since flying is prohibited in the palace complex, it means that many escape secrets methods of Infinity Warlocks are ineffective. However, every one of the Infinity Warlocks who dared to come here is a person of wisdom and determination. They stepped into the palace complex without hesitation. When they entered the palace complex, Yang Feng and others saw that there are worn-down bones of different archgods scattered everywhere. The bones diffuse resentment and cruel breath. The Red Mountain Bone Monster glanced at the bones of archgods and sighed slightly, and regret flickered in his eyes. Unfortunately, these bones are too old. The archgods here were extremely powerful when they were alive, with the weakest being in the Moonlight Warlock realm. However, the extraordinary power inside their bones has completely dissipated with the passage of time. Now they are just ordinary bones without a trace of power. Lightning God Myriad Blood Flower. Suddenly, Yang Feng appeared in front of a palm-sized, red-colored extraordinary plant, bent down, and grabbed it. The Red Moon Fairy's eyes lit up, and she said with a lovely smile, "As expected of the Black Emperor's world, there are treasures everywhere. Lightning God Myriad Bloodflower is a treasure of heaven and earth that requires the blood essence of archgods with Lightning God bloodline in order to be possibly born. Even if it is a warlock monarch, if they cultivate lightning secret methods, they will pay a huge price in exchange for it." Yun Bo glanced at Yang Feng, and his eyes flickered with killing intent. Then, his eyes recovered their calm, looking like he doesn't care about the Lightning God Myriad Bloodflower. Fire God Jade Plant. Wind God Blood Origin Stone. After Yang Feng harvested the Lightning God Myriad Bloodflower, the Red Moon Fairy and them also found treasures of heaven and earth that would move Infinity Warlocks and even Warlock Monarchs. Since no one has been here for millions of years, the palace complex is filled with treasures of heaven and earth that are rare in the outside world. But Yang Feng and the others still made a beeline for the center of the palace complex. The Empyrean Origin Force is the ultimate goal of Yang Feng and the other Infinity Warlocks. Although the treasures of heaven and earth here are precious, yet they are hardly enough for an Infinity Warlock to advance to a Warlock Monarch. But the Empyrean Origin Force is different. It can enable them to advance to the Warlock Monarch realm in one fell swoop. In the center of the palace complex, there lies a 10,000-meter-tall, magnificent palace. The whole palace is made of a kind of rare mineral. Even if it is an ordinary Warlock Monarch, they can hardly harm it. However, the magnificent palace is strangely divided into two. One half if the palace is nowhere to be seen, as if it disappeared into thin air. freeobnovel.com. In the very center of the palace, there is a disc with a black crystal placed on top. Wisps of World Origin Force are oozing out of the black crystal. Empyrean Origin Force. Yang Feng's heart stirred slightly, and he performed a secret method, jumped into the shadows, and disappeared. Since the Empyrean Origin Force has appeared, then you guy can go and die. A cruel shade shimmered in Yun Bo's eyes. He frantically urged his power, appeared in front of the transcendent eyes in an instant, and sent his hand, which seems like it's the embodiment of a true dragon hunting for food, barreling towards the transcendent eyes. Chapter 839 Heart Shadow Zhou Yi. Chapter 839 Heart Shadow Zhou Yi. Translator, Zayamoj. Warlocks who cultivate I-type secret methods have strange I techniques with unpredictable extraordinary powers. Among Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, those who cultivate I-type secret methods may not be the strongest in terms of frontal combat. However, if they use evasive maneuvers and release all kinds of weird I techniques, then even Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses in the top 10 on the Infinity list will be entrapped if carelessness. The eyes covering the Transcendent Eyes' body opened one after another, erupted with eye techniques of different extraordinary life forms, and fired rays at the purple true dragon. Hey, if you're given time to prepare, your eye techniques indeed pose a large threat to me. But these eyes aren't truly yours. Moreover, opening so many eyes in a hurry is not as threatening to me as just opening one eye. Yun Bo smiled coldly, and purple dragon scales appeared on his body. Purple dragon chi revolved around him, and true dragon might diffused from him. He looks like he transformed into a humanoid true dragon. When the rays fired by the eyes covering the Transcendent Eyes body hit Yun Bo, they blasted through the purple dragon chi that swirls around him and slammed into the purple dragon scales. The rays corroded, froze, twisted, and burnt the dragon scales. Meanwhile, Yun Bo slammed a hand into the chest of the Transcendent Eyes, and terrifying dragon chi instantly blasted into the other party. The eyes covering the Transcendent Eyes body burst, and mucus shot out, and then evaporated immediately after. His head burst as well. He flew away like an artillery shell. The Transcendent Eyes is a veteran. After being seriously wounded by Yun Bo's attack, he decisively gave up on the fight over the Empyrean origin force. Although treasures are important, but his life comes first. Yun Bo didn't pursue the Transcendent Eyes, but turned towards the Red Moon Fairy and the other two and sneered, "Leave and I will spare your life. Otherwise, you will become the next Transcendent Eyes and likely die in a couple millennia." With panic in her beautiful eyes, the Red Moon Fairy secretly gritted her white teeth and said, "Purple True Dragon, are you not afraid that the three of us will join forces to attack you?" Yun Bo smiled coldly and said domineeringly, "Even if the three of you join forces, you are still no different from poultry in my eyes. To tell you the truth, my true identity is Purple Star Dragon King Emo-chan. Number 76 on the Infinity list. The source of this content is fryouyueol.com. Number 76 on the Infinity list. The complexion of the Red Moon Fairy and the Red Mountain Bone Monster flickered. In the Zhangji Plains core world, there are more than 5,000 Infinity Warlocks. Yet among the many Infinity Warlocks, only 200 can make the Infinity list. Furthermore, those in the top 100 on the Infinity list are either Supreme Infinity Warlocks or powerhouses who possess Supreme Infinity Warlock rank fighting strength. If Purple Star Dragon King Emo-chan goes all out, he may be able to kill junior Infinity Warlocks like the Red Moon Fairy and the Red Mountain Bone Monster with a single spell. I'll withdraw. Yang Feng's incarnation of the Shadow Kill suddenly jumped out of a shadow, and then jumped into another shadow. After a few breaths of time, he crossed hundreds of kilometers. The Red Moon Fairy's complexion changed several times before she sighed. Frustrated, "I'll also withdraw. Nothing is more important than your own life." The Red Moon Fairy knows that she is not Yun Bo's opponent, and thus also chose to withdraw. Too late. A sneer sounded. The Red Mountain Bone Monster erupted with purple dragon chi, and a dragon claw shot towards the Red Moon Fairy abruptly. The Red Moon Fairy's warlock robe suddenly erupted with countless runes, which rose into the air and turned into wonderful, stunning, blood-stirring figures dancing about. Mixed with the beautiful illusions, temptation and a queer smell drifted around. Even if it is an Infinity Warlock, they will hardly be able to restrain themselves in front of such beautiful illusions. There was a slightly intoxicated look in the eyes of the Red Mountain Bone Monster. But in the next moment, purple dragon scales covered him, and he erupted with vast dragon chi. The dragon chi broke through the Red Moon Fairy's barrier, slammed into her, and blasted her to pieces. Yun Bo stepped forward and said with a smile, "Big brother, your purple true dragon claw has become even more impressive." The Red Mountain Bone Monster frowned slightly and uttered, "The Red Moon Fairy is really extraordinary. She ignited the fire of lust inside me. It seems that I have to finish this as soon as possible, or else I'll be in trouble." Yun Bo smiled and said, There are rather beautiful humanoid archgods in the Black Emperor realm. Big brother, if you can't bear it, then just use those humanoid archgods to extinguish the fire of lust inside you. The Red Mountain Bone Monster replied solemnly. All right, Yunbo uttered. According to our agreement, you'll get to absorb 60% of the Empyrean origin force, while I get to absorb 40%. You can go absorb first. I'll stand guard. Okay. The shade of warmness flashed in the eyes of the Red Mountain Bone Monster, and then he looked towards a dark corner and said coldly, But before that, we should take care of the hidden enemy first. Upon hearing this, Yunbo's eyes shimmered with dignity, and purple dragon chi revolved around him. He became alert. Purple Star Dragon King Emo-chan, Purple True Dragon Yunbo, two powerhouses on the Infinity List are actually brothers. If this news gets out, it will definitely cause quite a stir. An empty space distorted, and a queer existence, hovering between true and illusory, whose features are unclear, emerged from a blurry shadow and formed a trembling shadow that appeared before the two powerhouses on the Infinity List. Emo-chan's expression suddenly changed dramatically, and his eyes flashed solemnly. Heart Shadow Zhou, number 9 on the Infinity List. Yunbo's expression changed dramatically as well, and his purple dragon chi surged, ready to act at any time. Heart Shadow Zhou. Each powerhouse in the top 10 on the Infinity List is a monster among monsters, a genius among geniuses, and has the potential to tackle the Warlock Monarch realm. Although the experts on the Infinity List are all full of self-confidence and arrogance, but they are well aware that the top 10 on the Infinity List are in a different league. Emo-chan uttered resolutely, Heart Shadow Zhou, why don't we divide the Empyrean origin force among the three of us? As long as we get 50%, the remaining 50% is yours. Since Emo-chan and Yunbo aren't certain that they can defeat an expert in the top 10 on the Infinity List, they can only choose to compromise. Enigmatic light flickered in Zhouyi's eyes, and he replied with a light smile. All right, Emo-chan asked probingly. Then I'll absorb my share first, then you'll absorb yours, and lastly my brother will absorb his. What do you think? Zhouyi answered with a smile. All right. Emo-chan took a deep look at Zhouyi, frowned slightly, and strode towards the Empyrean origin force. A peculiar glint in his eyes. Emo-chan sneered in his heart. Idiot, after I absorb enough Empyrean origin force, I'll break through to the Warlock Monarch realm in one fell swoop. By then, even though you're number 9 on the Infinity List, you'll die miserably in my hands. The further you are along the path of cultivation, the harder it is to challenge the next realm. Due to the great gap between Warlock Monarchs and Infinity Warlocks, even the outrageous geniuses in the top 10 on the Infinity List may not be able to defeat the weakest Warlock Monarchs. In the abyss of Zhouyi's eyes, rings formed from stars emerged and countless runes ignited. Next, queer fluctuation shot out from his eyes, entangled Emo-chan and Yunbo, and affected their mind. Normally, the cunning Emo-chan and Yunbo would be able to detect that something is wrong. But since the Empyrean origin force has stimulated their greed and they became slightly relaxed because Zhouyi compromised, an opportunity emerged for Zhouyi to affect their mind. Emo-chan walked to in front of the crystal that is the manifestation of the Empyrean origin force. Greed shimmered in his eyes, and he extended his hand towards the crystal. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, and a monster, that is covered in a mostly cracked black armor, which is full of sharp bone spurs, with a black tail and a humanoid torso, suddenly flew out and sent a claw shrouded in black demonic chi stabbing towards Emo-chan's forehead. Emo-chan is number 76 on the Infinity List for a reason. In an instant, purple dragon scales appeared on his body, and purple dragon chi gushed out, layered, distorted the space, and mixed with his life force field. The magic shield formed from dragon chi and life force can withstand the attacks of many Infinity Warlocks. When the monster's black claw hit the magic shield, demonic chi corroded a huge hole in the magic shield. The black claw stabbed into Emo-chan, pierced through the dragon scales, and forcibly dug out the infinity core inside Emo-chan's head. After the monster killed Emo-chan with one blow, it grabbed his corpse, stuffed it into its maw, and made chewing sounds. Its pitch-black vertical pupils turned and fell on Yunbo and Joey. Yunbo let out a roar of grief and stared at the monster in both shock and anger, yet stayed still. "Big brother!" Enigmatic light flickered in Joey's eyes, and he said with a light smile, "Is this a powerhouse of a high-energy level universe? To be able to insta-kill number 76 on the infinity list, its strength sure is extraordinary. This is the monster from a high-energy level universe? I wonder what its level is in that high-energy level universe." Slightly surprised, Yang Feng, who is hidden in the darkness, stared at the monster. Chapter 840 Monsters from a Different Universe. Chapter 840 Monsters from a Different Universe. Translator, Zayamoj. Come out. For powerhouses in the top 10 on the infinity list to still be hiding, compared to the 8 warlock emperors in their youth, you're quite lacking in terms of courage. Joey looked around with an enigmatic smile and flicked his finger, and strange ripples spread in all directions. The pieces of flesh and blood of the Red Moon Fairy, who was blasted apart by Yunbo, converged in the air and formed a pure and beautiful girl dressed in a silver-white warlock robe, with a holy temperament. She looks like a most sacred and beautiful goddess. Since the Empyrean Origin Force is a chance for me to promote to the Warlock Monarch realm, it is a matter of course that I be cautious. In his time, wasn't the Star Lord extremely cautious as well? Didn't he hide from the 9 Realms Lord? Black Dragon Chi surged, and a handsome, burly, domineering young man walked out and said indifferently, "Compared with this young man, the Dragon Chi released by Yunbo and Emo-chun is not worth mentioning." Joey said with a smile. Number 5 on the Infinity List Queen of Reinvention Luo Jejia. Number 6 on the Infinity List Dark True Dragon Moxin. It looks like the rumors stating that you guys got clues on the Black Emperor's treasure trove are true. Luo Jejia smiled charmingly, looking like a goddess. Heart Shadow Zhou, the master of the most mysterious intelligence organization, the Discerning Eye. According to legend, you wield countless pieces of secret information. It seems that the legend is true. Zhou smiled slightly and flicked his finger, and strange ripples spread towards Yang Feng's location. The Phantom Ruler's transparent tentacles appeared on Yang Feng's body and resisted most of the strange ripples, but traces of the ripples still managed to enter his body. Indeed, compared with the 8 warlock emperors, I'm far too lacking in terms of courage. As soon as the strange ripples entered Yang Feng's body, his mind shook slightly, and a thought suddenly popped up in his head. By relying on the Shizu technology and battle robots, Yang Feng defeated countless powerful enemies, obtained countless resources, and cultivated to the advanced Infinity Warlock realm. However, by hiding behind the scenes all this time prevented Yang Feng from developing the indomitable confidence of a Warlock Emperor. Every top powerhouse has their own pride and confidence, which can allow them to display 100% of their strength, or even 120%. As for those who lack confidence, even if they are in their strongest state, they can only display 50% or 60% of their strength at a critical time. This is the strength of the mind. Shizu intelligent robots can display 100% of their strength no matter what environment they are in. However, I am a human after all. The strength of the mind is equally important to me. Yang Feng looks thoughtful, as if a fog clouding his mind was lifted. His body became more relaxed. With a flash of distorted light, Yang Feng, who has been hiding in the shadows, appeared as well. My wish is not to be a peerless assassin hiding in the shadows, but to be an invincible entity that runs rampant and suppress countless planes with absolute strength. Shizu technology and power are just tools to collect resources. At the moment when Yang Feng appeared, his breath suddenly changed, and he broke through to the pinnacle Infinity Warlock realm from the advanced Infinity Warlock realm. He turned into a huge whirlpool that madly devoured the surrounding life magic energy. Countless magic crystals suddenly flew out and shattered, and a huge amount of life magic energy frantically sank into Yang Feng's body. The experts in the top 10 on the Infinity list quietly watched Yang Feng break through. The eyes of the monster covered in black armor, who just devoured Emo-chan, flashed fiercely, and it suddenly turned into a black bolt of lightning that shot towards Yang Feng. The monster appeared in front of Yang Feng in an instant and sent a claw barreling towards his heart. "You want to kill me by yourself?" Yang Feng's eyes suddenly radiated resplendent radiance, and he glanced at the monster. Runes appeared on his bow in an instant, and he surged with primal chaos breath, slammed his palm into the monster. Boom! The black armor covering the monster's body suddenly caved in, and the monster blasted into the ground and spewed out a big mouthful of blood, seriously injured. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a dignified shade. "It's not dead? What a powerful fleshly body." Yang Feng, who hadn't extracted world force, used 80% of his power to execute this strike. If it was an intermediate infinity warlock who was hit by this strike instead, their body would be disintegrated and their soul would be shattered, leaving only the infinity core intact. For the monster to suffer a direct hit, yet not die, its vitality is simply terrifying. Badly wounded, the monster faced the sky and issued a piercing cry. With the monster as the core, fearsome sound waves spread in all directions. Even if it is a warlock at the Moonlight Warlock rank, if they were enshrouded by these sound waves, their life force field would break and their soul would shatter. The earth trembled slightly along with the monster's scream. 9 black eggs with a diameter of 20 meters, covered in runes, emerged from the ground. The 9 black eggs trembled slightly, made cracking sounds, and shattered. 9 monsters covered in black armor crawled out of the mucus inside the eggs. They exude frightening breath, which is a notch above that of the monster that Yang Feng has wounded just now. Zhou Yi said with emotion. To be able to dispatch experts that could make it on the infinity list at will. So this is the underlying strength of a high-energy level universe. A strange ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he surmised. Such monsters could not have come from outside. They must have been hibernating in the Black Emperor realm ever since before the world was swallowed by the core world. Besides, the only way for them to awaken is to use the power of infinity warlocks that were devoured by the demonic sea. Zhou Yi uttered with a smile. That's right. Any intelligent life form above Starry Sky Warlock rank that enters the core world will be monitored by the core world. Only dead things, existences sealed into a state of death, or existences that are shielded by the world of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse can ward off the monitoring of the core world. The core world is a powerful world developed by the Time Lord and many generations of human warlocks at the expense of countless. It is the ultimate base of human warlocks. Even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can hardly find it. However, the core world also has a flaw. Once it swallows the world left after a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse dies, the life forms of said world can easily blend into the core world and become a part of it. Heart Shadow Zhou Yi glanced at Yang Feng and asked, "Curious. I am Heart Shadow Zhou Yi. My friend, how do we address you? Where are you from?" Yun Bo, Luo Jiejie, and Mo Xian focused their attention on Yang Feng, showing looks of curiosity. Each infinity warlock is extremely powerful. So long as they don't deliberately hide their identity, the other infinity warlocks in the core world will know them. Yang Feng, who has pinnacle infinity warlock rank strength and is of unknown origin, is naturally rather suspicious. Follow current novels on freewebnovel.cm. He answered frankly, "I am Endless Darkness Yang Feng. I'm from the surface world." Contempt flashed in Mo Xian's eyes, and he mocked coldly, "An aboriginal from the surface world." There is a large gap between the warlock civilization of the core world and the surface world. As an expert in the top 10 on the infinity list, it is normal for Mo Xian to look down on the surface world's warlocks. These monsters have the power of a quasi-warlock monarch. Let's each take care of 2. The dark true dragon Mo she erupted with black dragon scales. Looking like a humanoid true dragon, he took a step forward, appeared in front of a black monster, and punched it. The moment Mo Xian's fist hit the black monster, its power collapsed, and then a terrifying power blasted into the black monster. In an instant, the black monster's body caved in, and it sprayed black blood from its maw. It was sent flying tens of kilometers away. Crackle. Black chi filled the black monster. Its body issued crisp sounds, and it recovered at once. Its figure fluttered, and it rushed towards Mo Xian. The figures of the other black monsters swayed, and they shot towards Zhou Yi, Yang Feng, Yun Bo, and Luo Jejie. Heart Shadow Zhou Yi smiled slightly, then double pupils suddenly appeared in his eyes, and ripples radiated from his eyes and swept towards two monsters. The two monsters who rushed towards Zhou Yi froze suddenly. The black breath that filled them diffused from them and disappeared, and their fleshly body collapsed bit by bit. Luo Jejie smiled lightly and flicked her finger, and silver-white ribbons suddenly flew out, shot towards two monsters and wound around them. The silver-white ribbons suddenly gleamed. Countless runes appeared on the silver-white ribbons, and wisps of white breath emerged and suppressed the black breath diffusing from the two monsters. Yun Bo's figure swayed, and he turned into a purple true dragon and rushed towards the monster that Yang Feng wounded. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.